All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined here today by beautiful Bella. Bella, can you talk?
Hello.
I want to check the voice range, and Twitch chat can always backseat us and tell us if it's too loud or too soft.
Ja, hallo.
Hallo?
How's everyone doing?
Spreken du Deutsch, Bella? Sprichst Bella? Oder
Ja,
nicht?
ich kann Deutsch sprechen, ja.
Okay, wunderbar. I almost started speaking Norwegian to you. Oh god, this is so hard. The moment you start learning Norwegian, my friend and I have been learning Norwegian for a while now, and both of us learned German before then. And now every single time we make a sentence in Norwegian, we're like, is that a Norwegian word or a German word? And it just
I
becomes
kind of, yeah,
it's a
I kind of
mixture.
understand that it's the same for me too when I speak Spanish, it's just also mixed with Portuguese because it's so similar. So I kind of get it.
You also get nice and stuck with that. Great. So Bella, you are not participating in today's event, which I totally get. I'm also not participating, but mainly because of my fear of Deepshine. So, do you see yourself playing a lot of 1v1s in the future, or do you think you're a team game girl from here on out?
I like playing both,
Oh.
definitely.
Because a lot of
Okay.
people are leaning one way or the other. And many are saying, I am only going to be playing 1v1s, or I'm only going to be playing team games because it is a little bit less scary. So, which one do you prefer? Or you're just like in between? Doesn't matter where we go.
I mean, prefer. I do prefer teams because, it's a moment with friends and we can laugh and I feel like, but the 1v1s were important in a way for me to feel more comfortable with myself, with my
Mm-hmm.
skills. Because I was too scared to be the one, drowning the team or bringing the team down. And by playing 1v1s and taking part in these tournaments from you and everything, I feel like it helped me to understand how much I can do. And at the same time, the 1v1s put some stress on me because I don't have that much time to play. I like the past days I haven't really played because I'm working on a new video and all these things some and the 1v1s turned out to be quite stressful for me. Especially because you get into that competitive mode, right? You want to prove yourself. And team games now is more like just chill. Sometimes I play random even and just enjoy. Maybe make some crazy strats like 3 people playing Mongols and everybody going just manga die. So you can be more creative with the approaches, and even if it doesn't work, at least you got to have some good laugh.
Yeah, I think the fun part about every single time the patch hits, we just get a whole new range of play. And I say fun, but the Mangudai weren't that fun. And honestly, the horse archers weren't that fun either. My god. Playing
What?
them,
No.
that was
You
fun.
haven't played Mongols enough
Oh,
because if you do, they are the funniest, the best safe to play when you want to have fun.
mm.
For sure.
The funny thing is, I actually enjoy the playing Mongols with Mangudai, but I think it's so hard to control them properly. I think I'm just not a micro person. Maybe that's why I enjoy
Hmm.
English. Yeah, and you're a
Yeah,
Knight
you
Civ
have
player.
to keep them moving, right? So that you um, escape as much, I don't know, attack as you can and just do your thing. Just keep running. But
Hmm.
it's not keep making, keep running this time.
And that sounds like a very stressful moment for me to just keep running and trying to keep them alive. Because as many people know, I'm a believer in the scout donate. I donate my scout very often to the gods that do
Oh no.
watch over us. So it does make it a little bit harder to keep things going. But guys, we are ready for the first part of today. So
Let's
Bella,
go.
are you ready for Peppino Pigg versus Mizzsazza?
I am so ready. Let's go.
Now, guys, a little bit about these players. I'll introduce Peppino Pigg here. So, Peppino Pigg is from Australia, and she is also invited to the Outback Octagon. But she's probably one of our higher ranked people. I actually met her on ladder the other day, and I did beat her. Thank you very much. And she beats Deepshine. on other times. So I know she counts as Deepshine, but Deepshine counts as me. So we're like rock, paper, scissors between the bunch of us. And that makes things always a little bit spicy when we're trying to determine who the better player is here. But Peppino Pigg, lovely Australian lass, and we will be seeing her next week when the Outback Octagon kicks off. Can you tell me anything about Mizzsazza, Bella?
I don't really. I haven't seen her playing, honestly, in tournaments before.
I
like
think
in 1v1s.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the people who play less than, I would say, Peppino Pigg. Peppino Pigg is a little bit more active in the community. But yeah, Mizzsazza, I believe she's from Sweden as well.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Fancy.
Lady from the Nordics. And as we now know, I'm a big fan of the Nordics. After going to Norway, I fell in love with the mountains and all the fjords. And I can completely see how people from that area are just not able to beat Beastie and Marine Lord because they just have the best life there. There's no time for AoE.
Well, hopefully at least that's something that I wish for. Hopefully one of the next new civilizations in Age of Empires 4 is going to be an Arctic Civ. I really hope for.
Now that's the big question. What are we speculating is coming next? I would honestly like an English variant. So please, Relic, give me an English variant so I can sit in my base more.
No, stop it. Well, we can see already that they got good sheep, though, both of them, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing both of these civilizations, your question is always, what is the other one going to do, and can I actually deal with this? So Japanese, very famous for its samurai or mounted samurai plays, while China, they have options. I feel like they can do anything they want. They can go for 3 TC, they can go for 17 TC, they can go for a fast castle. But the question is, what is Peppino going to do here? Because she's not known to be that much of an aggressive player. And I wonder if Mizzsazza is going to be able to do some damage to her. But with the spread I see right now, I'm smelling a fast castle.
Yeah, Japanese is typical known for its fast castle, but Chinese, I feel like you usually want to reach those 2 TC Song Dynasty to get the best out of the Sieve bonus, right? To make more villagers and that's what she's gonna do. She's gonna get her TC. And now this is gonna be interesting. How is 2 TC Song Dynasty gonna do against Fast Castle into Mounted Samurai?
Now, Fast Castle Mounted Samurai definitely is potent, but I think the English or the Chinese TCs have a little bit of a special, power. They do shoot cannonballs and it hits a little bit harder. So you're actually, I think you can take a little bit, or you can do a little bit more damage to those usual Mounted Samurai raids. And with knowing that Mizzsazza is a little bit lower ranked than Peppino Pigg, she's going to need to be able to control those knights very, very well.
Yeah, I think it's not just about the raids, right? If Japan is gonna go for this fast castle into gathering relics, for example, then China has to compensate for those villagers if they can't deny the relics by not making units. They have to compensate those villagers with gathering that gold from the relics they're not gonna have. But for that, she also has to think about protecting the gold sources on the map, which are pretty forward. She has 1 goat behind her base, I can see that. And the rest is all forward in the middle, so she would have to consider how she can guarantee some safe gold income after the relics are gone. Unless she makes some units and tries to, deny them.
Now she's going for archers as well, which I'm very, very surprised about. She's staying in Tang Dynasty, which means with China, you don't get access to the Zhuge-Nu. And it doesn't look like she's going for any gold anytime soon, but this is quite aggressive. Mizzsazza did get quite a bit of sheep, so she should be okay. And she is still going for that fast castle that we see back here. But I feel like Peppino Pigg is just going to try to put a little bit of pressure down. The problem is the first moment that Mounted Samurai comes out, I don't know if she's going to be able to deal with that if you just have a bunch of archers.
Exactly, I was thinking the same. And I actually learned that when I played ranked ones, so she's gonna add some spears now. I pushed with French, I pushed into Japan with archers and knights, and guess what happened? I died because you don't push Japanese fast castle with archers, you do push them with spears. Because even French knight feudal, they can't really handle mounted samurai if the gold can't be denied. And they walled, they towered, so I was quite late to deny the gold. So let's see why she even thought about it. She could just make mass of spears. She didn't even really need the archers, maybe.
Now, I think the archers are mainly there for the reason of the wood line. Because, yes, Japan doesn't actually need the wood early on. But they do need a little bit to get that samurai out. And now she didn't even get that tower on her gold. So this is also going to be in danger. The villager idle time running from the deer all the way here is definitely so advantageous for Peppino Pigg here. And it looks like she's in a lot of danger with this. She needs to pull a villager back. And she does not. She lets one die and another one might die alongside this, desperately trying to get that tower up. 2 already going down. And as we can see, Peppino Pigg is just living her best life on 2TC. 4 of them make it out alive.
Yeah.
That was a good pickup for her.
It was 2 villagers down. She didn't Mizzsazza didn't micro the weak villagers back, right? She could even put them on the farms, where the weak villagers normally are more protected, right? You can just garrison them quickly and just switch them to finish that tower without losing the villagers. But there we go. And she probably should do that. Yeah, is she? No. I thought she was gonna bring that weak villager away.
Now with the upgrade, this does allow her some protection, but those archers could still be sneaky enough and pick them off, just like you said. And we can see now the stable is being dropped. She does have enough resources to get that first mounted samurai, but the spearmen are here. They're not ready to protect the archers yet, though.
And that's 15 villagers to age up.
That is a very desperate age up. That is like, hey, I need my knight and I need it now. But behind this, Peppino Pigg is actually saying, hey, I'll go up to castle myself. Look at that.
Yeah, and she has some units already. She can even pick the monk. It's monk, right? From Japan. Once he comes out, yeah, if he tries to go to gather the relics, she can already.
She didn't click it instantly, though. The monk does have the ability now to put that Yorishiro and get that first mounted samurai out. But the problem is, now this mounted samurai is going to get in here, and she needs to make sure that she's actually going to go for the army. Now, the spearman did accidentally run into the TC. Peppino Pigg not remembering that, hey, I need those spears to stop this mounted samurai. We're quickly going to clear up a few archers, because these sheep are not going to last forever. The second one is already in queue as well. Now, when I'm looking at the Chinese base here, we can see Peppino Pigg playing her usual safe style. She puts up some wham walls to ensure that people do not cross these barriers, but the mounted samurai is doing some good work, cleaning up some people along the way. Now, with these guys on the mill, they are able to get the deer that are quite far out from the base, but we know that Mizzsazza has not been too aggressive yet. She's cleaned up the boys, and now she might need to use these mounted samurais to go onto the rest of the map.
Yeah, I wonder what's the plan with so much wood for Peppino. Is she gonna drop like already a siege workshop, a monastery? What's her plan? Because she is floating quite a bit of wood. I mean, she can wall pretty comfortably with that amount, but she could have some more on food instead, right? She has only a few spears in queue right now.
Yeah, getting those spears in queue might be a response to making sure that this is defensive, but these samurais are coming in hot, and I don't think 7 spearmen are going to keep them at bay. Now, with all that wood, maybe just thinking about queuing up some siege, but your siege aren't really that effective against these mounted samurais. So,
exactly, yeah.
When I see these spears all running around, I would be a little bit careful not to lose any of these. They're very expensive. And she's running straight into the bait of the wall. And this is usually the problem that I think most players struggle with. Just getting out of that mindset of, oh, there are walls, I need to go through them, not around them. But, you know, like you said, with all that wood, she did do a pretty damn good job at this. But trying to find a different hole is going to be so important.
I find interesting that Mizzsazza hasn't gone for any relics yet, and I feel, oh, okay, she got one right now. It's +1, because I think Peppino does a very good job at that, cleaning up the map. So if she doesn't run for the relics, and she could actually have gotten she could be more aggressive as well. She got a relic that was right next to her base, but she could have gone for a relic next to Peppino instead.
Yeah.
To guarantee that the one furthest away is already hers, since she has the map control with the cavalry right now.
Now, I completely agree with that. I think a lot of people are like, okay, I just need to play it safe. I just need to get the relics I can. But yeah, there's even a very juicy one all the way out here, which could be picked up by Mizzsazza at any point very closely. But she doesn't have any place to put them yet. So she just drops them in her base for now, saving them for later. Now, the Barbican being put on the deer, we can see Peppino is not planning on transitioning to farms just yet, and Mizzsazza being very obsessed with these wolves. The knights do make it in slightly and pull back, but this is a very healthy amount of damage onto these samurai, which is going to be quite hard when they take another engagement. Now, we are seeing some Onamushas. Oof. Yeah?
The biting infantry is doing a job there. Oh, it's gonna die now for the barbecue, maybe.
The wolf
is gonna die. Oh no!
He gets a kill.
It died. Yeah, it did.
Now, unfortunately, these knights are charging in, and losing one of these is so expensive. But now we see with the palace guards as well, this is starting to become a very different game. It's not like, oh, I can just make these mounted samurais and we'll be fine. You actually need to use them as well. The spearman doing an amazing trade here. She might lose another 2 of these, and that is such an expensive trade to take. 3 of these go down, just not microing with the A move at the moment, and they are just falling like flies at the moment. And thank you very much for the raid, Mr. Corvinus.
And we can see also the Song Dynasty that is gonna kick in. Like the 2 TC already gave her a 30 villager advantage, right? And now that she has Song Dynasty with the Barbican, now we're gonna see those villagers just popping like popcorn right now. And this is gonna give Peppino a huge eco advantage.
Yeah, that eco is going to keep booming, and these villages being pulled just to keep these guys at bay is going to make such a big difference. Yes, the relics were moved into a base, but at this point you need to find a place to put them. I don't know if the forge was a little bit of a misclick here, or just to get that extra gold, because we can see there is a Yoroshiro in there as well. The Onamushas are getting their upgrades.
She has also already more than enough wood to make monasteries if she wants to put those relics in to start gathering that gold, that extra gold. She's going for her own TC. Okay, that's not something I recommend doing either. You always want to leave your TC around the surroundings of your TC as Japanese kind of free for farms due to the bonus that they have. And she... Okay, her TC is a little bit, I don't know, just stuck there with lots of production buildings next to it. Maybe her idea is to defend that entrance with the TC fire, but still, I would rather put this a little bit further away for farms.
Yeah, the farms, I don't think we're going to get to that phase of the game, unfortunately. Peppino Pigg is looking for blood right now. We see this TC, the villagers getting pulled to get this TC up. She's desperately trying to get it up to give some sort of defense against these units. But this TC only shoots tiny rockets and can only house 8 villagers. These Onamushas require a lot of micro. And I don't know if she's going to be able to do that, but they are not going to be able to survive this. Peppino Pigg doesn't even care. She's just walking into the Warlords, and now even the crossbows are fighting the TC.
Yeah, definitely. That wasn't the best moment to drop a second TC when your opponent has so many units. You are not going to be able to defend it, to hold it, right? Instead, you can use those resources, which is about 700 resources into units. But right now, she's floating so much. I mean, she could actually just try to make some trash units right now because her gold income is staled. Her relics are all out, so she has no income besides that Yorishiro inside the blacksmith. 2 blacksmiths.
Now, these blacksmiths are giving her some resources, but there's no unit she can make to actually kill this big army. And we can see with this big of a disadvantage, this is going to be a very quick GG here. Peppino Pigg just needing to invest in some ramps as these villages are mostly idle, sitting in these buildings, holding on for dear life. Mizzsazza trying to keep this TC alive, but it will all be in vain. The archers are doing their best, the Yumi Ashigarus, but they're just gonna get melted alongside the villagers, except for those firing from the TC. They're trying to find a goal in life, and that's definitely what they have found. And they're doing as hard as they can, but it does get cold, and she will prevail. Peppino Pigg definitely being the person here who was considered to be the strongest among others, I would say. She has definitely been dominant in the scene as well, considered to be one of the top 4 players, and this was not supposed to be a favored game for Mizzsazza. She definitely, from this game, that she will learn is I should maybe use my knighted samurais a little bit more aggressively on the rest of the map. So I think that's usually the transition we go through when we're... Oh, my camera is stuck. I see I'm stuck, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no. You can see Bella move, but you can't see...
yourself?
I am stepsister stuck right now. Give me a second. I'm just gonna unplug my camera and bring you back.
Maybe I can help you.
Oh, stepsister. We're back. Oh my god. Oh.
There we go.
There we go. Hey, I'm here. I survived. Now, from these first rounds, usually they are a little bit of a stomp. Because as we know, some of these players are quite different ranks. But, Bella, you are familiar with some of these players. Can you tell me a little bit about the people that we are going to be seeing today?
Yeah, 2 very scary players, I would say. Rabbitsweet, she actually surprised us and impressed everyone in the last tournament we had, the team games, as an excellent player, and she's capable of making so many units so fast and supporting her teammate. That was really surprising for everyone watching. And Lyralia, when I played one of my first tournaments, actually, I had a few matches against her. And she's also pretty scary, to be honest. And I don't know, it's kind of a hard matchup to actually vote for someone here. I do think this is going to be a close one, though. I think Rabbitsweet has a lot of chances to get a win from Lyralia, actually. So...
yeah. We might see them facing off a little bit later in the day. What we're seeing right now is just some of the player cards that you can see who is playing today. Right now, there's another match that is happening, but also a little bit of a rank difference, which is going to be TamTheTeribil. I keep using Tamron because I know her real name being Tamron, and I keep calling it Tamron even in casting. So TamTheTeribil against Lyra. Now, Lyra, not playing as much as she used to, but Tamron is more of a team game player. This lass is a little bit scared of the ranked ladder, and I think she's very scared of Lyra as well. Definitely not an easy matchup for her. So this should be Lyra's game to take, but Tamron has been full of surprises. Sometimes she does pull out something, and you're like, oh my god, how did she get there?
That's true, and I watched it yesterday as well. She played FFA games, right?
Mm.
And she was cooking. Just let's put it that way. She was literally cooking.
I always describe her playstyle as trying to build a big army and then moving out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she definitely needs some time to warm up and then push out. Now, guys, this is still part of the first round, and we are going to quickly hop into this game as it did start a little bit later, but I want you guys to be sure that the next round will be a little bit more competitive as we do with the Swiss system. The next people will be matched against one another based on their previous scores. So I do hear the game sounds already, and we should be going in to Lyra versus Tam. Now, Abbasid and HRE. Cameron is a newer HRE player, while Lyra is usually famous for her Knight Civilization playstyle. So, I don't know if Lyra is someone who's going to go for the eco wing with all the TCs, but what have you been seeing from a lot of Abbasids on ladder?
Currently, we hear that Abbasid is the best save out there, right? And now that's all we face. It's English and Abbasid in the ladder. I have to say though, I haven't seen Lyralia playing Abbasid yet. I see her mostly playing cavalry civs like Russ, JD, and so on. So it's also gonna be a surprise for me wherever wing she chooses to go with. But just thinking about the matchup, I was gonna say, I am quite aggressive player, and if I see HRE trying to go fast castle, for example, as a Bassett, you don't need siege engineering to make ramps, for example. So probably going military wing and already denying that gold from HRE could be an option. Now, if it's a very good HRE player, you also can be a little bit scared of that. And then the second option would be, of course, to go with your eco predominance, right? So you just go 2-3 TCs. And as we know, Abbasid, even with 2-3 TCs, is still able to mass units in feudal and defend itself. So there are a few options here to go with.
Now, I would definitely agree with you, being her the kind of woman who would pull out a military wing, even in this current meta. She's someone who's aggressive, and when I played team games with her, she definitely was the woman who's going to be in your base and kill all the villagers as hard as she can. And by the time you are ready to push out, she's already killed the opponent. Now, Tamron, she's putting down that chapel, and ladies and gentlemen, Twitch chat, it's time to give your votes. What do we rate this chapel? Oh, the military wing gets clicked as well. Bala, damn girl.
So maybe she is gonna play a more aggressive. Can we check the sheep count for them? How many sheep they found, each of them?
Oh, Lyra, girl. Lyra's drowning in sheep right now. This is not going to be good for HRE, who's very, very reliant on food.
Yeah, so this kind of already blocks HRE from fast castle, right? You don't want to fast castle without a safe income of food. So Tam has to make units to defend herself so that she can safely go into castle with units. Although there's not really much she can do. She can't go out for food if she has nothing to defend herself.
And I think even though Tam is playing here with the idea of going fast castle, I think most of us, when we're playing a game, especially when we're not getting to low conk or even high diamond, starts doing this. When you start to scout your opponent and actually making decisions based off of that. Now, Tamron might be having this idea like, okay, I'm HRE, I go fast castle, almost nothing can stop me. But Abbasid is really good at denying that. And you always have to ask yourself, do I have enough food for this? And just like you pointed out, when you don't have that amount of sheep, you can't go for fast castle, because what is fast castle going to give you? Now, with HRE staying in feudal, you could actually do a lot more. You would have to consider moving your chapel as well to a little bit of a safer position to ensure that you have access to the wood for longer. So the moment you scout, hey, this is a military wing, you need to decide, okay, hey, and I think that's exactly what she's doing now, hey, I might need to fight this. So this is a really good response, leaving these 3 on gold to get those upgrades, but I would like to see those upgrades actually being clicked. Because right now, she has 374 gold and not making anything with it just yet. And these bad boys are coming.
Yeah, I wonder if she's gonna go for a tower on gold. If she even scouted the wing even.
Oh.
Does she know that the units? Oh, she decided to go walls.
No.
I don't know. I think that villager's gonna... Yeah, it's not gonna finish anyway. That villager has to leave. Run!
Yeah.
Run!
She calls it, she's like, oh, this might not be the best idea. She gets a wall up top, but now the chapel is in a little bit of danger. So, moving out the predator to heal the villager up a little bit, but now these boys are going to be very, very uninspired. And now, when we're saying move the chapel, we mean you need to scout and decide what you're going to do from there. Opening with the barracks here, not necessarily the right answer. I believe she's going for that men-at-arms because they're quite tanky and can deal with archers quite well. And right now, Lyra is not attacking her weak point, which is going to be right over here. So she... Yeah?
Not just that, if she realized how many sheep he has, and if she scouted those berries, is she already on berries? Can you check, Tam?
Not yet, but she's
Yeah,
getting
she can also deny that because the food is almost gone. And she's gonna go for those berries soon enough. So if she just deny food, there's literally nothing Tam can do right now. She can't make units out of gold and wood only. She can drop a market, but this would be too expensive, right? That's not really gonna work.
Yeah, she's going exactly for the berries as you just called it. But the problem is archer range being plopped down now, and now the army needs to move around. Now this is a lot of idle time for Lyra, which bodes well for Tam. Now let's go see what she's doing behind all of this. She's plopping down that second TC already, getting a stable. So the military wing into 2 TC still looking pretty good, but luckily they don't have all that farm transition that we're so scared of when we're playing against Abbasid. These boys getting inspired by the prelate, a really good call by her to build a prelate to inspire these, but you could also move this one out of here to inspire the rest, because there's quite a lot of villagers over here. Now, what I can imagine to see from here is going to be a lot of archers, and they have begun, but we now have horsemen that are going to start being queued up from Lyra too. Eventually, she realizes, hey, I could just go for castle, and that's exactly what she might do behind all of this. We can see the villagers split. Oh, I called it too soon. She's getting just enough to get upgrades, and then maybe going to try and fight this. But this is now
She's going for the berries now. Yep.
Yeah, she might as well. She gets berries over here. And Tamrin...
Yeah.
Yeah, she's getting attacked. The villager does survive. She doesn't get the kill on those boys. And that's actually really good. Tamrin has been showing that, okay, I can control my vills. It's looking good. But this farm is a dangerous farm. These guys are desperately trying to get food. Back onto the berries. We can see she's hungry. Now, with this prelate over here inspiring the boys on gold, this is going to be quite good for her. And I know that behind all of this, she also got wheelbarrow. But now, nothing on the gold. And we can see with Lyra only having 2 on gold right now, you realize that she's decided, okay, I just need enough for upgrades. And from there on, we can make a few other decisions. Cameron does need to make sure that she fixes these walls. And I think that's exactly where those villagers are going to go to make sure that she does not get destroyed. But these boys, they do need to be killed. And remember, HRE does have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to chasing.
Exactly. I don't think those units are gonna make home. Maybe one of them.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, when they are starting to run out, with Tamara not chasing them initially, this means that the archer will make it out alive, and she's putting up some wham walls to defend herself, but Lyra is aware. And I don't think Tam knows exactly where to go from here, because HRE at this point is still a powerhouse, but the longer you leave it, the more that 2 TC starts to count.
Can we check Tam's scout?
Oh.
Where is it?
Where is her scout? Let's go see. I do not have the button.
Does she know Lyralia's plan? That she's making units and everything?
Oh, her vision. Ooh, let's see. She scouted the map, but definitely doesn't know what happened with the rest of it. Yeah, I don't think she realized, hey, this is a 2 TC Abbasid. She might just think, okay, this is an aggressive Abbasid. We'll talk about the rest in a little bit.
Yeah, this is always really important, right? You don't want your scout just standing in your base. And I think this is something that all of us, we have space to improve on. You want to see what unit your opponent is doing, what's the eco advantage that they have, for example, the TC that you mentioned. You need to be aware of that stuff so you can get your own thing going for yourself.
Now, Tam is going and producing more. She's trying to get more units out. We see more production buildings here, but nothing on the gold just yet. So she would be doing okay if she tries to make more units and then go and attack. Because you got your opponent to build a late second TC, but you want to think about probably attacking them around 11-12 minutes before that TC's ability to outscale you has kicked in. But with these horses, you're now constantly getting pressure and you're not really sure where you should be going.
Yeah, and you can see the whole army goes to the left, to the right, and Lyralia just has the advantage of mobility here, right? She can poke the wall on one side, bring the whole army to one side, and move to the other super quickly, and just keep bothering, keep being annoying.
Yeah, and these archers now running all the way around. Tam realizes, hey, I should probably get them back into my base. And now these horses might just clean up whatever is in front of them as they're trying to run for their life. But now we also see the upgrades coming in from Lyra. She's getting +1 attack, and this is going to hit like a truck when these archer battles start to happen. Because now you're at a point where your opponent has the same military count as you, and they're just ahead in villages, and also their military is a lot better. But like you said, without needing siege engineering, the ram is going to put that pressure down onto the rest of this map.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's really paying attention there, what her units are doing. She certainly doesn't have enough there. She's gonna lose all her spears right now to the archers. Yeah, you don't want that, right? The spears were attacking the archers are now fighting the horses. That's something you want to avoid in these confrontations.
Now, again, guys, we are aware that Tamrin is a little bit lower ranked than Lyra. And Lyra does have a lot of more tournament experience in all of this. So Tam might be a little bit nervous here. She did actually play low Elu Legends and made it all the way to the semi-finals. I was very proud of her. But now Lyra is a different monster to defeat. And these archers are going to be able to snack on every single spearman that looks her way. So Tamrin trying to keep those vills alive, pulling them off, but these archers are going to be able to close in on her just now. Another ram.
Yeah, Tam has a lot of food now floating. Something mentioned that she would have a problem with, but now I think she overdid it. She had 21 on food right now. She's moving them around, but this is again walking time. And of course, I am not like in any way saying judging her gameplay. I think we can just point out some stuff because I'm pretty sure she's gonna watch the VOD later, and we can just give some tips to just help her out, so that she, you know, understands a little bit better. She didn't even have to go out to attack those units coming making rams. She can just sit there in her base, make as many units as she can to defend once they come in, right? Mm-hmm. I think she lost her units when she went outside. And in this type of moments, you just need to be patient, which is pretty hard, but that's the biggest lesson here. She would have double of the units that she has now, Tam, and would be a little bit better to defend.
Especially with a civilization that can make men-at-arms that usually turns any fight on its head, because those men-at-arms just don't take as much damage as your usual little spearman does. With Lyra just going for pure horsemen, a spearman men-at-arm archer composition could have been deadly. She repairs this just to try to stay alive for a little bit longer, but now I don't think she knows what she wants to do out of this, thinking maybe if I drop a burger, we could do something. But honestly, with this amount of units, it's getting a little bit tougher. She also sent a scout a little bit to see what was going on, but at this point, you just found out this woman has been on 2 TC. She's pumping non-stop. She is about to open my base wide up.
Yeah, again, the matter of being more patient, right? She didn't have to engage there. She could just sit behind her TC, not in the front. She has emergency repairs. She could have massed a little bit more units before trying to engage under TC. But was a nice game, nice try. And yeah, I'm pretty sure she also has a lot to learn and is going to learn from this experience as well.
Oh, definitely. I think a lot of people here get that opportunity now to go back to the replays and be like, okay, what did I do right? Yay. What did I do wrong? Let's make the list and start working from there. Now, I think most of us, when we're getting between that barrier from, okay, I am a platinum player and I want to go to Conqueror. What do you think was the biggest thing for you to overcome? Because I believe you're around Conq 1, right?
Yeah. I think Most of exactly it. When I saw her engagements, it really resembles my engagements before. I even remember the first game that I when I had analyzed by someone by a professional. I remember the first game that Sass, as a coach, he watched it and explained to me. I was still playing English. It was the only civ I could play at the time. Back in season 4, and I could not handle my units. I would keep like the longbows in a place and spears in another place. So he brought into my attention how to move your units and keep them together, avoid engagements you don't have to take, like in that case that she went outside. So just from watching the unit movements, you can clearly see the difference in rank there. You know, when you choose to pick an engagement, when you don't have to, and so on. Priority to the upgrades, as you mentioned. If you're floating something, just use it. You know, it happens to all of us. It happens to the best. Sometimes they have 1,000 wood floating and they panic and just drop 50 farms in a way. So it happens to all of us. It's just a matter how you deal with it. And the engagement under TC is also really crucial. How to defend your base, right? You don't want to engage outside if they are pushing you. You just want to wait as long as possible, make as many units as you can if you see that it's an all-win, and just try to use what you have as an advantage. In that case, you could have used the TC fire, even just garrison units if she wants to keep the villagers working. Garrison the archers there or the spears and keep the villagers working and so on. Those little things, mostly regarding unit movement and stuff, it's the biggest difference that I see there.
Oh, yeah. I think my biggest difference as well is being able to understand what is happening next. I think that is such a big thing to overcome as well. You're getting to that point where you're like, okay, I am doing my thing, but what is the thing? Why am I doing the thing? What is happening? So it's always so tough to get over that barrier of like, hey, what is my opponent doing? Meaning, what do I need to do next? Now...
Yeah, the scouting, huh?
Yeah, scouting. Literally that, yes. Now...
Yeah, I also used to have a lot of problems with that. It took me a very long time and many games to remember to scout stone to see if my opponent's going to TC. Apart from English, because now that's a no-brainer, right? Everyone goes king to TC. But no, just jokes apart, to remember what you have to scout, the information that you need. And for example, there, Lyralia had many sheep. She knew she had the food advantage, to know what are your advantage points. That's exactly what you mean. Like, what is happening? What can I do? What can they do?
Exactly. I think that is also the question a lot of these girls are not going to ask themselves. So I just lost or won against someone who is quite a different rank from me. So what is my next matchup going to look like? And guys, that is actually a question we're struggling with right now because Start.gg has gone offline. And this is also why we had to pause that. Oh, wait, as I say that, it's back. It's back. It just came back, guys. Oh my goodness. It's just because I molded. If I didn't mold, things wouldn't have changed. But this now means that we're going to get a little bit of closer matchups right after. So,
would you mind actually explaining a little bit maybe the format? I'm not sure if people are aware how we are doing this.
Okay.
Maybe we can just go through the format, how the tournament's working.
Okay, so most of you will know that when you're playing tournaments, what we see in most pro matches, but I believe not Rising Empires. Rising Empires also does it this way. So when we usually do these tournaments, it's usually a single elimination bracket. But what this is a bracket where everybody gets to play at least 4 games. Now, the reason for this is because a lot of these girls, they would be matched against people who are Conqueror and then fall out in the first round. But we don't want that. We want them to be able to play against the other woman and get that opportunity to play against people who are more their rank, to actually enjoy and move forward. So that's exactly what we're hoping for the next round. So first round usually is matched where the top player is matched against the bottom, etc. So they close up. Then, based on who wins, they get matched for the next round. So now we have big players that are going to be popping up on your screen in a few moments, so you can see exactly who's going to be playing next. So one of the next players that we will be watching is going to be Lyra, who just beat Tam, against Rabbitsweet, that we talked about a little bit earlier. So that already is going to give you a very different experience from what we've seen in these first two games. So, Rabbitsweet, Bella, you played against her as well. Is she more aggressive or someone who will do calculated attacks at the right time?
The reason I said this can be a close one is because they have similar styles. They are both aggressive. And again, I usually see Lyralia playing cavalry sets just like Rabbitsweet. Both of them are JD fans, Russ fans, and they just pump those knights out and go for it. So unless we are gonna see Rabbit going with JD, how is the draft working right now for these matches?
So these,
is there any ban?
No bans. So for the first round,
No
which
ban.
are also just best of ones, there are no bans. So all of these players, they don't get to ban, they just have to play against whatever civ is picked by their opponent. Now, where this changes is when they go into the semis. And the reason we wanted to do it this way is just to allow players who might only be playing one civilization to not feel scared to enter and get their civilization taken away from them. Because as an English main, that would break my heart.
Okay, so mirrors are also possible.
Yes, mirrors are also possible. Luckily, I don't think any of these players play the same civ.
I think both of them play a lot of JD.
Yeah.
Rabbitsweet also played French and JD.
Rabbitsweet plays a little bit of everything, though. I would be... Now, on the other
She's
side...
scary.
Yeah, she is. And on the other higher ranked players, we can also see Peppino, Pigg, and Nostromia, which are also two big contenders. Nostromia absolutely cleaning up the FFA yesterday. Peppino, Pigg being, I would say, not the underdog, but definitely not the favorite to take this matchup. You've also played against these two. Who do you think is going to take this W?
Well, I played against Nostromia. It's been almost a year, I think, but we did play together in the 2v2s, right? And we did play against Peppino in that game. So I do think that she has a good idea of how Peppino plays, her style, either fast castle with Japan or a more turtle style with China, Shukiii. But Nostromia, she has a lot of cards in her deck.
Yes.
You know, she can do anything. She can do fast castle, she can also boom, and she plays many civs. So, if not all of them. So, yeah, I was about to say Malians was the civ that, the last civ that she played when I played against her. I was French and she was Malians. And I was a barely Diamond 1 when I faced her. I remember that game even. I managed to kill a few villagers from her and I was super excited. But she, in the end, just won, of course, because I didn't have the same idea that she has about the game. I didn't understand the game as she did at the time. So I would say that Nostrom is going to be a very hard opponent for Peppino.
Definitely. And I think Nostromia's style is very adaptable. She's probably the favorite to take this because of how adaptable she is, because of how she can adjust to what she sees her opponent doing. Peppino, I don't know if she has that adaptability in her heart just yet, but we'll see. Now, on the lower side, and I think both of these names you guys will recognize, Meowasis, who's an up-and-coming Age of Empires 4 streamer, Tam, who's my friend and who appears on my stream quite often. So she is going to face off against her. Now, the ranks, that is Tam's team rank, not her 1v1 rank. I think this is probably one of the closest matches that she is going to have here. So this definitely is not going to be an easy one for Tam to take, but I also think this is going to be a fun one to watch because both of these players have a lot of room for growth. Now, Meowasis being an English main, I have a feeling we're just going to see some English games, and Tam, it's Korean Ottomans I would be expecting from here. But guys, we are going to be hopping into our next match. And our next match, as Bella has foretold, with the Malians will be starting in 1 minute. And it's going to be Nostromia on the Malians and Peppino Pigg on China. Now, Malians versus China. As a Malians-ish player, I like playing against China. I think they're good because you can out-boom China even if they have Song Dynasty, and you can respond to what they're doing. So if China goes 2TC, now with the new Malians, you can go 2TC while cow booming. So what about you? Do you play either of these civilizations?
I don't play Chinese or sushi at all. Like
Really?
nothing at all. Berry sieves also, like I pass it, Ellie. I never really tried them for real. I play them when I play random. That's it. Malians I used to play before, but I am an old school Malian player. I like to play Pro Scouts into Farimba and just overcome the... As I said, I am quite aggressive. I don't like late games that you just make mass siege and have to sit behind stone walls. So I kind of try to end my game quickly. And Farimba was a good way to do it. But since the cow boom, I haven't really been playing them that much.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, the problem for a lot of people is understanding how to deal with what they're offering you. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going in and be seeing what Nostromia has on offer for Peppino Pigg, our boom queen.
She is indeed.
Now,
Parequeta.
she is going to try to boom against Nostromia. And the thing is, I think with Peppino's passive playstyle, she should be able to do this fine. She might say, okay, I know that this is going to be quite simple. I just need to outscale Malians and survive that castle power spike. Now, we know in the next patch that Malians is actually getting that Farimba change, where they get these unique units as well. Is this something that might encourage you to also play Malians again?
Definitely. I actually tested a little bit the Freeborn. I think it was Freeborn. It's a kind of Man-at-Arms with increased pierced armor. And I played that with Iceman. He played English, and I used that unit so we could see how well they do against mass longbow, for example. And was quite effective, if I may say so. So I might try it again, yes, and I would definitely then just go for Rimba. I would still make the ranches with the cows, but not necessarily like in a rush to just drop a landmark in between and in the middle and all that stuff. You know, you can slowly add them just for that plus food income. But definitely makes more appealing to go with the landmark now.
I can definitely see some really interesting plays coming out of this. Farimba coming back to our lives, definitely something I'm really hyped about. Now, the food usually on this map, because we see Nostromia didn't get all the sheep she wanted initially, while Peppino Pigg did have a little bit better of a scouting pattern early on. Now, Nostromia can make up for this. She should be able to clean up on her side at least, but Peppino is going to scout. Peppino is a little bit more aggressive on her side, trying to see what the Malians will be serving up. But that was actually a little bit of a different opening here. Malians usually opening only with 6 houses. Now opening with a house and a mining camp. Definitely not something I expected on my bingo card today.
Was it intentional? I wonder.
I don't know. See, this is the thing about people when they get to Conqueror. If you make mistakes, you ask yourself, how do I do better? How do I come back from this? How do I capitalize off of this? And maybe it's going to be a 2TC Malians. Maybe she does need that extra gold, and that's why she's leaving them here. Because early game, when you do overchop on the wood, you're like, okay, I might as well just go into it and see what happens. So honestly, it might be a 2TC Malians, or it might just be something we're not expecting at all.
Yeah, one thing you can do to avoid that, if for anyone playing Malians, you can just shift-click your villagers that are gathering that first wood. So you click on that tree and shift-click back to the sheep, and once that tree is gone, is eaten, they go automatically to the sheep. But again, as you said, maybe it was intentional. Maybe she wants to drop the TC as soon as she reaches feudal. I haven't seen this play before, so
Yeah,
let's see how she's gonna do it.
This was talked about to be one of the better things that might be coming out of Malians. And I'm actually super excited for that. If we could get some of that, that'd be great. Thank you very much, Twitch chat, to get a little bit more of the 2TC Malian plays. Because people thought it was going to be unbeatable. But honestly, after the first week, I didn't really see it on ladder again. People just went back to the cow boom and returned to their old habits. Now, Nostromia is going to be playing against the 2TC China, which we know is not an easy thing to do. And with Nostromia opening with 2 scouts, you definitely see that villager difference showing its head already. Because she had to wait and not produce a villager. And keeping in mind, these scouts are so expensive. I think this was a very, very heavy price for Nostromia to pay. Now, what I will be seeing here is we'll see a lot of this from Peppino Pigg, ensuring that she is scouting and knowing what is happening. Now, instantly, Nostromia plopping down the lumber camp, so her villagers don't need to run all the way to China, but it does look like she's put more on food. Now, I say this with a question mark in my heart because I have no idea why. Now, we see wheelbarrow instantly being clicked. We don't see double broadaxe. So now this brings us back to that question. Is this going to be the second TC? Now, over here, we don't have anyone back on the gold just yet. So we're not going to see that Song Dynasty anytime soon. But we are getting all these villagers on the wood to get enough wood for that second TC. Another very safe second TC coming out from Peppino Pigg. Now, that wheelbarrow about to kick in, double broadaxe also queued up, villagers pulled off of food back onto the wood, which means she is just going to be fine and getting a lot of wood. Now, the question is she going to be clicking horticulture, or is she going to go for that TC a little bit quicker to match the Chinese eco? The boys are being sent exactly back over here, but let's see where they're rallied towards. Rallied towards wood, actually. So now my question is Peppino just going to be feudal aggressive, or is she gonna let Malian do its thing? Now, again, Nostromia floating quite a bit of gold, but now with that amount of wood, I'm expecting that second TC to be plopped down anytime now, because we're at 450 gold right now. And getting a little bit of forestry, I think this might turn some heads and ask, hey, why are we getting this upgrade? I thought this was removed from the game. Now, for you guys that don't know, forestry is one of the upgrades that everybody says is absolutely useless, and the second TC is being popped down right now with the cow waiting for its own little ranch.
Yeah, or she's gonna eat that cow. She doesn't have that much sheep left.
Yeah, only a little bit of a sheep carcass over here. Yeah, the villagers have been tapping them pretty dry. Oh, but look at this aggressive pit mine from Nostromia. Now, this is an aggressive pit mine, mainly because it's forward, but she most likely just didn't want to put both of them on the same side, so it will make sure that Peppino has to move instead of just going straight for the face.
But this is also a complication for herself, right? It's easier to defend only one side than 2 sides. Exactly. Especially when you are 2TC and you're probably gonna have less units as well due to that.
Now, she's also being quite greedy over here, I would say, because she's not getting any production building just yet. She has a second TC. She has a lot of villagers on gold, trying to get as many cows as possible early on, but this is so risky, especially when your opponent is now making units and already on that 2 TC economy. Peppino Pigg now pushing out with these archers. She is loving these Chinese archers.
That's a lot on gold, though. For 2 pit mines, 13 on gold.
I'm guessing this is just because she knows she won't be able to get gold for a very long time. This is only limited edition gold. So maybe just trying to get as much gold as possible to get all the cows she can, and queuing up yet another cow. She's trying to get as many as possible now onto the wood, so she should be able to produce a production building at some point soon in the future. But the stables have now been activated.
Yeah, and I imagine we are soon gonna see an archery range start producing some javelins. There it goes. First production building incoming.
You know your Malian players. Now,
Javelins is a fun unit, isn't it?
they are so fun. Especially if she would go and put a double archer range down, but she is not that feisty. She's going onto the berry. She doesn't want to eat those cows. She says, those cows are holy, and I will only let them generate their own little food. Now, second archery range? Oh no, double stable. She has not been scared of sofas. She's been making those, and I know people are saying, hey, you shouldn't make sofas in feudal age. But Nostromia, she doesn't listen to that. She loves her feudal age sofas.
I think she just likes the cavalry. She likes the mobility that you can get from it. I mean, I'm surprised with 2 of them. 2 stables is quite a bit. Or maybe she's gonna go even with some pro scouting. Yeah, she's getting warrior scouts, isn't she?
Yes, that
She
would
just
be...
got the... Yeah. She's gonna go with some scouts.
That's a really good idea, especially considering that she will have a limited gold. I say limited gold, but she's doing pretty well on the gold front. She's now getting the javelin throwers, but guys, javelin throwers are gold. So she can't produce too many units that are just gold units. So definitely going to see a sofa here and there, but I agree with you, Bella. The right move would probably be to get a few warrior scouts, especially if there are no spearmen in the mix here. And I only see 2 for now, and a lot of horses. Now, with these archers, they are a little bit out of position, and these warrior scouts are going to do a good set of damage to them. That is the wondrous thing about these scouts. They are pretty spicy. And now this costing you 3 archers, and now she's back on gold already. The cow boom will continue. While the pit mine is being burned here at the top. Sorry guys, my English just died alongside that. And the horses do get their value, but now the question is, did she give Nostromia too much time to start that boom? And now she's slowly going to be able to catch up. Because Peppino, Pigg now in Song Dynasty, she's going to keep up with these villagers, but still, those are cows. They're going to be good in late feudal and even early castle.
Yeah, I feel like the cavalry plus javelins is a little bit of overdoing against archers, right? What is she gonna do against cavalry if Peppino really, or spears? She is actually just making spears now. She doesn't have a proper counter, right, to horsemen and spears.
Yeah.
At least at the moment.
So Nostromia, I agree with you. I think so too. I think Nostromia is confident in where she is right now as a player. She's like, hey, I can take anything you throw at me. But I don't think she's expecting the castle rush throw at her. And we see Peppino Pigg now putting down those walls as well. We know what deals well with Malians. And those are usually mangonels, but Nest of Beasts, they're right up there. Because those things are just as spicy. Now, these sofas will be able to find some villages, but not get any kills because the Barbican is quite aggressively placed here.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that you want to think about when playing Malians, right, is always you don't want to make more units than you have to defend yourself. So that's why normally people just make some spears and some javelins, enough to defend their pit mine, and just go castle. That's usually what you see. And we can see that the sofas, she has 2 more sofas in queue, but it delayed the castle age quite a little bit. Even though it gives her some freedom on the map, some control. And if Peppino is not paying attention, she's gonna lose that. Imperial Bishop, yep. Yeah, now she has to use them, because she has 4 more in queue. And 3 javelins, okay. So she is not really aiming for the castle soon. I thought she was gonna stop making units, but I guess not.
The thing is, she could cancel those units and instantly click castle, but she wants to be a little bit aggressive, and I think This is just because of that weird Chinese position now that you know that they're getting villages a little bit faster. My cows have started ticking because this cow boom is almost done. So you see now the food ticking. Even though she's queuing up this many, she's still able to fully get Castle Age. Now, the farm transition has started for Peppino Pigg, but she doesn't really have an answer to these sofas. Her answer has been walls, but Nostromia is not scared of walls. She's going to run right through and try to get to your farms anyway.
Yeah, Peppino is going to advance now towards the pit mines from both sides. I think horses on one side and spears and archers on the other. Yeah.
The horses being so mobile should be able to do quite a bit of damage here, and they don't know about these villagers going for deer. Now, the horses do get shut down a little bit by these sofas because even though they might be horsemen, they're not upgraded, and they're not going to be able to deal with these very chunky little sofas. Within these numbers, they might get a kill, but these will just be increasing. And at the same time, we see again Nostromia being that aggressive player. She's just able to do damage at more than one side. But Peppino Pigg has something in store for her as well. Taking a bit of damage here. The sofas do go down. The horses prevail. But they definitely slowed down this destruction of the pit mine, giving them that value back that they needed. And looking at these sofas at the back, they are still doing an amazing job at keeping this bill count pretty even. And when you're China on 2TC, you do not want to be even on bills. Against Malians, especially.
Yeah, indeed. And even if the villager count is it's even, for Malians it doesn't mean it, right? For Malians it means that you're ahead because you do have that passive food and gold income, meaning you kind of have invisible villagers for yourself.
Those invisible villagers tick just as fast now with the Volanica roll getting online. And we can see here now the sofa upgrade instantly being clicked. Now guys, I don't know if you've ever played against these armored sofas, but man, they are scary. The horseman composition from Peppino Pigg is just not going to cut it. The farm transition again, starting out very, very well. But this is going to be very short-lived if she doesn't find a lot of good damage against Malians. Because Malians, as we now will see, that food per minute is something nothing can compare with. And she doesn't have a nest of bees that's going to deal with this mass that's about to enter her base.
Indeed, and it's so much food, it's actually hard to spend it, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a lot of food. And I usually skip Castle Age just because I don't have an answer. I don't have anything to build with all that food. So I think this is also something that a lot of people are not sure of what to do. And Nostromia has the answer. She says, I'm just going to queue up 6 warrior scouts because they just cost food. And then I'm going to have such a big mass. We're going to see this number jump and overtake Peppino Pigg's military in a moment. These guys being quite aggressive, villagers trying to get some desperate walls up.
Yeah,
But the
she didn't see it.
Yeah, Sofa's already inside, and she's about to get a surprise onto her resources. She does get a few villages of her own there. But Nostromia is focused on shutting down some other things. She does get the Wall of Law, but the Wall of Law won't complete. And unfortunately, these gold villages are next now, because there's so many pings going around the map. This is going to be really hard for Peppino Pigg to notice, and luckily she does. More farms being built.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very Peppino Pigg playstyle. She just wants to wall off as much as she can so that she doesn't have to keep her units in her base, right? But I also at the same time feel like the walls are a little bit greedy. If you consider that Nostromia also has cavalry around, because she won't be able to defend that wall, right? Like on the left where she's walling right now. Yeah, they can just break that wall at any point and just go in.
And you can see this.
So sometimes when you're playing against cavalry, yeah, you want to keep your walls a little bit tighter and easier to defend, so that yeah, this kind of units, so that the units just don't cross the walls like they did now and bother your economy. And you can even expand slowly, right? You can make like tight walls and then make more layers, increasing the range of your domain of your lands.
Exactly. You get to a point where you're like, okay, I need a layer, I need another layer. I'm playing against a civilization that is very aggressive and a player who's very aggressive. And now Malians is doing exactly what they need to do to stay ahead in this game. We now see 31 villages destroyed by Nostromia. That is such a huge number. And if it wasn't for the Song Dynasty, this would look very, very uneven. And though I think it is very uneven already. This is going to be a very dangerous game here, but at the same time, Peppino Pigg is looking for some damage. It just doesn't feel like she has the units to do any damage of sorts. Now, exactly what you mentioned before, these walls are greedy. She can burn through them and have access to the whole base, because there are no other layers out here.
Exactly, and I wonder what Nostrum is gonna do about the palace guards that are coming as well. I wonder, Peppino could actually invest a little bit more on those. Because she doesn't have an answer, she doesn't even have barracks right now, does she? No. So she can't make Muzaffari warriors against them. I feel like this would be a point that she could explore. Just go for palace guards.
And with your palace guards raids and no Muzaffaris being there to support this, definitely a good way to try and make a comeback, but man, she's actually cleaning up a little bit of these sofas, but keeping in mind, horsemen don't do that well against this. The Shukiii are trying to pierce as much as they can of that armor, but the armor is tightly packed. Palace guards doing quite a bit of damage, but we can see Nostromia is able to replace her army and still float a lot of resources. Peppino is barely scraping by.
Yeah, that was a very bad fight in front of Nostromia's base. She lost a lot of units there.
Now, if you're fighting under a TC, you need to be very, very convinced that you're going to do some damage. Usually the TC is not where you want to be attacking because you can't significantly do damage here. You want to ask yourself, how can I hurt my opponent the most? And that would usually be, when playing against Malians, gold. You go for the gold. So now we just have sofas that are even running into the TCs because they know I just need to get into the base and we're good to go.
And 28 sofas out there. That's scary.
That is. And Peppino might get this false sense of security with her whole army moving forward, picking up a few of these and then seeing this huge army behind her. Like, hey, these guys are coming for my face. The thing is, even if Nostromia loses all of these, you can see her resource bank. She is very happy just replacing them. And the keep drop, very aggressive from Nostromia. She doesn't even let Peppino get a little tower up to make sure that her wall is protected. A layer would be very nice right now. And also protection here at the back to make sure that these sofas don't eat everything in their path. They're just getting a villager here, getting a villager there, and we're almost up to 40 villagers killed. Now 43. She is just looking at kills because she knows exactly what's going to happen. She's gonna get further and further ahead.
Yeah, it's just it's a common mistake as well, right? You wall the sides of your base, and you feel like you have, I don't know, a TC in the middle, and then you don't wall that front, or you have the Barbican in the front, or some defensive landmark in the front, and you don't wall it. But what happens is cavalry and units that have that resistance to ranged attack, they just pass through. They don't care. They just go through, go to the back of your base. They can harass your trade if you have any, the wood lines. They can reach anything. They just have to... Maybe they're going to lose one unit to the fire, right? But that's it. And then they're through and you have nothing else to defend. So maybe she has to consider just finish the wall tightly because, yeah, that wall didn't really resist much. And so that she can stay safe in order to do damage herself. Ooh, she's gonna lose that goat too now.
Yeah, she might, but the thing is, these villages are actually gonna go down. I was about to say, but the sofas are ready to support. So, with the sofas here, they should be able to stop these lancers and get this thing up. But the villagers, if they were pulled, they possibly could have stopped this. The villagers are fighting. Ooh, I thought they were gonna fight back for a second here. But Nostromia attacking from all sides. And as we know, guys, Crackety would say, there are keeps everywhere. Absolutely no space on this map that Nostromia does not want to claim. It is a keep creep, exactly, Theory, exactly.
Yeah, that's a sense of the game that Nostromia has, right? She's just taking the map for herself. She's keeping Peppino busy in her base, just harassing. And meanwhile, while the Peppino's units are trying to defend, she's just taking the map, throwing keeps everywhere. And Peppino is actually moving out with her units instead of going to defend. Yeah, her units are all there.
She needs to do some critical
Yeah.
damage, and she knows it. Otherwise, this is over. But at the same time, she needs to defend. The villagers are just falling like flies at this point. There's no towers to fire at these guys. They're just getting their best time back here, snacking on any villager who dares look at them a little bit funny.
Exactly. And again, this is kind of a secondary benefit from the raids she's doing, right? She's just sending her units in the back of Peppino's base, but again, the main objective is map control. It's not that she wants to finish the game with those units, she just wants to keep Peppino's army busy so that she can take map control. And Peppino notices, right? She's trying to deny some of the control on the right here. The gold, she needs that gold.
She needs that gold. She needs a bit of this map, and just this keep is going to deny so much. The idle time that she got out of this, yes, she lost their villages, but she had a lot more to go, and we know Malians, they don't care about losing that many villagers. So it is definitely not a super successful keep creep just yet, but she's doing exactly what she needs to do. And behind all this, going for the Griot Bara, not something we've seen out of Malians too much, because you usually want to get that control with your keep, but she already has the control of the map. She doesn't need any more. She's going to be able to activate that Griot Bara and get a lot of bonuses to finish this game off.
Exactly. I feel like another keep wouldn't bring so much to Nostromia right now. She already has that control. Plus, the Fortress of the Huntress, it gives benefits to infantry units, right? Like Muzaffari and so on with the first strike ability. And she doesn't even have barracks right now. She doesn't really need that bonus. So the Griot Bara is gonna give her benefits in unit production speed, villager production speed, and even siege attack speed. She can get a lot of damage with siege if she activates that festival.
Yeah, and the festival being so cheap, only 300 gold, when Malians knows they're actually fine spending gold. So for those of you who don't know and have never seen it, the food gather rate can be increased, which means you just get more food. That's pretty great. Unit production, imagine how many units you can just pump out. And then finally, you can increase the damage of torches and your siege as well. Now that just means that if you're gonna go and burn down things on this map, you're gonna do it in style. And with the amount of sofas we have on the board, it would not surprise me that she is just gonna increase torch damage and keep pumping. But with all those resources, she could also just increase production speed and take down anything in her path.
Yeah, I feel like that second keep there is a little bit of an overkill. She could have dropped that keep on top of the Peppino's production a little bit downwards. She could be more aggressive with it because she can remake anything she loses, and you know there's already a keep on that gold anyway. And there's a trap already hitting that keep, so maybe she could have, even on the right, she could just have crypted that keep somewhere, yeah, to defend that fight or something like that. Yeah,
this is not the most optimal fight here for Nostromia, but keeping in mind she just hit Imperial. She's got 25 sofas in queue. This is going to be fine for her, but Peppino, this is probably her only opening to get back into this, especially when losing all of her army. But Nostromia should be able to come back and just explode in resources yet again. Let's see if she's activated anything on the Griot Bar. Not yet.
Yeah, she doesn't have the gold for it because she's using for the upgrades. Okay, now she would have. She's getting biology as well. I feel like she just wants to guarantee the upgrades first and then just pump those units, right? Or even for the siege. Oh, I love doing that, by the way. When you see your opponent gathering gold or stone somewhere in the map, you can actually just kill the mining camp, you know, because the villagers are gonna go so far. Sometimes people don't realize, and then the villagers are gonna have to walk forever to deliver that gold or that stone. So it's a nice move there. I mean, if it actually died, it didn't. Oh, is she gonna fix it?
The thing is, people usually don't notice. So even
Don't
when you're at
realize.
siege, when you're standing outside your opponent's base, usually I love to doing this to English. So whenever the English is just living his best life, you take that trebuchet and you kill the mills. So in Imperial Age, they don't get any gold from the farms. It's so satisfying, and they never ever notice. So, as an English player,
Exactly, especially because villagers you can just remake super quick, right? But in the middle of the fight, it's harder, or it's not that instinctive to think, oh, I have to redo my economy building, for gathering. It's not something on top of your head. And it can actually be a lot of damage in the end. Burning farms and when there's not a lot of wood can be even better than killing villagers sometimes.
Oh, and she wants that control. Peppino Pigg doesn't realize. She's about to realize. The village. These are just auto-running. Oh, she's like, oh, I should probably do something about this. But the gold she's getting might be the last gold she's getting on this map. And she's going to have to rely on these Imperial officials from here on out, because that keep is going up and there's no way to stop it. She's trying to with the units from the side, but this keep is about to pop. The Sacred Site timer also ticking. It's going to be quite hard for her to get anything back into this base. The villagers are trying to mine for their last bit of their life. She spent all her resources not going in, but rather just making stuff to try and clear up this Malian army.
And now Sacred Site is also taken. All of them are taken by Nostromia, which puts another pressure on Peppino.
Peppino does have a few relics, but usually relics cannot produce enough units to deal with a very heavy Malian army as this. Now, the trebuchet coming from the clock tower, meaning it's going to be extra feisty. It should be able to do a bit of damage, but not for long, because we have a lot of horses here. These are going to burn right down and go take down these trebuchets themselves. It's even trying to get a little bit of control by getting some towers, to have some vision. She's just locked inside her base right now. And Peppino loves being in her base, but nobody loves being in their base this much.
So she's still rallying to that goal. That's unfortunate. Villagers are just getting caught in the middle of the war there.
She realizes, I've lost my trebuchets. I don't have gold to remake them. And that is just gonna be Nostromia showing quite a bit of dominance in this tournament. As we said before, Peppino Pigg being one of the more favorite players to take this. She also had that point where Malians just outboomed. The moment Malian hits castle, we can see it was just economy, economy, economy. And it's so hard to catch up. Those SOFA raids have just done so much to this economy as well. You can see every single SOFA raid crippling Peppino along the way. Now guys, Peppino also going to be in the Outback Octagon. So two of the players we see here, I guess you see me as well because I'm sitting here. Three of these players you see today are going to be playing in the Outback Octagon as well. So this should be a fun one to see that these girls are actually quite dominant in their field of AoE. And my camera is not working yet again. I give up, guys. I don't know what it is.
No, don't leave me alone.
Don't worry. It's restarting. Guys, Cow is coming to visit me. Not just Cow, this Theory, this Voldemort, this Cascade. We're having a party and it's going to be great, and my computer is going to get fixed. I trust they will do everything in their power to fix everything in my life. Thank you very much, you guys.
You're gonna have some VIP IT tech support in your house.
Honestly, I think this is exactly what I needed to survive. Now, I see the other games were also finished, and I just wanted to look at the outcomes of them. And I see some match history being hidden, so we can't even see exactly what went down. But let's quickly go look on start.gg. So I see that Lyra... Oh, let's go check it out. Oh, give me a second. I just want to refresh. So the match being taken by... Ooh, I don't know if they've been updated. Lyra and Nostromia being on my screen. I have no idea what's happening. Where is the update? Oh no. Start.gg, guys, it died today, and now I will really hope that they figure out their problems from here on out. So Rabbitsweet was playing against Lyra the last round. And I'm really hoping to see that Rabbitsweet was able to keep Lyra in check. Because Rabbitsweet, she's been an absolute destruction. Oh, she's actually conked 2 at the moment as well. Oh my goodness. Rabbitsweet.
She's dangerous.
She is. And she also picked English. Oh, I can just imagine how Lyra felt picking Aobits herself. Oh my goodness. So, definitely a very scary matchup to face. But guys, we will be going to a short break, and after this, we will be back with a few more games. I just need to go and check what is going on with all our matchups. Bella, thank you for joining, and also tell people what's coming out on your YouTube channel soon.
Oh yeah, Malian civilization comparison to history, real life history is coming up. I'm gonna finish the video probably today or tomorrow.
And then people can enjoy the actual Malian history. Can you give us a little tidbit to understand what is going to be? What did Malians do? What is cool? What is not cool?
So, just important to remark is that our sources in history of the Malians or Africa in general, they are very limited. And most of the information we have is like orally transmitted through poets, through music and stuff like that. So there's a little bit of myth going on, and of course stories kind of change when it goes from mouth to mouth, right? But I did my best. It's not really a civilization which the landmarks are all completely based in real life structures, but more in concepts and culture and aspects of their lives, like the griot bara, right? A griot is actually a poet, like a musician, and that's like a bard to us mostly. Everyone knows what a bard is, so they would tell stories with their music and take the tradition forward. So yeah, that's a little bit of a hint of something I'm going to talk about, this landmark and all the other ones, and the units as well, trying to show how they look like in real life.
So do you think that, from your research, do you think that the AoE devs got it right?
Malians?
Yeah.
Kinda, but for example, Muzaffari is not really a thing. Like, the design of the unit is based in a different empire, and there weren't actually fighting women in the Mali Empire. It was from a different one. And you can even call them Amazons, actually. That's what they were. They were Amazons. That's where the term comes from. But from a different century, from a different empire. But I cover all of this in the video. So they messed up a bit.
It's okay, guys. That's exactly what we need, to call out these devs and get Cow to fix them. There's a meme currently. I don't know if you know about this, Bella. We're calling Cow a dev. Where like Cow needs to fix his game because he's the Reddit admin, and everybody's just blaming Cow for everything. I think he likes it. We'll find out, I guess. So Cow, come watch Bella's video so you can fix your game. Thank you.
Yeah, I think some of the concepts of the game were brought from Age of Empires 2 without much more thought put into it. So there's also that factor to take into consideration, right?
Well, guys, we'll see you again in like 5 minutes or so. I'm just looking at the Swiss system that is currently stuck and hoping that our admin can perform some magic. So guys, see you in a bit. Bye. Guys, we are joined by our Chad caster from yesterday, Shukiii. Shukiii, can you do a...
Oh man.
Shukiii. Can you do an uwu, Shukiii?
Uwu?
Oh my god,
Was that good? That was pretty good. I learned from you. Because you're kind of the expert in general, right?
That is quite interesting. I'm very surprised. You did a really good job at that uwu. Oh my goodness. Wait.
Yes, thank you.
I just have a question. Did Mizzsazza beat Deepshine?
No, that was a problem on my end, no.
Okay. No, I was just very scared. So guys, you are hearing our admin here talk in the back, which is fine. Whatever. We just need to make sure we update our scores. I was about to say, guys, we're dead. If someone beats Deepshine, what's gonna happen? So, the next matchups that we're gonna have today, and this is now where we're gonna start following a little bit of the top players here as well. So Deepshine and Nostromia are up next.
Ooh, your two
No,
nemesis.
not Deepshine. Oh, I just misread. I misread. It's Rabbitsweet. Rabbitsweet is also a nemesis of mine. There we go.
Are they all your nemesis?
Yes, I think so.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
They're
Fair
all
enough.
scary, Shukiii. They're so scary.
Am I also your nemesis?
No, I can beat you in my sleep. You know that. Guys, Shukiii has like he's like 0-16 against me at the moment. And
What do you
he's
mean?
just
That is
goofing.
so not true. That is pure slander. That is so not true. We're like what? Maybe like 3 and 6 or 7 or something.
Maybe.
I've beaten you, but it's just because you're abusing English, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I say as I beat him on 3 different civilizations. Katesma, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it, good sir. Now, guys, we have Rabbitsweet and Nostromia competing, and we have another set of scary women that are out to destroy, and that's going to be Peppino, Pigg, and Lyra. Now, I will let Twitch chat decide. Are we going for Peppino, Pigg, and Lyra, or are we going to watch Nostromia and Rabbitsweet take it out on one another? I'm actually, let me just quickly see if I can bring up the others, because we have Meowasis and Deepshine as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of hype ones going in, because I know Meowasis being one of the new community members that people are absolutely loving. And Deepshine, who everybody fears. So that's how I will describe Deepshine for the rest of my life. So, what do you think, Shukiii? Who do you think is going to be the pog match of the show today?
Not sure. I mean, you know, being kind of part of the French community, I gotta say, Lyra has to be a favorite to watch always, right? But obviously Nostromia and Rabbitsweet are 2 very, very good players too. And Meowasis, I'm not too familiar with her. But yeah, I mean, they all seem like really good matches, right? So I think we can't really go wrong with anything anyways.
Exactly. I think Lyra and Peppino might be the 2 closest ranked between all of these players. And yes, we are going to choose... I think that's a good choice, because both of these players are going to be playing in the Outback Octagon next week. And let's see which lady will prevail. Now, when we were talking about the people who were invited, Lyra is just... She's been such a strong pillar in our female tournaments. So she was... of course, a very obvious choice. But Peppino, also because we wanted some Australian representation. She's been in all of our events as well. She's been playing with the pro players. She's always made it to the top 8. And she's always been such a sweet part of the community. She also streams. So we wanted to, or they wanted to make sure that we bring that representation all the way from the land down below where everything is upside down. So she can dominate in some FFAs too. So, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it should be like an interesting playstyle clash too, right? Because Lyra is like pretty aggressive. She likes to go, you know, out on the map with Cav and stuff, and Peppino is a bit more of a boomer. You know, in the boomy sense.
You can't just call people boomers, Shukiii.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I mean in game.
Oh no, both of these players. I agree with you. Their playstyles are perfect for this matchup to go through. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So I think it should be pretty interesting to see who's gonna prevail, right? Because it's always fun. I guess, you know, at the very, very, very high level, defense usually wins, but in that slightly under the top level, it's a bit different. Aggression tends to pay off a bit more. So I think it's always interesting to see, right?
Yeah, and I think Lyra is also a player who, she does have her flaws, right? Everybody has their flaws. We're not the top of the top. Let's be real. But Lyra, she does, when she's being aggressive, I think her weakness might be when she's struggling to defend herself against any attackers. While Peppino, she loves defending, but she is susceptible to those knights. Anything that's chonky and can clap her in half, she needs to be careful of those. Now, guys, we are heading in. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the top left, or I guess it's like northwest-ish. It's west-northwest, technically. Peppino Pigg is sitting here in red. The fierce Chinese civilization picker, all the way from Australia. And Shukiii, tell us about this beautiful woman.
In the east, with the yellow color, we have Lyralia with the French accent, playing the French, I guess one of her staple civilizations, right? So we have two players playing their, I guess what is probably their main, both of them, I think.
Mm-hmm. Lyra has definitely shown her dominance on French, and do you think it's because of her blood?
I mean, probably, right? There's gotta be a boost from playing your own civilization, I'm sure.
Definitely adds
Isn't,
to
by the way, isn't HRE isn't Serbia part of HRE? I think it was, right?
You are asking a South African immigrant to Serbia whether we were part of the Holy Roman Empire back in the day when I barely knew that World War II happened until I moved to Europe. So, no, Shukiii, I have no idea.
Well, maybe chat knows. Maybe chat can tell us.
But my immigration skill I haven't stretched that far. Don't think it was. I think we were part more of the Ottoman region. Yeah, we were conquered by the Ottoman players. So guys, Shukiii is also coming to visit me very soon, and then we'll show him a little bit of the Ottoman history here. I'm excited to show our Belgian Chad, as we saw his picture earlier, what the Ottoman history looks like. What were you guys part of?
That's actually a good question. I mean, probably the French Empire, I would guess, at some point. Yeah, it has to be French, right?
Yeah, because of your language?
I mean, yes, probably. There has to be some history there. I'm guessing speaking French myself. But no, I think so, right? But Belgium is one of those countries that has switched, has been kind of conquered by everyone through its history. So it's kind of hard to say at which point it was what. But I would say French probably during those centuries, you know, that era. It has to be French, I would guess.
Okay, all right. Well, now we got a little bit of a guesstimate history lesson from both Whamen and Shukiii. They're definitely not experts, but I really hope you guys got your Google pads out. So every nation.
Don't try this at home.
See, this is where we need ChatGPT integrated into AOE or integrated into our voices. So basically like a Siri. Actually, isn't the new this is not a plug for iPhones, guys, but isn't the new Siri incorporated with AI? Oh, Shukiii is an Android person, aren't you? You're an Android.
Yeah, I don't know about iPhone.
Oh no.
I'm an Android maximalist. To be honest.
Oh.
Yes.
I like that you use that word, but Shukiii, we are seeing a little bit of a discrepancy here with the little sheep situation. A little bit less. I guess Lyra has a total of 9, whereas Peppino is just drowning in 3 extras. And I know that isn't a big difference, but French is a civilization that needs this. And I don't think her DS packs are giving me any she's gonna be fine vibes. I feel like Peppino got the Marine Lord spawn here.
I mean, yes, for sure, but looking at this right now, it seems like we have a 1 TC versus maybe... Oh, no, she's going 2 TC also, it seems, Lyra. So we're gonna have double TC for both of them, but early on, French should have the map control, right? So she should be able to get those deer, and even if it's a bit scary, there's 2 deers and 1 boar that are very close to each other, so in theory it shouldn't be too hard for her to defend that position, right?
Now, I wanted to point out the fact that she didn't have enough food for the first night, which means that she's actually going to be a bit slowed down with denying.
That is true. That is kind of late for a first night at 450 there. Yeah. Usually you kind of want to queue that around like 410. I mean, depending on your build, right? But going with the wheelbarrow there, she's a bit delayed, which is normal. But even still, like 410, 420 should be good enough for that first night, I guess.
Now, this first night is going to be so important in keeping Peppino at bay. And this is something that BC told me about recently. How some players, when they know they're playing against French and they're also going to TC, they are very greedy and don't go for that initial barracks, which can actually just lose you the game. So the fact that Peppino went ahead and got a barracks is actually a very good sign to what's to come, I would say. She's already showing she knows how to deal with French. And I really hope she
Yeah,
does.
because a lot of times people can maybe like underestimate how quick that knight can come in your base and how much damage it can do. And like French can get an advantage so fast if you don't, you know, if you are a bit too confident in being able to defend yourself without units. So I think it's probably a very good choice here to get those spears out and give you a bit more liberty to place that TC wherever you want.
Now, I'm expecting Lyra to use this ability, to get her TC out onto the food, because she is going to run out very, very quickly. The beastie spawn she got here at the back just means that if you're English and you had farms, it would be fine. But this is such a very vulnerable place for her, because we saw what Peppino did last game as well. She goes for a second TC and instantly starts being aggressive. She gets her knights out, she gets her horsemen out, she gets her archers out, and she starts to harass. And second TCs just don't hit the same way they did before. The range is a little bit shorter, and it's just not going to be able to protect those villagers who are desperately trying to cling on to deer.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely way harder to just drop a TC in the middle of the map. It used to be the meta before. But I think, you know, Peppino going with 2 TC herself, I think she should be fine in the early game at least to have that TC safe. And it's pretty good TC, there's a whole lot of resources around it, you know, there's that deer pack and that boar a bit further away there, so I think should be okay.
Yeah, French is a civ that needs to just have that freedom to be everywhere. And I love what Peppino's doing here, those spearmen standing at the ready at every part where Lyra wants to harass. Dropping down a second barracks instead of the usual... Okay, Shukiii, I need you to take over. Gigi Dog is having a seizure, so I'll be right back.
Ooh, Gigi Dog, let's pray for Gigi Dog chat. But yes, unfortunately I cannot move, I don't have the observer, so we're kind of gonna be stuck here for a bit. But so what? Yes, definitely. So with 2 knights versus 5 spears, so we'll have to see what Lyralia descends to do. I guess she should be going into archers pretty soon, right? And we can see that definitely Peppino Pigg has experience playing that matchup, because she's not underestimating those knights at all. She's walling very early, making sure that those knights cannot roam free on the map. So I think for Lyra right now, it's gonna be a bit of a waiting game. She's getting the blacksmith, so definitely she's looking to be aggressive now. This is not gonna be a rush to castle, it seems. So let's see what is she gonna try and ram? Maybe it looks like it's a pretty hard spot to ram, right? And more archery ranges. Yeah, definitely. That double archery range is probably needed. It's usually the standard play, I would guess, unless you want to go into Mass Knight.
Now, I'm back,
But it
guys.
can be...
Gigi Dog is
Oh.
fine. She just had an epic. But it's gonna be okay.
Okay.
Now the question here is double archery range from Lyra. Is this going to be able to shut down this attack completely? So, especially because we see a No Song Dynasty here from Peppino Pigg, so she doesn't have that boost in the faster villager production, even though she had the early second TC.
Yeah, right now French with that, you know, the faster villager production they get naturally as a bonus should be able to normally equalize that that villager count that Peppino got from getting her TC up a bit faster. But yeah, I've seen it pretty common, you know, as French, where you get those knights out very early, but then you kind of stop the knight production and go very, very heavily into archers, kind of hoping that your opponent gets baited into making many spears, you know, being scared of those knights. So it looks like that's kind of what she's doing right now, because she's not making more knights, even though she has the resources. It looks like she might actually be going to castle.
Now, this is actually a very good move by Lyra, I believe. Now, the question is she going to go for the Guild Hall? Is she actually going to go for the Royal Institute to get those very, very aggressive knights and not play the late game? If you're French in this position, what do you choose?
I would guess Guild Hall is probably better, right? Because she just... Like the Royal Institute is good when you have a lot of knights already on the field, right? And you can instantly get them kind of like budget Imperial Knights. So right now she only has 2 knights, so I would guess the guild hall is probably the way to go. Yeah, and she goes with the guild hall, which I think makes sense. And versus the Chinese civilization, which is gonna get that Barbican up at some point, I would guess. You kind of want that extra economic boost. Ooh, but a very nice harass from the spears there.
Peppino doing a beautiful surround, and that just shows exactly what this woman has in store for us. She's going yet again, and with these spearmen, she will be able to see that guild hall too. The Knights, though, says, okay, we need to find some damage too now, and they might even be able to pick up one of these, but don't spot them in that moment. These boys also getting a very decent surround. Peppino Pigg definitely showing up right now.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see what you were talking about, right? That players that are used to being very aggressive sometimes tend to a bit, you know, underestimate the opponent from themselves being aggressive on you. And yeah, right now it looks like she's a bit steering from the amount of units that Peppino has made early on.
Yeah, the idle villages here are adding up because we see 26 idols just running around trying to survive. Even though she's hit that castle age, she just needs to stay alive here. But Peppino, at the back of this, she's actually perfectly getting to castle age herself.
Yeah,
now,
indeed.
She'll be able to match this and even produce more units because we know China has a really good time of changing their ways and going straight into farms from here. And I feel like French just doesn't have that choice right now. Lyra, definitely a lot of idle time, and we see 5 villages lost. I don't know if there was some idle time on these TCs either.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look like they're producing actually. One of them at least isn't. But yeah, so for sure 5 villages killed, that's, you know, pretty good early on like this. Is definitely gonna hurt Lyra. But at the same time, Peppino kinda lost all of her units under the TC. So I'm not sure if it was a good trade. I'm guessing it's probably good to kill those villages, but it's not like that cut and dry, right?
Yeah, exactly. And she's getting the Song Dynasty right after. I'm so glad she decided to go that way, just to make sure that she can actually keep up with these vills, even though she's already in the lead. Thank you very much, APM Max, for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate the support on the channel. Now, guys, Peppino Pigg, she's hungry, and she's not ready to transition to farms just yet. As we can see, that Barbican being on the deer, she's also protecting these with it as well. Just because of the presence here of the Barbican, it does slow you down.
Yeah, definitely. And I think she needs that Barbican, right? Because French with that faster Ville production every age, now that they're in Castle Age, I'm pretty sure that 2TC French is about the same as 2TC Song. So the Ville should kind of stay equal right now. As long as everybody's producing constantly, right?
Exactly. As long as she keeps producing vills, she should be good. But now I'm really wondering whether Lyra is going to run into this army. Because her army is a lot scarier, right? She can take this out so easily. Now, she does on the minimap see that the deer was attacked, but doesn't decide to go there out. But now, with these units moving towards a base, this is going to be a little bit more tough. But she has got a lot of gold. It feels like she's going somewhere, and I really hope it's not Imperial already. Would it be? Oh no, she gets the knight upgrade. Alright,
no, she probably wants a lot of upgrades, yeah, I'm guessing. 20 on gold for French in Castle seems pretty okay. They can also go into, you know, Arbaletrie pretty fast. That's usually what they want to do at some point, so they definitely need a lot of gold. But yeah, and you can see Lyra with no walls, you know, as a kind of a typical French player who's used to having map control.
At the moment, you don't have to worry about your opponent raiding you. You get so comfortable with that, assuming that everyone will be the same. But Peppino is showing that
this is kind of what happens to me all the time.
So guys, just for reference, Shukiii is a Mongol player, so he's never heard of a wall in his life. And I can definitely see why French would also be a struggle going from that. These veteran archers also cleaning up that horse very well, but we don't have +1 on those just yet, so they're not doing as much of the damage as I imagined they would. But like you said earlier, this TC was so safe, or because she was kind of being aggressive here. No damage was done to it too much here, but it did protect this gold too. So now this bad spawn that we talked about, she's actually in an okay situation here.
Yeah, definitely. But we can see Peppino keeps sending like small armies left and right, and that's definitely very annoying to deal with when you're just kind of trying to secure the map with a big main army in the middle.
Oh, and the wolf is coming to help kill that villager.
Ay.
I feel like that's kind of discrimination. Really. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, I can't tell you how many veils I've lost to wolves, like all the time. I never see that that notification. I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever, just a wolf.
Just a wolf. It's doing 1 damage at a time. Their vills will prevail. The problem is if he sends that villager out again, he chooses a healthy one. If you send the other one out again, oh, I say that Peppino is ready to snack. And this is the problem with French. You gotta move out of your base.
Yeah. Yeah, she really needed those walls. Maybe, maybe that quick castle was maybe not such a good idea. Maybe if she had made a bit more units, she could have grabbed map control and walled off. But yeah, right now it's getting pretty hard because getting kicked out of food as French is really not comfortable.
Oh, definitely not. With the moment you get to this point where you're like, oh, I can't get food, you're like, okay, I need farms, but you're like, oh, I don't really have the resources to go farms. Although,
yeah,
she does
getting farmed that early as French.
600 wood, she could plop down a few. I know I'm not a very optimizing a farm place person because I believe in placing farms really early with all my civilizations. But I'm a firm believer of it's time to place down a farm when you're floating some wood. So Lyra, oh, she had more or less the same idea for a second there. And now they're just thinking about the decision. They're like, it's early. I don't want to make farms this early. It's too early.
Yeah, they're still thinking about it. Like, should I? But yeah, she's in a bit of a rough spot, and that the villager league is also not getting any smaller, right? That's like almost 30 vil. That's gonna be rough to come back from.
Exactly, and it's not like Lyra lost that many, but it just shows you the power of Song Dynasty and also the power of idle TCs. So I think Lyra definitely had an idle TC here and there, and it's just because, sometimes we forget it. Sometimes we don't have enough food, and when we click again, a lot of time has passed.
Yeah, exactly. Right now you can see she has 0 on food. She has a bit of food on the, in the bank. Well, not anymore. But 0 on food as French, that's really, really rough.
That's when you know the farms are not set up just yet. The poor woman is just thinking, what can I do to get some resources? And the answer is nowhere near the base. So with these guys, we see she dropped off a little bit of wood. Maybe thinking about popping down a few farms, but I think this is the problem.
And there it comes.
Yeah, this is the problem
The
for Lyra.
farms.
Oh, they're dropping? They've dropped? Ah, they dropped.
Yeah.
It's time to get more knights, boys. But these small armies that she keeps killing, this could actually be pretty good for her. Now, she does have the guild hall. I mean, it's not 30 villagers, but it does help a little bit to catch up on those resources. We do see it's on wood right now. She's looking at that farm transition heavily.
Ooh, wood. That's quite interesting. I guess she probably took the food already, I'm guessing. Because it's usually on food when you build the guild hall by default.
Yeah, maybe she
So
switched
I'm guessing
it
she
over.
must have grabbed a bit of food and then she switched it right away to wood. Wood is kind of, that's interesting because that allows you to do your farm transition. Usually people keep it on food and they kind of use that food to go to Imperial. But yeah, right now Imperial does not seem like a possibility.
The villagers here desperately trying to get some resources as well. We see they're all gathering around that berry bush. More vills, keeping in mind this gold is very exposed, and the next one is even more exposed because it's very far away from the wall, and it just doesn't feel like she's going to be able to defend this with Peppino's aggression. Oof, and the nest of bees doing a little bit of pressure here just by existing and forcing these archers to back off.
Yeah, Peppino's playing this really well, and she has a full farm transition behind this. So she's definitely in a very, very commanding position right now, I think.
Peppino Pigg is really good at just sitting in her base, building the base, and then overwhelming the opponent. So that's exactly what
Yeah,
we're
but she's
seeing.
being very active. She's being very active, you know, keeping the French on their toes. And I think for the people that struggle against French on ladder, I think definitely something that you should learn from is don't hesitate to keep being aggressive, and because they're usually gonna neglect those walls and neglect those towers and defenses, and if you can keep the French guessing and having to defend and send units left and right in their base and get off of food, that's really that's gonna be really good for you. Because
Yeah.
she really hasn't been able to do French things and, you know, be in the base of the enemy and keep harassing. She has been kind of stuck trying to defend.
And with the keep here, I feel like it's a good way to start taking control of the map. But I don't know if Peppino's just gonna take the bait. She can just run around this, and her base is very exposed. She doesn't have a lot of production buildings. The farms are in the base too. So ideally, you would just leave this keep as is and know that there was a lot of resources spent on it. But it does look like the villagers get pulled away, and now she's going to try to use this keep to fight back and bait the army into that keep, which is probably the best move for her right now. She needs to take a lot of favorable trades.
Yeah, she's gonna need some very good trades to get back in this game for sure. And we can see, like, in the destroyed value, she's been doing really well. You know, she's killed a lot more army than Peppino Pigg, but with that all that idle time and the villager kills that Peppino Pigg has been able to get, it's just completely negated, right?
Now the question is, how many villagers are coming to build this keep? Because I don't think this one's coming up, Chief. But the nest of bees are in the vicinity, so they should be pulled, Peppino. They should be pulled. And we'll see if they are going to be. But now the villagers are in the vicinity trying to get that keep up. And finally, the pushback will happen.
I think they will be able to get it up. And that's gonna be a really annoying keep for Lyralia to deal with, right?
Yeah, it should...
That's right in her face.
On that second TC, denying quite a lot. The Knight's trying to make it through to stop some of these villages, but it just doesn't feel like Lyra has the right amount of resources here. She is currently just trying to survive, and the nest of bees killing the rest of what she has. She realizes it is time. But Pigg, her boomy style just paying off.
Yeah, Peppino Pigg doing really well there, huh? With that 2 TC and then quick aggression, sending units left and right. And yeah, even if you end up losing those units, she got the damage she needed with it. And yeah, look, Lyralia could never really get that villager count up.
Yeah.
She kind of got stuck in that 70-80 range, which is definitely not enough.
Yeah, she got to the point where, hey, these attacks are just going to be paying off constantly. And honestly, it felt like that's exactly what happened to Peppino in the previous game. She got raided and she just slowly started falling behind when her opponent was 2 TC as well. Now, guys, I just want to give you an update on Gigi Dog. Gigi Dog is okay. She's currently looking at me like, hey, are you going to give me more food? During the stream, you guys might have heard a little packet open up. I was giving her little packets of pedigree food because she loves wet food after an epilepsy attack. She's okay. She's just really scared.
Gigi Dog.
No, such a good dog. She's just so scared right now. I'm sorry, Gigi. And it's really scary when the dogs get seizures. Oh my goodness. But yeah, definitely during a French game. Oh my goodness. Time those attacks better, Gigi Dog. Oh, she's such a good dog. I'm so sorry. Now, some of these games are still ongoing from this round. So I see Meowasis and Deepshine still in progress. And I think we might be able to check that one out. Because I know Meowasis, if she can hold her own against Deepshine, that would be very, very scary.
Deepshine the Terra.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even do that, right? My goodness.
Ooh, she's Kong 2-2 right now, Deepshine.
She is? Oh, no. But she's playing against English, though, so that might make a difference.
Or she's playing as HRE, though.
Yeah. Okay, so both of them equally busted, right?
Indeed. I mean, I would guess, you know, I don't know everything, but I think HRE is probably like the only bad matchup for English, no? You're kind of an enjoyer of both civilizations, so...
I don't know, I feel like any civilization could kill English. You just need to play well. You can outboom them just like you want. If they go for 2DC, you can play against them. You honestly, I feel like English has a lot of answers. You might think I'm biased, but I think that you can do a lot of damage to English with any civilization. You just need to exploit their weaknesses, cut off their reinforcements, and then they will stop delivering the pump to your base.
You mean the reinforcements that they're just keeping in their base whole game?
Oh, yeah, they can do that too. But then you can do that on your base as well and out-boom English, right? Because if they're not on the map pushing out, then you can also be on external resources if they're just sitting in their base.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I struggle with English. I still don't know what to do. So...
I love how Twitch chat says I'm biased and you can't out-boom these broken cheap farm civs. Okay, guys, calm down. This is an English-friendly stream, okay? We have Meowasis.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not English-friendly. I don't know where you're finding this.
I need an emote with an English flag. I think that's a really good idea. It's just, English is the way of life, honestly. I like how Deepshine is going for the straggler trees here. I don't know if she's going for fast castle. It doesn't feel like it because she's got so much on wood. Deepshine does this weird combination sometimes where she goes for horsemen and she does a little bit of raiding and then she goes for medium, or as I like to call it, responsible castle. But Meowasis is going for a 2TC against HRE. Oof. That's a risky idea.
I'm not, because I don't think you can really, you can feudal push HRE. Because HRE just has a much better eco than you, so it feels to me like 2TC has to be the answer. But again, you're kind of the expert in the English and HRE department, right?
I mean, if I see English going 2TC, I would either go fast castle or I would just go for 2TC myself. And I think that's exactly what Deepshine is doing. She's going for fast castle. So I feel like
that feels like the right answer.
Yeah, because you're just gonna have such a good presence on the map. As long as you get one production building, you can deal with the king, and you're gonna be able to get all the relics on the map because they take forever. So English takes a long time to get to castle. So it does put you in a pretty good position, especially when they go to DC.
I think in theory, if I was an HRE player playing versus an English 2TC, I would probably even try to go for fast Imperial.
That
you
sounds
go fast
disgusting.
castle, grab those relics, and go straight to it. Because English does take a bit of time, right? They need to probably get to castle around like 10 minutes, and then they have to start making units. And it feels like in theory you should have time to go to Imperial, but I've never actually played that matchup, I think. So, because I haven't played HRE too much.
Yeah, you don't like your broken civs. I know, Shukiii.
Exactly. I'm an honorable player. I'm an honorable player.
He keeps telling himself that as he's tower rushing people. So, yeah, I'm salty about that, you know. I'm very salty. Well,
It's okay. It's okay. We're both salty about each other's civs, so pretty equal in the end.
so now with Meowasis getting all these on gold, I assume she's just gonna go for castle. But the problem is, by then, I think the HRE has picked up all the relics. Luckily, Deepshine didn't get enough sheep to burger Russia.
Oh yeah.
Because if she did, I feel like Meowasis would be as dead as you get. There's nothing that can stop a woman with a burger if you give her the right amount of sheep. Especially not with just a king and no longbows. Because you can kite them, right? If you have enough longbows. But there's none of the sorts. So Meowasis...
They're also hard to kite, right? Because they have that bonus speed. So that HRE infantry is really hard to kite, I find. I struggle a lot sometimes when I play like Night Civ. And they just overwhelm my archers. And I'm like, and I'm steering a bit.
Now, with the Ragnar's coming out now, I can see there's maybe one thing that I would like to ask. I was about to ask about this one. Getting the first or your second prelate from your TC instead of building an extra villager. It does allow you to get that prelate into position to ensure that you can get a relic that is quite aggressive already. Now, my real question is just going to be, are we going to get a stable? And the stable gets popped down. Meowasis is in for a lot of trouble. Is Deepshine. She doesn't mess around in castle.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what she's gonna do now. Because we see the king roaming, which is really good. Like, that king is gonna be really important to try to deny the relics right now. And it looks like that king is smelling blood there for that prelate that's kind of running on the other side of the map naked. Yeah, that king is gonna intercept it, it looks.
Yeah, the prelate out here is definitely a very risky thing to have, and especially the bugginess. The moment you hit castle, you can't shift click these properly. So this is now 100 gold down the drain, and very well played by Meowasis. I think this is something, if she streams, you tell her, good freaking job on denying a relic. She used the scout, she used the vision, and she clapped some cheeks right there. Putting Deepshine...
Yeah, that's a really, really strong pickup, for sure.
Definitely amazing control there from Meowasis. And I think this is something, against a player like Deepshine, it's already showing really well.
I'm curious to see what Deepshine is going to do now, because definitely for English, I would guess you want to try to get 2 relics, like... Because if HRE gets 4 or even 5 relics, then it becomes really hard, right? Because each of those relics are like worth like 4 villages. So even if you have a 20 vill lead, that's the 5 relics, right?
Exactly. Now, this is where I can imagine, with the White Tower age up, we're now going to see a little bit of aggression here from Meowasis, but I'm not too fond of this placement here. It doesn't protect anything. It doesn't protect the wood line. I would have liked, I guess, a White Tower at the front here where you have your wood line still protected, or even over here where you can put a lot more farms and keep him safe. I think she's just trying to get this thing up as quickly as possible and do a little bit of the counter raids.
Yeah, and she might also be a bit scared of getting it, you know, putting it too far away where the knights can harass it. I'm not sure. So, but yeah, that feels quite conservative for a placement of a White Tower. But I mean, it's a White Tower.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong. It's gonna defend the entire map anyways.
Resentment. Now,
No, never.
with this White Tower, you can usually, when you want to place the White Tower, and I love coaching people in chat, you want to ask yourself, what can I wall off easily or realistically? And now, honestly, great job by this White Tower. Apparently, it was definitely the right place because Deepshine did not expect it over there. Now that it was placed over here, she ran a knight in. The second knight realizes, hey, I gotta go back. I'm not doing this. And the prelate is just going to be picked off yet again. But now, this is already a 3 relic HRE. Ooh.
Yeah, but definitely I don't think that prelate is gonna make it home unless, yeah, she's paying attention. So that prelate is not gonna make it home yet. And so that's 3 relics right now. That's still manageable, I think, for Meowasis. If she can get those last 2 relics herself, I think she's gonna be in a good position.
Definitely. Deepshine just doesn't know where to attack at this moment either. Deepshine is now sitting here like, okay, what is the plan? Meowasis is behind this, going for crossbows, which is probably the best move to go. Because you know that HRE loves to go for knights, and they love to go for men-at-arms as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that spear crossbow composition is just so good, right? It has to be one of the best composition in the game. So you can't really go wrong ever just making spear crossbow, I think.
I love how the singular spearman is ready to fight against anything Deepshine throws. But Meowasis has a decent villager lead. Like you said, it's a lot of villagers that it gives you. But Fast Imperial is coming for Deepshine, and that's...
Oh yeah, and she's going with that Fast Imperial.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, yes, it feels like a pretty good move to me, because I don't think Meowasis is in position to really contest that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has
to punish it right away.
And she might pick up this relic, but Palace of Swabia coming in, that's going to make this villager lead completely nothing. It's just going to be negligible at this point. So I think Deepshine is in a really, really good place. Now, especially with the stone that she's mined, she's also going to be able to protect herself. And you can see the tower already being placed here. Very conservative tower. With this one here as well, it's already in place, and even though it has normal little arrow slits, this one could be a bombard tower, and it's going to allow her to be fine.
Yeah, that's already 2 towers. It looks like she's waiting to put a bombard emplacement in that one too. I imagine she's gonna drop the relics in those towers as well. Mm-hmm. So that's definitely gonna be hard to push, even if Meowasis right now is a pretty good villager lead.
I actually... Oh... I was like, this
Oh,
could...
that was close.
That
Yeah,
was
that was
very
close.
That was a risky one. Meowasis probably was just as nervous as we were for that one.
Yeah, yeah, that was pretty close. But indeed, right now we're gonna see that village lead get erased pretty quick.
And with these raids from Deepshine, she knows that Meowasis, yes, you do have farms, you got some safe farms, but you've got villages out on the map, and I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna kill them because I'm gonna raid. And she gets tithe bonds so quickly just to make sure that she can catch up and overtake. We can see now this is already so close. Give it another 3 minutes and we're even.
Oh yeah, for sure. And HRE is also really good at farm economy, right? That chapel is not yet completely full, but when she starts filling that up with all that wood she's getting with the Swabia, she's gonna have a very good food economy as well that she's gonna be able to sustain for the rest of the game, pretty much.
I was actually excited to see where they would place this bad boy. Oh, never mind. I want to pick it up. No, I want to put it down again. It was really hot. So, the economy or the production buildings at the back. Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh.
That thing just broke the scout's back in half.
Yeah, it's perfectly balanced. It's okay.
Bombarding placement. Keep in mind, it's a Castle Age scout, of course.
Oh yeah.
That's
That's totally normal. So I'm not sure what Meowasis is gonna do now. Is she gonna try to match the Imperial Age, or is she gonna try to get a push going before Deepshine can really get her economy set up? I'm not sure.
I don't think she's thinking
Looks like she's
that
still
far.
producing.
Yeah, she's not thinking far enough about, okay, what am I gonna do now? Because I need to either do damage or I need to catch up. Now, when you get to this point of the game where you're at 66 villages, you ask yourself, okay, do I really need a 30C or do I just go for my Imperial and try to match? I try to get my upgrades here because yes, you are HRE, you have a great economy, but I need to stay alive in all this. And it doesn't look like she's doing a great job at staying alive right now. She's just holding on because soon enough she's going to need gold. And she's nowhere near getting to a point where she can reach these golds. There's no back gold, like we usually have on this map. She needs to go far out.
She's gonna need to get exposed a bit, and that's not what English likes the most. But HRE is greedy, you know, that the military count is not too big, so in theory she should be able to secure a bit of the map, and that's a lot of walls that she's just put up, so I think she's gonna be okay now.
Oh, definitely. Getting this part of... This army is what you want against a greedy HRE player. And I like how people are pointing out the gold player placement here of the barracks. Deepshine being the Conk 2 Whamen-At-Arms. She's cooking. And I think she just cooked them here so that Meowasis wouldn't see them. Or maybe there was a village over there and she didn't want it to run very far. But she does make sure her military units are trained up well enough by the time they reach over there. Yeah, make sure they're
I mean,
boys.
she also wants to leave them out of the chapel range, right? So...
Yeah, the forward production would probably be the best if you're trying to reach the enemy the quickest. But Deepshine, she's not in a position to want to take a fight. But you know, this is HRE. They're getting those bombarding placements. They're fine. Very demure. Very reasonable. Yeah. Yes.
That military count is getting a bit scary for Meowasis right now, because Deepshine is only at 6. Now, the production is ramping up. She has a lot of stuff in the queue, so she should be able to start pumping. But yeah, right now, looks like a pretty decent timing for Meowasis to try and do some damage.
Problem is, even if she tries to attack you, there's nothing that deals with bombard towers in this composition. There's no... Oh, look at that. The bombard tower taking a little bit of the HP from the king. Now, everybody getting inside the towers. I can see why people don't like playing against HRE. Okay. Well, thank you, Relic, for addressing this issue. I can see why it's a little bit annoying. And as an HRE player, I apologize.
It definitely feels kind of rough where you just get shot from so far away. And those towers with the Relic inside, they are so annoying to deal with. I think the only way is Trebs.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless you just really have like a good mass of bombards. But Trebs, in theory, I think is the safest way to deal with those HRE towers.
I don't think Meowasis knows what to do in this position either. You can see she knows I need to attack, but she doesn't know where to attack. it's that very weird moment in the game where you're like, okay, I know I need to do damage. I know that HRE is an Imperial. They're on more relics than I am. What am I going to do? She has no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And that's where you kind of ask yourself if maybe was the White Tower the right choice there. Maybe she could have been a bit more greedy and get the
King's
wait,
Palace.
how's that? Yeah, the King's Palace, to try and get even more of a lead, lead on in the villages early on. Because in the end, Deepshine kind of greeted the fast Imperial, so yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is the right call there.
And it feels like Deepshine is just throwing away units, and she can, because she has so many units. Meowasis is doing a really good job at kiting, snacking on a few of these horses as they come, but Deepshine knows, I can replace. I've got my eco set up, and you do not. Meowasis has stopped producing, and I think she's thinking about Imperial, but when you stop thinking about Imperial, you don't want to be in your opponent's base attacking. She's losing a very large mass of her army here, trying to focus on the double prong attack.
Yeah, losing that mass of crossbows is really not what you want, I think. Against HRE, having a good mass of crossbows is always really good.
And this gold vein
So
is
losing
not
everything
lost.
right now is gonna hurt, and that military count is gonna equalize.
And keeping in mind,
So,
when it's
yeah.
equalized, it's not the same, because those are Imperial men-at-arms. These are not Imperial crossbows.
Yeah, I think Deepshine is she's in a really good spot right now.
This is very annoying. I'm actually very surprised. I thought to myself, oh, these towers are fine. I don't think they are. They're doing a
No,
really
that's why
good
they're
job.
getting nerfed.
And they're getting
That's why
nerfed
they're
quite
getting
heavily.
nerfed. Yeah, which I think everybody's happy about, outside of HRE mains.
No. As an HRE main, I support this. Thank you, Relic, for addressing this problem. And just like that, Meowasis, her army is getting collapsed on. Just like I said earlier, guys, this is just an awkward moment for you, because you know your units are weaker, you know you're behind in vills, and these guys, even though they're being thrown into their counter unit, they're still going to be able to just pump out more.
Yeah, we can see Deepshine with 2,500 food per minute right now, against only 1,400 from Meowasis. And as English, being behind on food really doesn't feel good, right? That's usually kind of your advantage if you have so much more food than everyone else.
Yeah, to the where you have all these safe farms set up for yourself. And now I can see the White Tower and the prevalence of where it was here at the back. It's a nice place to be in. But she does not have the Spring Autumn placement either. So when those units run out, this White Tower is just going to tickle these units. So she does put a few units inside the White Tower to just make it fire a little bit harder. But these crossbows are not doing the same denting as they need to. And there's more coming.
Yeah. Those Imperial Men-at-Arms with +3 range defense, they can chill under that White Tower, actually.
They will. They will. She's getting this army nice and big in front of Meowasis' base. And I think Meowasis is asking herself, okay, I should probably have had Imperial now. I have no idea where to go from here. And the question is, where do you go? I don't think that there's a safe place for you, and Deepshine knows there's no safe place. She's going to make the gold unsafe as well. She snuck into the English base, through the TC, through the villages, and she's going to go build a tower.
What?
Very nice.
That is those villages are quite adventurous. Oh yeah, that one is not gonna make. Okay, but yeah, that's definitely the name of the game right now for Deepshine, is controlling the gold, right? Because yes, English can get passive gold, but they need to get to Imperial first and get those upgrades. And right now she's just using a lot of gold trying to get those crossbows up, so it's a bit of a rough time for Meowasis.
I feel like if I'm looking at how Deepshine is playing now versus how she played 3 months ago, it's a very, very different Deepshine. She is getting coached by Valdemar, so I know that she is getting the top of the top to make sure that she improves. And she definitely shows that. She read the game, she says, okay, I can't beat English in its current state, but I know what HRE does well. Let me go and do that. But at the same time, Meowasis, who was gold just a few weeks ago, she's showing exactly that she knows, I need to deny relics, I need to do this, I need to make these counter units, and she's doing an amazing job at that. So Meowasis has definitely stepped up her game significantly against a giant like Deepshine.
Oh yeah, that was really good. You know, getting those 2 relics versus HRE is really not that easy, huh?
I don't even do that. If
So
Deepshine is on
defend
HRE...
relics.
Ooh. I know. Deepshine.
No, I think that was a pretty good game from Meowasis, but Deepshine having so much more experience, I guess, is starting to show, right?
Yeah, the situation you have here at your farms is you got the food, Meowasis. You've got enough to sustain yourself for now, but for how long? These raids just keep coming. The wall doesn't prevail. Yes, she's trying to get the stone wall up, and I love that. Meowasis is actually doing the stone walling. It's very much not platinum. Not platinum at all. I think she's improved so much. It doesn't feel like the same gold Meowasis I saw the other day who was like, oh, I should just let them go into my base. She's like, no, dude, I'm good. I'm gonna live a good life here. I'm gonna make sure that I wall off my base so I don't get raided constantly. And even though, yes, she is, this is a very good decision, even while you're being pressured at the same time.
Oh yeah, for sure. You need those stone walls at some point in the game, or else those men-at-arms, they just, in that number, they don't even care about palisade walls anymore, right? They just burn them and walk right in your base. And she needs to stabilize a bit so she can get that food count up and get to Imperial now, because it's gonna become really hard to deal with Imperial units.
I don't think there's going to be time for that. The gold has been switched off. The gold has been switched off here. This is now Meowasis' last hurrah. She's going to try to take this fight. And Deepshine floating about 7 million resources right now. She is not too stressed. She's now going to start producing, but she could lose a bunch of these units. The thing is, behind all of this, she is just building towers in the front of the base with bombard emplacements.
Yeah, she's just playing it safe right now, not suiciding too many units. Because that is still a bit of a scary army of a spear and crossbow, right? So she's just playing it safe, taking the map, denying gold, and I think that's definitely the smart thing to do right now.
But losing these spring alts is going to mean the game, and that's why it's so important to keep these alive. Luckily, those crossbows are firing away, and Deepshine's mass is not that scary just yet. She's still... I don't know if she's still producing villagers. Okay, she stopped. She says 134 is fine. Now I make units, and most of them are going to be horsemen. So, these towers are about to get upgraded as well, and this is going to be a melted chunk of units in a second.
Yeah, that is gonna be really rough to deal with, because she has nothing to kill buildings, right? Like, yes, she has springles, she can defend and bombards, but she's gonna need to get rid of those towers.
Meowasis actually showing us that she knows how to outlast even most Englishes. But these crossbows are shooting their last bolts, and she should be able to push through now with the army being cleaned up. Meowasis just not having any gold to replace these. So, Deepshine showing why she's a top contender between all the female gamers out here. Can Nostromia
yeah, but definitely
stop
a
her?
really good performance from Meowasis, huh? Because Deepshine is really good, really experienced, and Meowasis is a bit of a newcomer to the community, so I think a lot of people would have folded a long time ago versus Deepshine. Not you, obviously, right?
No, never. Deepshine would never do this to me. I'm joking.
She would, no,
she
no,
has
never.
destroyed...
Ooh, and that TC in the front.
Yeah, she just wants to repair everything. She's like, hey, I don't have extra stone for repairing my keeps. I'm just gonna emergency repair them for free, of course.
Yeah, that's gonna give emergency repair to all those towers and that keep.
And this
And I'm not sure what she's doing. Oh yeah, okay, she's going hand cannoneers now. With the forward archery range.
Oh my gosh. She doesn't... Oh, Meowasis doesn't want to give up. She realizes, hey, this is an important game. But honestly, putting up an amazing show here. I think now with all this dominance that we're seeing, Deepshine might have a contender in a few months. But the men-at-arms, they're going to go and kill every villager in their sights. And now, like we always said in StarCraft, the supply does not lie. And 119 to 195 is telling us exactly how this game is going to go in the next few seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Meowasis gets back from here. 70 villagers, pretty much no access to gold. This feels pretty rough.
I love the fact that Deepshine didn't even utilize the gold behind her base. She's just like, I don't need it. I've got my opponent's base, actually.
Indeed, indeed. That's when you know the game is going well for you. And now she has the culverins. Oh, yeah, she really has everything to be able to push in that base and slowly get through that English base.
Oh, these bombards are just cleaning up everything. Looking at getting all those mining buildings as well, just to make sure the villagers need to run an extra mile. This is now transitioning into a siege composition, but she says, I have had enough. We'll call it right here. Now guys, let's look at where we're standing currently in this round. So, start.gg currently is down yet again. You know, Shukiii, we had an incident with players before where players were like, why aren't we using start.gg? All the pro players use it. It's professional. Start.gg has died 5 times today. And it's also the reason...
Thank you, start.gg.
And it's also the reason we had to redo this tournament and move it 2 weeks out. But I think now we're going into our last round.
I think we should ask Cow to fix start.gg, because I'm not sure what he's doing, but... Fix your website, man.
Yeah, and honestly, Cow just needs to fix everything. I was trying to explain the meme to Bala, but it didn't look like she was enjoying the meme as much as I was.
If Cow's around.
Now, we honestly are going to be seeing some really heavy ones coming up for the last round. Now, guys, this is the last best of 1 round. And I actually thought that we would be done very quickly, but it seems not. Wait, let me just quickly message Tommy.
More games, more fun.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna be able to be finished here by like 6:30 today, but we still have semis and finals, and I was not emotionally prepared for that. I thought that this round was gonna be a very, very quick one, but now I want to show you guys the 2 top contenders right now. They are ready to face off in this round for the last set of points. So we'll be seeing who can prevail and get that top seed. So the last matchup here for this round is going to be Deepshine versus Nostromia, best of 1. And this is going to be a tough one. Who do you think would take this?
Yeah, this should be a really good game. I mean, I'm not sure. Both of these players are really good, right? I would guess Nostromia would be slightly favored, probably. But it's hard to say because Deepshine has been improving also a lot since the last tournament. So I think anyone can take it. But if I had to choose, I would say Nostromia is probably slightly favored.
Slightly. All right. So, guys, I realized I was looking at the flags. Why is the flag so buggy? And I just realized I didn't unhide one of the flags at the back. And now it should be fixed. Now there's no random blue thing behind it. my ADHD was like, what? Now, on the other side, Peppino, Pigg, and Rabbitsweet are also going to be facing off. But what I wanted to look at is actually a matchup that I don't know if people were gonna be expecting to be so hype. And that's Meowasis versus Lyra. Because what we saw last game from Meowasis is not someone who's going to back down to Lyra.
Oh no, definitely. That was a really good game from her. So yeah, I mean, that was really good from someone that has been so new to the community and to the game. I'm quite impressed by how she was playing, to be honest. So it's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, I think Lyra and Meowasis definitely are going to be a lot closer. This is going to be a best of 1 because we're doing a quick Swiss system. And then we're going to go into best of 3s for the top 4 that come out of here. So I just wanted to say thank you for the sponsor of today's tournament, Artemis. She is putting up the money to make sure that we have female gamers empowered and supporting these underdeveloped scenes, and I really appreciate it. Whenever we do these events, it's so important that we can support the people that you want supported. If this is someone, if you have a cause that you want to support, make sure to let us know and we can make sure that happens. We're also for next year looking at with SteelSeries, because we're partnering with them yet again to make sure that we possibly bring a LAN event and also do a little bit larger of a league. Now, aside from the league that we'll have the top players in, we also got another sponsor who wants to sponsor a developmental league. Now, this is going to be for people outside the top 8 to top 10. People who are still fighting for those top 10 spots. And what we'll do is we'll try to do it like football, where we have relegation and promotion matches. A lot like Code S and Code A in StarCraft that people might be aware. So, yeah. Now, what I want you guys to do is, I want you to just be aware that this is everything we do. If you have an event that you would like to get attention on or promote for, or you just want to support a cause that means something to you, please reach out and let's do it. Now, I know with these female events, we don't reach the same amount as we do with the usual men-at-arms, as I'll say, but it's still a fun thing. So, yeah. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, now let's hop in and see where the ladies are sitting at. And I see that Lyra is not in game just yet. So I think we should probably go and have a look at Nostromia and Deepshine. Is that okay with you,
Yeah, that's
Shukiii?
gonna be a really good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty excited to see that one.
Now,
This should be a very good game between two very good players.
what my biggest worry is that we have currently 2 of what Beastie said was the top tier civs. We have Abbasid, who is now a civilization that can go for 600 TCs and just outboom. While Deepshine is playing Byzantines, that is Byzantines. We don't need any explanation for that. Now, I like that she chose Byzantines because it shows that she is diverse. She doesn't just play one civilization and call it a day.
Yeah, definitely. And Nostromia, she was playing Mali earlier, but yesterday she played a lot of Abbasid, right? So it seems like she's also quite comfortable with Abbasid.
And what
And indeed, both of these civilizations are really good. So I'm quite interested to see how this is going to turn out.
Now, what I've noticed Nostromia does, and this is just from observing her games, and I'm really glad we got to observe her games, because she goes double scout. And I get very intimidated by a double scout, and I sometimes run back with 2 sheep only. And this might be exactly what happens to Deepshine, but luckily, she's playing Byzantines. So this should not be something she's too worried about, because we know Byzantines, they love themselves some berries. And Abbasid doesn't have a good way of denying that, especially not with Eco Wing.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen some, some good people can go like military wing and try and tower rush the berries right away early in feudal, which can work against Byzantines. But indeed, now that the eco wing is so strong, you kind of feel like you want to go eco wing, and going military wing might be a bit of a waste, and it may be something Deepshine would even be happy to see. I'm not sure.
Deepshine definitely responds to early aggression quite well. I think the last game I played against her and I beat her was when I tower rushed her. So yes, I only beat Deepshine with a cheesy little strategy instead of playing a straight up match. So the thing is, she knows how to respond to these. But I feel like with the state of Abbasid right now, we're definitely in a spot where Abbasid just has a lot of answers. Although 4 on gold makes me a little bit concerned. Are we seeing some shenanigans?
I mean, that's kind of the old school build. It used to be 4 on gold for Abbasid, because you wanted to get a wheelbarrow, you wanted to get fresh food stuff, you want to get whatever upgrade you get from your wing. But it's true that these days usually you kind of want to go with only 2 or 3 on gold. So I'm not exactly sure. And that's a culture wing, so maybe we're looking for a fast castle here.
It looks to be the
5
case.
on gold, yeah. It looks like she's gonna try and go for fast castle, which is quite interesting versus Byzantines.
Now, I like this because I feel like with Byzantines, you're already dealing with a civilization that does fast castle themselves pretty well. But knowing you're playing against Abbasid, you are not expecting this. So I think
Yeah,
now,
definitely.
oh, let's quickly switch players and see if Deepshine is actually going to scout and notice, hey, there are some shenanigans happening. So let's see Deepshine's view. How does she react? She's like, okay, culture wing. Very strange. All right. I'll call it right
Yeah,
there.
culturing should already be a tell, right? Because in general, culturing is kind of like the fast castle wing. So it should already, be able to tell her that something is up. But she's pulled out a gold actually.
The culture
Which is
wing.
okay.
What is
So
happening?
she's still gonna go TCs. So it looks like she's maybe going to try and go like 2 TCs and then fast castle behind, maybe?
Now, getting the technology upgrade was so important to just make sure that everything is cheaper. But I think this was a way of making sure that Deepshine Scout sees, hey, Culture Wing, Fast Castle. Oh, wait! JK, actually, I'm going for my second TC. So, maybe trying to fake Deepshine into an overreaction, but Deepshine's reaction is a very stable decision, if I may. And doing the
Thank
due
you.
diligence of it, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if she scouted the stone actually, because she went and she scouted earlier, didn't see anything. So right now she might actually be thinking that she's going for a straight fast castle.
And Nostromia behind this, getting the double broadex as well, is telling us she wants to chop a lot of wood. So, I don't know, do we go for semi-fast castle with Eco Wing? Or are we just gonna do it with a military wing and try to fight this? But I feel like Byzantines just shines in the late game. It's so difficult to compete with.
Yeah, but Abbas are really, really good in the late game, right? So I would probably even say that Abbasid should be favored in the late game if both civilizations can get there, like at a roughly equal spot, right?
Yeah, the Eco
But yeah, quite an interesting build. I know that I've done the 2TC culture wing quite a bit. I used to do it versus English, because I just like the cheaper upgrade and the possibility to get to castle a bit faster. So it's definitely a good wing, but not the most usual choice. So I'm not sure if Deepshine knows what to do against that.
I have a controversial statement here. I don't know if she realizes she aged up with culture. Okay, I was about to say, she got the stone, enough stone, for just 2 TCs with Eco Wing. And I for a second there, I was like, did she accidentally do this? But I can't imagine Nostromia making a mistake like that. So, yeah, no, because it was just enough for 2 TCs, but she did decide to plop down that one, and then here we are. Never mind. We're all good. Nostromia, everything's fine.
Yeah, I would guess she knows what she's doing here.
Oh, and the horse is coming out now. The longbow's following up soon. And I don't know. I feel like this could be a really scary moment here for Nostromia. Her TC is quite late. She doesn't have that advantage that Abbasid usually does. What is happening? She's getting more stone.
Oof.
Is she going for the 30?
That is starting to if she goes 30C, that's starting to be quite greedy, especially without Eco Wing, right? If you have Eco Wing and you can farm in the back, because Byzantines can just make so many units so fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's looking like Deepshine is just going to go for it. She has the blacksmith, she has everything, so it doesn't look like Deepshine is interested in going TC herself or even going fast castle. So I think it's gonna be hard to secure some food for Nostromia here if she goes for more TCs.
Yeah, definitely, because she doesn't have those cheap farm transitions that you have in your pocket usually as the Abbasid player. And the problem that I have with
she pulled
this...
out. She pulled out. Okay,
Yeah.
she pulled out of stone.
Maybe just to get a little tower upgrade or two. You know that when you're playing against Byzantines, they're gonna come swinging with a lot of rams, and I think this is such a tough thing to deal with. Now we see the tower wanting to be plopped down there at the front, but there's gonna be no opportunity with these longbows, and the camel archer will also go down. A very big loss because they're still expensive. You don't want to be losing them like that. That's so expensive.
Yeah,
Oh
definitely.
my
They're
God.
very expensive units. And again, if you don't have food, like they cost so much food, right? 170. So when you don't have secured food, you don't have those farms, you really don't want to lose them.
Yeah, the whole point of why these camel archers were so good is just because of their wonderful ability to be basically free if you have that farm transition. We see here the first farm being put down now, and this is starting to look more and more like a Nostromia misclick instead of anything else.
Yeah, potentially indeed.
These horses looking scary. We don't have siege engineering from our longbow boys yet, but the +1 range defense is going to make raiding under this TC so much easier.
But what tells me that it wasn't a mistake is she did have 5 on gold earlier, right? Which, if you were going eco-wing, you would never ever have 5 on gold early in the game. So, I'm still not sure.
We'll find out soon when we message afterwards, because I'm so interested in this. I'm like, oh, I wonder what the reason is. And it could just be like, oh, misclick, oopsie. Now, I don't know if Deepshine knows how to close this out. She's looking for blood. She's running around a little. But the boys here are chopping, and they're getting their gold's worth. We see here getting both upgrades here on the towers, just making sure that she stays alive. But this is still a very split up situation. And now that first chiropractor coming out, we know that these chiropractors open up, they break your back, and that is going to end the golden age pretty quickly too.
These are really hard to deal with. And I think for Deepshine right now, she really needs to control, make sure to control the food, right? Because if Habasit can get access to sneak out some villagers there in the south and get some food, they might be okay, but it looks like she's pretty scared to go out, and she's already gone out on the gold there, so...
Yeah, this looks...
1 ram is maybe not enough right now.
1 ram is just enough to put pressure and force Nostromia to react, but yes, she could lose this thing very quickly. And the thing is, Nostromia getting her upgrades instead now. Nostromia getting the +1 steel arrow, assuming just that is for the TC to fire back. But look at these archers just melting to the longbow range.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough hold there, because 30 military versus 15.
And it's not just 30 military versus 15. This is going to be soon Castle Age Byzantines with upgraded military.
Oh yeah, looks like indeed she's going for Castle Age.
I love that. I like that Deepshine has decided, okay, it is Castle Age time, and I will just make this push even harder. Which just shows she knows how to read her game. She is trying to see how I can do the most damage, and this is the right answer. Get your 3 rams and go right through them. So the steeled arrow now doing +1, but not going to be able to hold off most of these things that come close.
Yeah, and it is a bit scary to push while you're going castle, right? She's still producing units though, so I'm not sure if she's really intending on going castle. Which at this point I think probably both options are fine. But I would probably try and go all in feudal personally.
Yeah, because when you have such an advantage already, I think she wasn't sure about this either. She's got 800 food right now, of wood right now. She doesn't have any problems with resources, being so far in the lead. She's going to be able to close this game out so quickly. Look at these horses barely taking any damage. The longbow's just killing everything. And this is when Nostromia has to tap out and call it a game.
Yeah, I think right now it's looking quite rough. 5 military versus 35. She even has less villagers now. She lost her TC. I'm not sure how she gets back from there. She managed to sneak out some villagers there in the south on deer. But I don't think that's gonna be enough.
And now the villagers at the top. She's got enough gold, but she needs the wood apparently. She thinks she needs the wood. She's got 904 right now. So not really drowning in lack of wood, but definitely an interesting choice here from Nostromia. I guess just for a farm transition that she wanted to set up.
More. Yeah, I mean she has no choice, right? She has no food, so. But yeah, I think right now Deepshine, she can kind of do whatever she wants at this point now. She can go castle to finish the game. She could just keep pushing. she's in a very commanding position. I
Now-
would guess the safest way is probably to go castle from here, but she doesn't really have any food, so
Oh,
maybe
not
she
yet.
just goes for it.
Oh, the feng shui! What's up with this feng shui? There's a hole here, Deepshine. Oh my god. There's another
Isn't she
hole.
the feng shui master too?
Yo, yeah, she always comments on my farm placement. Now it's my turn. Thanks, Deepshine.
Well, you should screenshot this.
Goodness, I'm gonna screenshot this. Give me a second. I need to screenshot this and send it to her and ask her what the hell was this. Oh my gosh, Deepshine, why would you do this? Now,
That is so many farms.
Nostromia is definitely known for not ever giving up. She has been dead in her life before, and she will make you work for it. Tire you out to ensure that next game, you're not going to feel as energetic when you try to push against her.
Yeah, she's in really rough spot right now. And that culture wing play did not really pay off so far, huh?
Definitely not. Look at all these extra farms that could have been a fraction of the cost. The archers still cleaning up the few longbows, but there's a little bit of a larger issue here at hand, I would say, and that's the barbecue making ram here. Just barbecuing everything that even tries to shut these down. The horses, they don't even care about this TC. They're going to castle. They're gonna get
Yeah,
upgrades
she's going to
after.
castle behind this, so I think this is GG unless something absolutely major happens. But I really don't see how Nostromia can come back from this. I'm guessing when she sees the castle age, she's just gonna give up.
Something major happens. Could be the villagers fighting back, trying to protect their empire. They're really trying. Losing all these horses is kind of big, especially when you're aging up behind this, but it's not game losing at this point, just because she's that far ahead.
Yeah,
But guys,
and
if
she
you
has
are...
the full far transition behind, right? So she doesn't even really care about losing horsemen. They just got food. She has plenty of food, so it's kind of whatever at this point.
Now the Rams are looking at the main TC. She realizes, hey, you're trying to make this hard for me, so I will make it hard for you as well. I'll just keep raiding everything and give you a headache alongside this. And the villagers at Gold doing their best to get their resources. But honestly, I don't know if Nostromia is actually sitting here with a plan or cooking anything or just delaying the game to try and take
I'm
up
not
as
sure.
much time as she can.
When you start ramming the main TC, usually it's pretty bad. It's usually kind of a get out of my game move. But that military count is dropping, you know.
I don't know what Deepshine is
Looks
doing.
like she's-
Oh, she's going in? Is Deepshine going
Wait,
in?
what?
No, she would
No,
not go
no
in. Maybe
way.
she's just making barracks and then going in. Where are those barracks, Deepshine?
Just that Byzantine eco that's getting a bit out of hand, I think.
Yeah, no. She's just waiting to recoup. Maybe she's trying to play with her food before she makes that push. But it does give Nostromia a little bit of an opening for a second here. She's like, okay, I got farms. I just killed those rams. The pump is now going to stop. But it's the cataphract switch. And that is the big change here. We see the
Yeah.
Golden Horn Tower making longbows too. So...
And it looks like she's going to go Varangian Guard too, which Abbasid is not gonna have a good time with.
the farms around the TC, trying to give some semblance of what Eco Wing would have been like if we went for that instead of culture. And I think, honestly, if Nostromia did go for Eco Wing here, she would be in a very different position. This is just the consequences of the culture.
Yeah, definitely. And she was going Culture Wing in the FFAs, right? So
It's for that fast castle. Every single time she loves herself a
Yeah.
fast castle. And behind this, you see she's not going for castle now. She realizes, I'm just going to get camel archers and I'll be fine, right?
oh
I'm
man,
fine.
that's gonna be
House of
gonna be
Wisdom.
so hard to hold. Because she needs those camel archers to kill the Varangian guards that are coming, but at the same time they cost so much food, and that's gonna mean she's stuck in feudal for quite a bit longer.
The problem is she also doesn't have any buildings. Right now, the Golden Age tier 0 is not giving any
Ay, ay, ay,
advantage
ay,
just
ay.
yet. The Deepshine, let's watch her get her army ready as she's winding all these units up to go push the final push.
Yeah, 34 units now. 1 age ahead. What is it, like 13 villages ahead?
And Deepshine picking off these
I think
units.
Nostromia is coping a bit right now.
You think she's coping?
She's probably a bit coping right now.
But
Like, this is
do
fine.
do you think she thinks she still got this?
I'm not sure.
2TC.
She knows this game, right? She's a really good player, so she has to know she's not in a great spot. And Byzantine with the full farm setup, they just pump units like no other.
Yeah, delaying these. Oh no, she realizes. Okay, I just lost my village elite. It's okay. We've had enough. The final ram push was not necessary. Unfortunately, Byzantine's able to push out pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, that Byzantine push is always so scary, right?
Yeah, I know, and I love it when my opponents go 2TC, because if my opponents go 2TC, I'm always in for a good time. Now, I'm going to try and see what the current stances are of our games. Lyra and Meowasis still in game right now, and the current standings, I believe, Deepshine, Nostromia, Peppino, Pigg taking down Rabbitsweet. That is actually crazy. Peppino, Pigg taking down
Peppino, Pigg, okay.
Those four are so close in skill. It is absolutely insane. So let's go and see what Lyra and Meowasis are up to. I'd really like to see if Meowasis has the opportunity to take down a Chad Queen like Lyra. How do I say her name? You're French.
Lyralia.
Lyralia. Oh my god, that's so cute. I'm a fan already. Say it again.
Lyralia.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Or you can just say Lyra.
Lyra. Is it? But it's like a hard, or is it like an R at the back of my throat? Lyra.
Yeah, it's the French R.
Okay. You know, if you spoke like that in South Africa, you would be regarded as having a speech impediment. Like the and we have a lot of people that speak like that have the at the back, and we call that having braai, or you cannot say an R correctly, so you braai, and it's considered a speech impediment. So yeah, I guess that's a cultural thing. Or we just.
But do you guys have the hard G, like the in Dutch? In Dutch they have that RG.
Yeah. And we have the hard
R. It's actually
R as
kind
well.
of the same sound, to be honest. It's kind of the same sound as the French R, I think. Except the G, the Dutch G usually is a bit more pronounced. But
And what? Okay, so if I say her name in my native language's accent, I would say Lyralia, Lyralia. So I would at the front of my mouth. Is that a speech impediment in France? Or in the French-speaking community?
I mean, that would be for us. That would be kind of the. I mean, I guess the like Flemish R, you know, the Belgian Dutch is a bit like that, and also, but it could also be Spanish. And I guess Lyralia sounds pretty Spanish as a name, so it, probably sounds okay. Probably correct.
Oh gosh, I love Europe. We're just so diverse. Oh my goodness. Now, Meowasis is going for Council Hall. I feel like this is a little bit feisty from her. Very, very aggressive. When her and I did a little bit of a coaching session, I told her, if you're going to go for longbows, you cannot afford 2 farms, because you're going to need that wood to make farms. So if you're going to do this, just go for 1. But if you're going for a second TC, you need to not make any farms at all. And I love the fact that I can see that. She's doing exactly that. And she's going to go and punish this, which is probably one of the better moves I've seen today. Because usually we just do one thing. We go for the king, right? But she is not going for the king. She knows what's up.
Yeah, but Abbas, that this is kind of a classic matchup, right? That has been played a lot. And I used to play Abbasid on ladder, so I know that the Council Hall historically is destroyed Abbasid because it's just so hard to deal with as you're trying to get to TC, and then you have those men-at-arms that come out, and you kind of don't have an answer because camel archers get shredded by longbows. But now, with the Eco Wing buff, you can get the TC up faster, you get those farms, so you can have a decent food economy, and the camel archers got a buff. So we've recently seen the pros, they still even make camel archers against English, even though there's longbows. And so we'll see if that's what Lyralia decides to do here. But it's definitely going to be a bit of a hard time, I think, for Lyralia to hold that push.
Yeah.
And did she even get... Yeah, she got that TC up. Okay, she did get the TC up.
The problem that I think for Lyra is going to be the fact that she's got a horseman, yes, but now this is going to take a while. If Meowasis is able to shut down this wood, the next wood is nowhere near. She needs to do a lot of work for that. So Meowasis, also something we went over is where can I do damage to the economy? And she brings a scout to find out. Also, including those spearmen in this is going to be so important, especially with the horse presence. Even though that's just one horse present.
Yeah, I think for Lyralia, actually, you know, the TC probably would have been in a better spot right there in between the gold and the wood to make sure that wood is safe. Because front wood versus the longbow push is really horrible. You really don't want to get kicked out of wood. But I guess maybe she was also scared because, you know, if you put your TC in the front, then it's so easy to ram. So it's always a trade-off, right?
Now, this is usually where English gets confused. And they're like, hey, okay, but where am I supposed to attack now? Because you're like, okay, they're not on this wood. Where do I go? And this is now where you're trying to find these stray villages. And it's actually quite hard. But you have to ask yourself, where did the boys go? And rally your 1 or 2 longbows over to where the boys are getting their wood from.
Yeah, I think actually that's probably, you know, one mistake that English players like, trying too hard to do damage, going around the base, because you're a very slow army, and if you go around in the back of the base, it becomes really easy for the Abbasid to just clean that small army that's in the back. And equalize the military number. So I think the safest play is probably just to chill around that front wood, try and get that other wood, you know, that's also quite in the front there, and keep massing, trying to get idle time from the wood. Because you don't necessarily need the villager kills, I think. You just want to keep massing, get your farm so you can start making men-at-arms, and get that idle time on the wood.
And cut off the reinforcements. Like I said before, if you want to take care of English, you got to take the reinforcements. Now, the question you can ask yourself here, Meowasis, is why can I do damage without now moving my whole army to the other side so they just move back to this side? You could just make a ram and start killing production and slowly work towards this TC, because at that point she's going to be so far, I would say, flustered that you can actually get some proper damage done.
Yeah, definitely. But I think what's also, you know, ramming is interesting, but also getting farms so you can start pumping men-at-arms. Because once you have men-at-arms out for Abbasid, it becomes really annoying to deal with.
Now, the men-at-arms not in queue just yet, but the ram is, and I am a little bit scared here for Lyra. She doesn't have that archer mass, she doesn't have the farm, even a little bit of a farm transition, but she has a lot of food. So now she doesn't have anything that she can make with that food. She can make horses, but for some reason she's just opted for the archers.
Yeah, but getting the scout kill right there is pretty big, huh? Because that's usually how English gets you out of that wood, is by having a scout on one side, the longbows on the other side. And so that's pretty big for Lyra there. And getting the walls up too. So she should be able to stay on that wood for a bit now, which is really key to her being able to hold this push right now.
Now the question is, does she have enough units to hold this wood though? The boys being pulled here from gold, she's like, oh, I should probably not focus on the gold and get something else. Just enough for an upgrade here. But fighting against this huge mass of units, you're gonna really struggle. The archers are in position though. They're gonna try to fire these, but it's longbows. They can kite backwards.
Yeah, definitely. And as we said, right, Lyra is a player that's usually quite aggressive, so she might not be as experienced playing defense. So we'll have to see how this goes. But right now she's going mass archer against archer spears, so that's not bad. But as we see, the men-at-arms are starting to get queued, so this is when it's gonna start getting rough.
And we have 42 on wood here from Lyra. She is now going into full Abbasid mode. The thing is, I don't know if she has enough production here. I hope she does. She got +1 here for her ranged upgrades too, coming in hot. But Meowasis, she needs to find some damage. And now this is exactly what I mean. If you're not sure where to attack, and you do rotate the other way, you can at least kill that production so that you make them have to pay for more things. So now you're at the front here, and you're doing a great job at denying these resources. But ask yourself, how do I do the biggest amount of damage every single moment?
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, you really don't want to lose your mass, right? That's But yeah, this already is gonna start to be annoying. She's gonna start to have to remake buildings. She does have that eco wing, so.
The farm transition is going to be extra easy, but we see Lyra removing a few from these guys from the wood. These longbows are enough to start sniping villages under the TC, but guys, keep in mind, these are actually quite cheap to replace. Now, we do have tier 1 still over here. Houses are being rebuilt because Lyra is currently pop-capped from all these little ram pushes we got over here. And that's exactly what Meowasis needs to do. Just keep attacking things. Get those rams, just attack them. Force your opponent to build more houses. Force them to rebuild the blacksmith. You just want them to, but without losing your units under the TC. That's a very scary archer mass. And when they're just going for your archer, you can go for your horses too. It'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, and you know, Lyra only has archers right now pretty much, so she has nothing to deal with those rams really. And now the men-at-arms are coming, and even if they're not the DPS, they don't really have any DPS, but they're gonna soak so much damage. Now they don't have the +1 defense yet, so they're still taking quite a bit of damage from those archers, but that +1 is right there, so.
Now, I don't know who's in a better position to replace, and I feel like, yeah, the farming eco isn't set up here from Meowasis behind this because she's just been producing units. So these rams, they were expensive. They did delay that farm economy, but she also needs to start thinking about how do I scale into the late game. So all the eco upgrades are in her bank, but no, she doesn't have wheelbarrow, she doesn't have horticulture, which means that she's actually going to be slowly but surely getting behind in a way, because Abbasid just has that tier 1 that gives them the 15% extra gather rate.
Yeah, definitely. But Lyra also doesn't have any eco upgrades, so she doesn't have the strongest eco either.
She's got a 15% upgrade. Come on, Shukiii. They're OP now.
Well, yeah, for sure. But, you want both, right?
Yeah, of course. No, but I mean, in this case, we know that Abbasid is in a pretty decent spot economically in general, but now I just don't know if she's able to keep up just because she has so much food going for her. But the longbows are
that's 38 on food. That feels a bit overkill from Lyra, considering she's only making archers too, so.
Yeah, a lot of idle time for Lyra as well, so even though she's got this villager lead, she might actually be in a lot of trouble behind this.
Yeah, and it looks like she's re-macroing a bit, because she only has 19 on food now.
Oh, and these rams are just putting so much pressure on her. Exactly the right amount. From having rams both sides, Meowasis is doing an amazing job at keeping someone like Lyra at bay.
Oh,
and an archer.
Yeah, definitely those rams are really annoying. Because she only has villagers to deal with, and those longbows can just snack on the veils while they try to take down the rams, right?
This longbow mass isn't as scary as it used to be, though. So she needs to... Meowasis needs also to be careful, but every single time this attack speed aura gets buffed or gets activated, it's not going to be too great. So these guys pushing back a little bit the moment the attack speed aura wears off, but the archers are barely scraping those longbows. Oh my goodness. Lyra holding on
Yeah,
for
it's
dear life.
always so annoying. It's always so annoying because you want to push in those longbows and they just keep kiting you, and you're like, you just keep losing 1 or 2 archers every time you push, and it's so frustrating.
When you start attacking the rams with longbows, that's when you know, like, hey, I'm desperate to get these down.
Yeah.
And Meowasis most likely, yep, starting with that. Hey, the feng shui, guys. These archers actually doing okay, but she doesn't have the mass right now. And the men-at-arms just soaking up all that TC fire, so the longbows stay alive. And another house will go down. Lyra just having to pay a very heavy price every time, but she does have the goal to now go for castle. And the question is she going for military? I would assume so. Because if you get military, that's when you unlock all these feisty things like boot camp and composite bows.
Yeah, I would guess that has to be the way, right? Because those Abbasid archers, when you get to castle, they're really, really good. But that's a scary military count right now from Meowasis. So, and she does go for castle.
She does go for castle, and Lyra is
You know
trying
that
to keep up.
Abbasid, it's so slow. That's the problem with Abbasid. You go castle, and it feels like it takes forever to actually get to castle.
Now, the problem Abbasid will have here as well is there's no barracks here yet. And Lyra, not noticing that those villages are idle, she needs to drop a few barracks to get the Ghulams here too. Because they don't need any upgrades. They're already going to be Castle Age Ghulams. They're going to be great. And you can see she's just going for wood. She needs to keep those archers out pumping. But I think her mind right now is on composite bows and infantry. As I say that, the barracks gets dropped. The Ghulams are on the menu.
Yeah, I imagine the composite bow is the way to go for her, right? Archers are like, they don't need too much food. She already has the infrastructure. She has a bit of a mass already. So focusing on getting those archers out, those composite bows, all the upgrades, that has to be the play, I think.
The idle time from these is just so valuable for Meowasis. She has to capitalize on this, and she's doing such a great job. Meowasis, honestly, playing like I've never seen her before. She is honestly not looking like the plat player we saw earlier today. Maybe warming up a little
It's
bit.
really good. She's being patient, you know, not losing her army on the TC, trying to do a suicidal push, like I would do so many times. She's playing really well.
Gotta respect the TC fire, but let's see what the next ram is gonna do. Oh, there was no ram. I was about to say, if there's another ram. I think Lyra also not having a backwards wood line made this so difficult for her. Right now she's just desperate. And these villagers are falling like flies. The Ghulams instantly queued up. We got the camels coming out. Camel Rider is going to be so valuable here. And she might be able to even take on this army a bit, I say. But she's not getting the archer upgrades yet. No archer upgrades in queue. She's just being overwhelmed.
Yeah, she has to queue up those upgrades right away. That's like the most important thing right now. She needs composite bows. She needs +1 defense, +1 attack. She has the gold too, so it's definitely more a matter of being overwhelmed by everything that's happening, right? She has pings everywhere. There's army left, army south, you know, army everywhere.
And slowly losing villagers one by one. And this is now the point where English can catch up. English can actually go now for that King's Palace and catch up because they've gotten so many kills. 21 dead villagers already. But she takes the fight here. And the fight is actually, even though the upgrades aren't in, it's still kind of okay. I say, but I realized there's a tower here that boosts these. The reason it's
Yeah,
okay,
it's probably
army
a
is
bit
split.
too early still from Lyra. She probably would benefit from being a bit more patient.
Oh, but the Ghulam coming through, taking very little damage, pushing now. And we do see +2 coming in too, and this is going to be really good for her. The upgrade for the archers about to kick in, but she's getting raided here from the back, losing a few vills again, and Meowasis actually in a decent position.
Yeah, definitely. But Lyra looks like you know, she has those upgraded archers now, so she should be able to take down this army pretty quick. And she never lost her TC, even though she lost a lot of villages. She's still okay, so I think this is a fairly equal game, and I would probably even give Lyra the upper hand now.
Yeah, Lyra now being in castle, dead even, but still on 2 TC, so she's lost a lot. But she's kind of okay. This is where you transition out of and you're gonna be alright. 1,600 gold right now. I don't think she's doing this on purpose, but she's definitely
No.
trying to focus her attention on getting everything in front of her base to die. And she's doing a great job at that. And Meowasis just keeps producing.
Yeah, I think Meowasis needs to get to castle now. She has the farm economy. She can afford it. And it looks like that's what she's trying to do, right? She's got 10 on gold. She's got a lot of food in the bank.
Still going for pocket resources.
Because Lyra has no farms. So that's definitely pretty important, right? She's not gonna be able to keep pumping like this. Even though with Eco Wing, she can start building farms pretty quick.
Yeah, she does have the bank for it as well, but
And
now...
she has the bank for, yeah, she probably is gonna drop a lot of farms when she realizes she just needs a bit of space, and she just needed to clean up their army to get a bit of space, stabilize a bit, and now she can deal with her macro.
Now, Meowasis definitely needs to go for the King's Palace to just try and stay even. But remember, guys, we have God vision. They do not have God vision. They don't see what we see, and we see that this is quite an even game at the moment. Let's see what she decides to go up with. Come on, Miss English.
You probably wanna go King's Palace, right?
Definitely. There's no doubt about it. But I think a lot of people just say, and me included, the White Tower is just so good, and she's going for the White Tower.
And she clicks the White Tower.
Now,
The White Tower is definitely really good, right? But at the same time, I don't think Lyralia is in a position to kill her right now, but she doesn't know that.
mm-hmm.
So it feels like the King's Palace probably would have been the better choice, and that would equalize the TC count.
Make
But
it a
yeah,
little
we'll
bit more
see,
fair.
we'll see.
We see with the White Tower here, you don't protect any of your eco at the back though. But this is the wonders of walls. You make them focus the middle, so they think they have to protect, or they have to go through here to get you. So this White Tower is not going to be able to protect any of her eco, but we'll see if Lyra sees it that way as well. She does have her favorite type of unit now, a knight-like unit.
Yeah, that's gonna start to get scary for Meowasis.
And she goes straight into the White Tower. Now this is Meowasis' turn to actually fight back. We see the longbow upgrade is going to kick in soon, but she can take this fight, especially...
Did she get composite bows yet?
I'll check
Oh
now.
yeah, she doesn't see.
Not yet.
No, yeah, and not the other one, boot camp either. So those archers are not as good as they could be. Those ghulams either.
And you're fighting basically under the White Tower now with units that are going to counter you. The longbows have upgrades. Yes, you just killed a bunch of villagers, but this is scary, Lyra. You gotta be careful here.
Yeah, definitely. Those are not composite bows archers, so she does have +2.
So they are doing a decent chunk of damage, but... Oh, and with the longbows here, let's see if the longbows are going to have +2. Not anytime soon, so those lances are actually going to take a very long time to kill. They're going to take very favorable trades. Getting on top of those longbows, they do eventually go down, but the archers are doing a decent job at them. And now a lot of idle time for Meowasis.
Yeah, it seems like she's having a bit of a hard time to deal with both the raids and the attack in the front. Lyra now taking the villager lead again, a pretty good one with like almost 20 villagers now. I think for Lyra it's time to just probably chill a bit, get those farms up, get that production up, get all your upgrades.
And secure a little bit more of the map here.
Yeah.
So with your gold running out in your base, now the question is where you're going next, and when you're floating this many resources, what am I doing with them? So I don't know if she's gonna keep making archers or if she's gonna try and do a push. Now again, Meowasis losing her army because they're a little bit split up here. The rest of them are arriving and they're gonna be able to shoot these because there are lots of chunky crossbows in here. And again, composite bow archers non-existent at the moment. Yes. Hey.
Yeah, and definitely, and with that big gold in the middle of the map there, that's looking like a prime spot to drop a keep, and kind of, you know, a keep in the middle of the map is always really good to have, and if you can control that big gold, that's a really good spot. So if Lyra should probably try and do that right now. You could
Lyra,
secure like a big stronghold in the middle of the map there.
yeah, if Lyra can do that, and I think she could. She has the resources to just make units to get this type of control on the map. And again, with these lances in the base, she is slowing down this English economy significantly. 13 villages killed now. But keeping in mind, this is a 1 TC English. It's not those Englishes we should be scared of.
Yeah, indeed. She doesn't have the King's Palace, so she can't really replace those villagers that easily.
And Meowasis, I don't think she's used to fighting at this point of the game for this long, back and forth, but really showing us that she can even put a Diamond or a Conqueror player on her toes. Now, the Lancer...
Yeah, it's really strong showing again from Meowasis.
The Lancers...
But we can see right now she got a bit of... Well, macro is falling apart a bit with like 45 on wood, 14 on food only 4 on gold. It's a bit of a strange macro that just happens when you get raided and you start moving villagers everywhere.
Oh, and Lyra has waited. She has remassed. And now getting siege. This is going to be a really good push for Lyra. Every single villager kill that she got on these farms, on the gold, on the back farms, definitely put her in a prime position to take her down now. And now the push is coming. So... I don't know if Meowasis is ready for this, because there's no spring ult to deal with these. There's just going to be a lot of problems. The moment they arrive, and Lyra taking that prime position in the middle, like you said, on the big gold.
Yeah, there you go.
Men-at-Arms finally getting their Castle Age upgrade, but there's only 4 Men-at-Arms, and I think you're going to need a lot more to deal with this big Abbasid army.
And those middle keeps are so good, right? Because they force your opponent to go around it, and it's just so much harder to push when you have to like go around and whether to push straight in the middle. So this is gonna be really good for Lyra. She's gonna be able to fall back there if she loses a fight or.
Now both of them.
But it's looking like Lyra's experience is starting to show here, right?
The late game, showing the late game. Presence is so important, and she's attacking at the front though, which I'm really surprised about. Knowing Lyra, she knows she needs to go around that white tower. Don't fight into the white tower, and just like that, the Springald actually cleans up one of those very dangerous mangonels. These are still not composite bow archers. I don't think Lyra has played enough Abbasid to realize, hey, we might need to think a little bit differently about this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much Abbasid she's played actually. Because we know her more as a French and Rus player, right? Though she was also really good with Ayubids. But Ayubid does play quite differently than Abbasid.
And with the Trebuchet here, you're definitely now gonna have a different sense of problems in your base. We see the Lancers have made it through too. The Trebuchet is hammering down at production buildings. And again, production buildings might seem like, oh, why are you even attacking those? But it's so important for keeping that mass going. Even though Meowasis doesn't really have anything to keep that mass going, she's struggling to produce. The Springald war gets won by Lyra, and this is honestly where everything usually falls apart.
Yeah, Lyra is really good position right now, huh?
Oh, definitely. Now with the Mangonels joining, the Springald being at the front here, we can see Meowasis getting a little bit overwhelmed now. The archers firing away, and now the question is, Lyra, next game, are we getting composite bows? Or are we doing this again? And Lyra in the chat right now. Lyra, where are those composite bows, girl? You'll be clapping the poor little English archers ages ago. And now...
Yeah, composite bow archer and that boot camp too, because it's both upgrades are really good for those archers, right?
And the beautiful Trebuchet just smacking back at these production buildings, just causing more pings while raiding at the same time. Meowasis, again, just like the previous time we saw her against Deepshine, she's absolutely showing that she is not just the gold player she was a few weeks ago. She is a real contender, and we'll see a lot more from her in the coming months. So...
Oh yeah, that was a really good game from her. She was really close to taking it home, I think, and... But yeah, Lyra's experience is showing right now.
The Shukiii in a
But it's
friend.
really impressive from Meowasis, and if you give her, you know, a couple more months, she's probably gonna be up there with everyone else, huh?
So, are you able to quote, give me a Marine Lord quote on the gameplay that you saw here today?
I mean, it's hard to say because it was not destruction, right? It was a pretty complicated game, huh? But in the end, the French prevailed because French is always better than everybody else. Is how it is.
That was
No one can compete.
Thank you, Marine Lord, for that quote. After winning Molala, you had took the time out of the
Yeah.
day to come and give us the best commentary we could ask for. Lyra, just doing another
Yeah.
keep. Another keep!
As Marine Lord said yesterday, it's not that I'm good, it's everybody else sucks.
And Lyra takes the W. Meowasis, sure, putting up a good fight. Really, really well played and putting up so much pressure. Definitely going to see a lot more of this in the future. Oh, damn.
Yeah, really good game from Meowasis. That was super strong.
And she didn't idle
And
the
obviously
TC.
Lyra too, right?
Yeah. Lyra showing us why she's the French queen. And now we just have to ask ourselves, is she going to be able to show this dominance in the Outback Octagon next week? Lyra, are you ready for our destruction? So, girls, I see there's all the women on the chat. Guys. Or women. Girls. They think we're going to be easy kills. We're going to be easy pop. Our goal is not to win the Outback Octagon, but to mess up the game of so many of those damn players who think we're going to be the easy kills. We are all learning, but we're getting there. We're all like conk 1 to 2 right now. So, ladies, we have to show those men what we're made of, okay? Please, we have to. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so guys, that was me and Shukiii for this. We're gonna go get ready for the semis and the finals that will be concluding today. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you for joining, Shukiii.
Hey everybody, thank you, Whamen.
Bye. Welcome. I realize we need BRB music. We'll get that next time, guys, when we have our next event. Now, actually, before I get you out of this, I just want to say we don't have a next event scheduled yet. We still have to schedule our Steel Series event as well. So, guys, we still have to cook a little bit. But we're taking like a few week vacation in terms of tournaments on this channel so that we can chill and plan for next year, because we're cooking a LAN and I hope we're gonna have a lot of people there. So yeah. So Artemis, welcome to the stream again.
I'm very excited, first of all, to be here. Second of all, to hear about your LAN. That's very, very exciting. I can't wait. I know that there hasn't been too much coming down the pipeline, but not to worry. The powers that be do have a lot for us, and I know you're one of them, and I cannot wait to do more. I am so proud to be able to be a sponsor for this event and to be able to also join you here in the casting booth to see a few games from some women who and you know, and I know have been improving so much, and I think we're going to see some really competitive gameplay.
Yeah, though hoping to see some top tier games, because all these players are very, very tightly matched. Some beat the others, and now we just have like an evenly matched up all around. So yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be action-packed. But yeah, no, we are very thankful that you have sponsored all these ladies to play against one another. Because honestly, in the past, it's been quite dominant with like 1 or 2 players. But now, it feels like the top competition. I feel like the top 5 are very close in skill to one another. I would probably regard myself as number 6. But I couldn't play today because, you know, I have to click the buttons here that we see as on our screens today. So I don't think I would have done that well anyway. I've seen them play today and I'm a little bit intimidated, honestly. So how was it actually playing against them though? Did you go in with confidence?
Had a series of matchups that were a lot of fun against players who I have played with before. So I actually got to open up with a match against the favored Deepshine, and I was quite proud to have kept up with her until about the 10-minute mark and made it. I think I made it tough. I'd like to believe I made the opening challenging. I did go in with a plan. And got some harassment in. I think she lost a few more bills than she would have liked to, but nevertheless, she did best me in about 15 minutes. I, obviously graciously tapped as soon as she had taken the advantage. She played really well. I also played a very competitive match against Tam, who has advanced. And that it's a lot of fun to see, right? Players who you're like really close with move on to those final rounds, and so I'll get to kind of see if she used her strategies against me or if she did not. And I also, it was a lot of fun for me to participate in. I was fully prepared to I knew what the matchups were going to look like in terms of the competition, but it's I'd like to when you're the underdog, you have to do things that are unexpected, and you have to sometimes take risks, and that's fun. That's fun for me to do. So yeah, I did enjoy playing.
It's always nice to put your own fingers in the pie when you're like, okay, I sponsored this, but I'm still playing. It's the same when we sponsored an event recently. And we won our own money back, and it's so weird, and people are like, that's rigged. No, it's not. We just did the same as all the players, and it's just fun. You just want to be part of something big. I think a good example is the King of Dry Arabia. King of Dry Arabia, Beastie ended up winning, and he was the one who put the 1.5k down initially for the prize money. So it's like, hey, I won a portion of my money back. But it's about content.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether or not, and if you do this for a living, it's very different, and people definitely don't understand the vast disparity in gaming and doing that professionally versus right, being a hobbyist, right, like myself, who just gets to enjoy it, and any winnings are have been donated back to any tournament organization I've ever been a part of.
Yeah. Exactly.
Anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And but I have so much respect for the competitive scene, and for how the sacrifice, as I've learned and as I've met more of these players, the sacrifice that they make for their passion for the game and whatnot. And so it's really awesome to have these outlets where we can see other groups who may not normally be in the spotlight show off their passion for the game. And we have really strong viewership, which is saying that they want more. So yeah, thank you, Whamen, for bringing it to us. And not to pat myself on the back too much, but I'm really happy that I can be a part of this competitive scene.
That's so good to hear. I don't even know how many viewers we have. I have viewer count off at all times so that I don't get nervous. I haven't streamed with a viewer count in so long, and sometimes after a while I get the stream summary and I'm like, oh my god, that was so good, nice. So definitely a fun thing for us to see that people are actually interested in these two. But now I do think some of these are becoming a few household names. So we have Deepshine and Rabbitsweet, who were from from opposing sides of the world there. Deepshine currently in Germany, actually, but she's from Taiwan originally. And Rabbitsweet from mainland China. So I think both of these players, they know each other, they respect each other, and they know that this is not going to be an easy match. I met Deepshine in person, and she is as intimidating in person as she is online. I would not 1v1 her in person, but she's really sweet. I absolutely love meeting her.
1v1 her in person. Oh, I love that. I do not think I'd be formidable in any sort of in-person 1v1. But regarding Deepshine, she is an incredible player, a very dynamic player. You mentioned that she had been receiving coaching, and I know that one of her greatest strengths is her diversity of play. There are a lot of civilizations under her belt. She has the ability to execute many different strategies. She's comfortable going in early. She's comfortable with the late game, and that makes her I think that is one of her greatest strengths as a player, is not necessarily like any particular area, but just her overall mastery and game knowledge.
I think both of these players also have diversified their ability to play so well. Rabbitsweet definitely showing she wasn't as dominant this time as she has been before, but keeping in mind she lost through Nostromia and Peppino Pigg, who both made it through. So I don't think Rabbitsweet is as dominating as we saw her in the team games, which she was so scary. Deepshine now is just showing that she can adjust, she reads your playstyle, and she will outpush you. There's no chance for you at coming back once Deepshine is in your base. Now, that is going to be on the one side. Then on the other side, we have Nostromia and Peppino Pigg. Now, I felt like Nostromia has always outshined a little bit of everyone in our ranks, in our leagues. So she's been a little bit better than all of us, just a smidge, you know, above the rest of us. But now Peppino Pigg made it through 3-1, and the only person she lost against was Nostromia. And Nostromia, the only person she lost against was Deepshine. So now the question is, who will prevail? Will Peppino Pigg make a comeback and take down Nostromia?
You know, I think that it really depends on our preparation from our players, because what we've seen, you know, you mentioned that Peppino Pigg has really improved a lot. And so I wonder if she, and Nostromia is someone who, you know, plays a lot of, I don't want to say they don't have diversity of play, but they play a lot of the similar strategies. And so I think if Peppino Pigg is prepared, you know, she could really surprise us today.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I would love to see that. Now, initially, guys, we were going to go into Deepshine and Rabbitsweet, but they have not started as of yet. So we're going to hop into Peppino Pigg in and a... Wait. I think we just got an update. Oh, no, never mind. They have not started as of yet. So we're going to go into Peppino Pigg and Nostromia for now. Now, I expect these to be long games. We're not going to watch their full series. We're going to go back to Deepshine and Rabbitsweet because those are the people we want to follow for this round. Also because I expect those to be much shorter and more action-packed than the other two, because I know that Nostromia loves to delay and drown her opponents out, tire them completely. And Peppino, she doesn't mind booming in her base either. So let's hop in to Nostromia and Peppino Pigg, game number 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are on a map that the ladies don't often play, actually. So, what do you think of this this pick we have here, Golden Heights?
I have not seen Golden Heights come out in a while. Last I recall, I feel that it is a strongly English-favored map, mostly because of the ability for the villagers to take better engagements against other villagers. Obviously, you want to take advantage of that water, and right now we do actually see both of our players sending one villager. Oh, excuse me. Oh,
Only one?
Actually, no, never mind. I actually confused that for the scout. We do see Nostromia confidently going to take the water. So I wonder if we're actually going to see Peppino Pigg ignore the water completely or just try to maybe shut down that English dock. But there aren't too many fish. There's only 3 deep fish on this map, but that's still enough to significantly boost your, you know, your early, you know, food economy, which can allow you to do different things as English. It can allow you to even, you know, consider horsemen or fast castle. So I think that this is a strong opening from Nostromia.
Yeah, usually when you're playing against English, English has this ability to send 2 villagers and they can contest your dock because they can just fight you. Now, the other thing that English sometimes does is they drop a barracks to contest your dock. So you want to be very careful when playing against English. So I think Peppino Pigg choosing to stay in a base is actually a very surprising move, but it might also just be because she's not used to playing on water. This is not a map that we very commonly see in any of our female tournaments because this is what the pro players play. All of them play these maps very regularly. So she might not be confident in denying this early on. But we see Nostromia with a greedy play. Double dock?
Extremely greedy. Double docks. You were mentioning it's like that English gambit. It's this brinksmanship part of the game, right? Do you send 1 villager and do you send 2 villagers, which denies your opponent completely? But Nostromia sending 1 villager and then being extremely greedy with the double docks, which means she's already got 4 fishing ships out. Now, this is going to be expensive to maintain, and this actually could give Peppino Pigg an opportunity if she were to be more aggressive, because obviously Nostromia is not going to be able to get out as many units. The question is whether or not Peppino is going to know about this or be set up at all to take advantage of that, or like you said, maybe she's just not accustomed to playing on water. I do see her on the stone, and so it is making me think she might be going for like that 2 TC Song Dynasty, and then that may not be the counter that is needed.
And honestly, I love the stone opening for her because she's comfortable on land and she's been showing us constantly she likes her 2 TC plays. But what I don't like from Nostromia is a double dock here. Because this is so much investment. You go for water because it's a very low investment in a way. Not low, but lower than a TC, right? But you can only produce a specific amount of fishing ships from these. So in the later stages, this lake can only sustain 9 to 10 fishing ships with 3 deep water fish. So now with her investing this much, she's going to be making a lot of early game units, but it's going to be really hard to keep this going into the late game. While a second TC is going to pay off very, very well by the mid game already. So if Peppino Pigg can survive the early game, I think she's going to be in a very nice position. But also, I feel like Nostromia could go for a fast castle out of this because this is going to be so much food income. But then at the same time, here we go. Peppino Pigg wants to contest the water and invests a little bit herself.
But Whamen, you just criticized the double docks, but what this is actually going to allow Nostromia to do is to just counter this much more effectively. She's going to be able to keep, at least 6 of these ships alive, likely more given her ability to micro. So we'll see what this junk can actually do. It is going to sink at least 1 fishing ship. Oh, we do see a demo coming out as well.
The demo most likely just for the next Springald ship that comes out. But yeah, exactly like you said, like this is just going to allow them to keep these alive a little bit more. And the fact that now Peppino Pigg has invested into this lake means that she didn't get off scot-free if she doesn't win this. If she just left this lake alone, I don't know if that would be the best call, but also you would get into a position where your opponent invested a significant amount on this water and you're actually just gonna be living your best life on 2 TC. Because right now, her second TC isn't even close to being placed down yet.
We do see 1 Hulk coming up for Nostromia, so she is going to bring that Hulk out. And I mean, the demo is already prepared, so we'll see what happens there. Nostromia also walling, thinking, perhaps she was worried about some sort of, light aggression and wants to just be able to focus on water. But now we see we've got both war junks, and then she's actually pop blocked. And the Hulk can't come out because Nostromia is out of population. The villager is almost going to go down, and things are not looking good for her on water. The Hulk and the demo is going to go off magnificently. The archer ships are going to be able to take down the Hulk, and actually Peppino Pigg is going to be able to potentially take over this pond.
Oh, but that is
the
such...
demo? Oh,
such
that is a
juicy shot.
devastating demo.
That was such a good demo shot from her. She needs to pull these back because you cannot lose this now. She did such a good job.
One more demo. One more demo coming in.
And that does
oh,
not hit.
Okay.
A little bit of a premature
And a
explosion.
final demo is actually going to come out. But an archer ship is going to find it first. Demo going to be wasted.
And Nostromia just losing a little bit of a cool on the water. Now, Peppino Pigg, yes, she has invested quite a bit here, but she's idled this economy. Nostromia with the triple dock, has invested so heavily on this water, making sure that she wants to rely on this, that behind all of this, she's forgotten about her king. She's forgotten about all those villagers on her wood, but she's just using this to try and make more ships. Now, she's going to try to get the control of this water back, but there's no... If it doesn't work, she's not going to have a farm transition behind this.
She does have, even though they are on the shorefish, she does have some of these boats working. But if you'll notice, Nostromia has 6 of her economic units on water, like you said, and if Peppino Pigg can counter that, then Peppino is going to have a serious villager advantage, and therefore a serious economic advantage. But right now, we are going to see the ships taking a fight right now. Hulk and Warjunk actually about to pop out. And then a demo is going to come in, and a great demo shot out of Nostromia. Really going to put Peppino Pigg in jeopardy. So Nostromia actually going to be able to take control of this pond again. We were worried that she would not have a farm transition behind it because of the wood investment. But actually, these 8 fishing ships is really the right amount. She's making a 9th, okay, which would then be 3 on each.
Exactly. I think there's actually a 10th coming. Yes, there's going to be a 10th coming. The thing is, now she's in an okay position, but I feel like Peppino Pigg came out ahead here. Peppino Pigg still got the value from this dock. She idled the economy that stopped the fast castle. She got her to make all these military ships, and she did lose a bit of hers, but now that's all dead resources for her. She does shut this down. She does have a little bit of a farming situation here, but now she's caught up with villagers, and Peppino Pigg is on equal footing.
Nostromia actually attacking a tower that Peppino Pigg is putting down. We may have missed 3 villager kills, and now actually a 4th villager is going to go down. We may even see... Peppino Pigg is attacking Nostromia's villagers. My mistake. So Nostromia lost a vill. Peppino Pigg has taken out 4 villagers.
I think the fishing ships count as some of those villagers, by the way, but I could be wrong.
The fishing ships.
This is a maybe from me.
So 1 villager at least, then the fishing ships.
And this is so sneaky from her. So cheeky. We see the villagers trying to move out of the gear here.
But look what we see. Look what we see coming up from our English player. It's going to be a race, but the horsemen are coming in. The horsemen are coming in from our Chinese player, and the White Tower is going to have to get canceled. The villagers are getting pulled back. On the other hand, the Barbican... Oh, okay. White Tower going to go down, be right behind. So it is going to be a race.
It's going to be a race that China wins because they do have faster building speed.
King trying to take out a Vill, but may go down to the Chinese town center.
And even
is Nostromia gonna pull more Vills, or is the Barbican gonna go up first?
Barbican going
up first. If I were
first.
Nostromia, I'd want to pull more Vills.
Yeah, the thing is, luckily the Barbican doesn't have a reach all the way over here, so it might be able to reach one of these villages, but the rest of them should be in a pretty good position. Now, Peppino Pigg cleaning up these horsemen is so valuable, but this just means she's not going to be able to burn through these at any point, or at any time soon. So she pulls more villagers, just like you said, the Barbican is up, but it won't be able to kill any of these. It will just be fighting the White Tower for a significant amount of time, and this forces her not to be able to get that deer that she so badly wanted. Oh, she does lose quite a bit of
Yeah.
horses here. That is very...
Absolutely, and we see knights are actually going to be come out of the White Tower first. So I wonder if that's going to the knights will likely try to join the king for some harassment, some mobility. She's gonna Nostromia is going to want to make sure that she maintains water control. But at this point, with her navy, she should be good there. Peppino Pigg is actually out on to pocket deer. That would be a really good find for Nostromia with the knights. I wonder if she'll go hunting for pocket resources or not. We actually do see some longbows going to be pushing at the front. Going to be pushing bills off the deer here.
And that's a really big pickup already. Just the idle time is so valuable here because you need to make sure that you slow down this Chinese player. You have the water, you've got safe food. I want us to just quickly look at all these fishing ships. We've got 16 fishing ships right now. And the problem is, these are going to start getting depleted. And then those 15 fishing ships are not going to have the same value. Nostromia already behind in eco, technically. I say that, but keep in mind, there's a lot of idle time happening here as we're migrating to the other wood line.
It can be challenging at times, but if Nostromia does have map control, it can really kind of ease that transition. For example, she's on the boar right now in order to gather food, so she doesn't have to rush that farm transition, which is already easier as the English. I agree, this is definitely an overinvestment onto water, but at the same time, it's clearly benefiting her economy in the short term, and you know, she does not know about this little triangle of villagers that Peppino Pigg has up here, nor does she know about the horsemen that are crossing the map towards her villagers.
Oh.
Neither player's scouting intel is extremely revealing.
The problem is Peppino Pigg is very susceptible to raids now, because these knights, they hit like trucks, and she doesn't really have the units to deal with this. Her farming eco might be idle here for a while too. This is just the problem when you're playing against a Castle Age English now. But 32 villages idle, oof, so expensive.
Peppino Pigg idling out some villagers, but actually just barely missing them and not able to find them with the horsemen because she didn't have a scout with her army. Missed potentially 8 villager kills, which would have been excellent payback. She's looking, she's checking the deer. She knows that Nostromia must be getting food from somewhere. Besides the pond, I guess so. But oh, man, these knights are taking just an absolutely terrible quick wall from just a disgusting quick wall from Nostromia. So that wow.
Yeah.
Excuse me. What just happened?
Peppino Pigg tried a quick wall, and these bad boys were waiting for her as they were quick walling. So the quick wall was very important, but it is not complete yet. And they weren't able to get safety in this little village here. So unfortunately, a lot of those villages went down. The thing is, even though she lost a ton of vills, we see 16 going down now. This is not the end of the line for her. She's in Song Dynasty, she's got the faster production, but it's just even now. The thing is, the chaos this has caused, I think, puts Nostromia in the driving seat a little bit. So Nostromia still has that army lead, and she's got valuable units. But keep in mind, the army does count with the ships. So the men-at-arms, though, they're going to be very useful, and there's nothing that Peppino Pigg has that will be dealing with them at any point anytime soon.
It's the map control that you said. The English, that their challenge is that their army is not very mobile, but if you can bring your forces right up to Peppino's base and consistently challenge it, then you don't really allow her to use any mobility. You completely negate, right, the Chinese armored infantry, right, that can move a lot faster, those palace guards. And so I would love to see Nostromia kind of condense her forces and maybe look to start pressuring with its trebuchet. we do see Peppino at the same time gathering her army, and we may see an engagement here as knights are charging in straight towards horsemen. They're going to pull back now. Men-at-Arms are going to try to take the engagement up against palace guards. Crossbows behind are going to be firing on the palace guards and on the spears. Knights are going to make their way back into the fray. The fight does not look good for Peppino, who is actually going to get cleaned up here. Reinforcements trickling in. That's not what you want. Longbows are going to be able to pick off those crossbowmen, and then all of a sudden Nostromia has an extremely commanding amount of army, and she is going to be looking for the prize, which is villager kills. Those knights are going to go head straight for that wood line if I know what she's thinking, and that is exactly what she's going to do.
Now the problem...
We have a wall, but it's just to distract.
Ooh, it's not a complete distraction, it's a distraction!
2 villagers.
That causes idle time, and it causes a very big annoyance here as well, because this is already very valuable food. The knights are just cleaning up as much as they want. The lancers, she wasn't able to use those horsemen to collapse on all the ranged units, and now it doesn't feel like she's responding to this, not respecting the power of the knights, and all of a sudden Nostromia's over-invested food economy is looking like it paid off significantly. Lance?
Yeah, absolutely. Overfishing may be the answer in certain cases, especially in war games. She is not microwaving too much, but she is just making sure that those knights are causing havoc now in the farms next to the granaries, and behind this we see more knights coming in, more ranged units, groups of longbows coming in, just set up to come in here, just passing on the Imperial official, but headed for the other wood line. She knows that Peppino Pigg is going to be trying to gather wood elsewhere. IO goes down, more villagers on the farms are going down to longbows. They will get cleaned up, but not before Nostromia takes a commanding villager lead and full control of this map.
This is such a tough position to be in as the Chinese player, because you've got your farm transition, but nothing feels safe here. And I feel like this little wall finally getting finished is going to allow no more sneaky boys coming in from the sides. But now she does have a few moments to get her thoughts together and to decide, what am I going to do? She doesn't have any military upgrades, so it just won't be that easy to kill these units, because as we can see, Nostromia is valuing her military upgrade. She's getting +2 attack here as well, which is going to benefit those men-at-arms significantly.
Peppino has a much more gold-heavy army, though. A lot of longbows out of Nostromia at this point, so we actually could see a very favorable fight for Peppino Pigg if she's able to take it properly in the center here. 2 knights are going to go down, and actually villagers from Nostromia are going to run right past the crossbows. Could be a mistake. Nope, they're going to pull back and try to drop a tower for that aura. And now, at the same time, it looks like the ranged units are... Well, actually, never mind, as horsemen flood in from Peppino Pigg in order to get on to top of those ranged units. That's what she needed to do earlier. That might give her the edge here, but it's still looking pretty dicey for her. Especially as that tower is going to complete in the stealth forest. That could completely change the tide of battle, as 5 bills will hop in it immediately. 1 men-at-arms coming in, and that is going to change the tide of this fight. And Nostromia now again looking dominant, about to finally ram down the Barbican. Peppino forced to retreat. Does have 1 clock tower nest of bees. We've seen Nest of Bees do crazy things in these matches, especially up against, these ranged units. So, hey, we could see a
miracle. 1
more favorable engagement from Peppino Pigg, but right now, Sacred Timer is ticking now. Nostromia has, triple the economic population, even though a lot of those are wasted on fishing ships. Okay, Oh, Nesta B's firing off. Gonna get a good shot in. Decent shot. And is still gonna be protected. Will get a second shot off. Not quite as valuable. I don't think it will get a third. It will get a third shot off. Gonna do decent damage. And Peppino gonna take... And not necessarily gonna take this fight as more reinforcements come in.
It does look a little bit more favorable than initially. Nostromia, though, she knows you can take a favorable fight, but I actually have the answer to all of this, and that is getting a siege workshop right here, close to your base, so that I have access to it. Now, I want to discuss this for Twitch chat as well, but Barbican of the Sun is such an important landmark for China. And it is so nice to plop this down in your opponent's base, to cheese them a little bit, but later on, if it doesn't pay off enough, it just doesn't create that pressure that you need it to do. With that Barbican, you can usually secure a second gold as well. And this is something that we usually do when we want to cheese someone, but if it doesn't pay off, it does do its own little damage to you. And we see now this keep firing back. But now, with this siege workshop being done, ooh, and going for greased axles instead, that is going to be a very feisty play here. Good for Springholds.
Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if that is just probably to use for, to counter those clock tower Nesta Bees. She is respecting those, but now actually, well, Clock Tower Nesta Bees is going to get surrounded by the Men-at-Arms. At the same time, villagers are getting attacked by Peppino Pigg, and this game is getting a little bit messy. Villagers are going to try to come in and repair the Nest of Bees. Will the second Nest of Bees get a shot off in time to potentially save the first? They will. Nostromia is going to take this engagement, but this was just so that Peppino Pigg could make sure that she could keep both of her Nest of Bees alive to bring back into the fight. She's going to contest this siege workshop, but not before Greased Axles is complete.
Now, this siege workshop was actually an expensive loss here for Nostromia. The thing is, whenever you get confident like this, and I've done this several times, I'm like, oh, I think I have the control, and then you start building things, and it's like, oh, this is dangerous. And just like now, both of them could be overextending just a little bit. Nest of Bees again in danger. Running away, King goes down, but those crossbows are feisty.
The, Clock Tower Springald is out as well to counter them. These vills are going to do a good job of keeping the Clock Tower Nest of Bees alive, as will the Keep. And Peppino Pigg has stabilized with this keep in the center and with her Nest of Bees. It's still looking slightly favored for Nostromia, but if you'll notice, the villager count is has caught up, and Nostromia is potentially a little bit tunnel visioned. There's potentials for raids. There's a lot of pocket resources, but that's not where her head is right now. She was thinking that she was going to take this game with this forward siege workshop, and now she has to use it to build springholds and to respect her opponent's units.
Yeah, I think with the Berkshire, though, she's going to have so much control over this, especially considering the farm transition is looking kind of chunky at the back. With the amount of farms we see back here, the moment she gets enclosures, this is going to be absolutely gorgeous. And the gold income is going to skyrocket just as well. The problem is, that Sacred Side timer is still ticking, and it doesn't feel like Peppino is anywhere closer to decapping this. She hasn't tried over here, and there's nothing to protect this, but I feel like her attention has been so focused on, hey, I need to kill this army, that she maybe has forgotten about the Sacred Side victory, and that bell might need to remind her that, hey, I'm ticking.
It is, and Nostromia is now starting to think about it, as we do see her go to drop 2 keeps on the westernmost sacred site. And so will Peppino Pigg, she's had time to think about this. I mean, you know, she could have just walked a villager over at any point in time, but now we see 19 vills going to drop 2 keeps out here. Good on Peppino Pigg. She will use her lancers to find vill kills out on these resources, but at the same time, Nostromia pushing, going to force a fight right here, right now. She has the king back into the battle. Lots of ranged units going off. We see the nest of bees pulling into position, firing off, and they're going to do massive damage on the crossbows. But Springhold's coming in from Nostromia. They are going to fire, but these are clock tower nest of bees with a little bit more health. Nevertheless, melee unit's gonna get on top of them. Nest of bees might escape. Villagers being pulled to repair them. Villagers will not repair the first one, but will keep the second alive. Nostromia's rams are still moving through the production, but Springholds are coming in from it's Peppino as well. All this time, the keep, the outpost, still doing decent damage on Nostromia's units. However, during all this action, and while Nostromia continues to push into Peppino Pigg's base, we do see 2 keeps completed, and now we see Men-at-Arms pouring into the backwood line of Peppino Pigg's base. That's not what you want. You're now seeing pings everywhere, and yes, she is doing damage with her lancers. She is trying to pick off those reinforcements, but the problem is that Nostromia is knocking on her door. We do have 2 clock tower nest of bees. Are they going to take a good shot? Come on. Fire. And they do not. She is not paying attention. She did not, and was not able to utilize those nest of bees. We do see some quick walls coming up, but it's not fast enough to keep the Men-at-Arms from entering into the base, or at least from just being extremely annoying. Imperial Academy looks like it's going to go down. King re-entering the fight for Nostromia as she has a commanding army lead. The villager lead is the same. Villagers are even right now, but not for long, as the range units look to move onto the farms, onto the granaries, and Nostromia is going to start picking them off one by one.
When you are this deep in your opponent's base, you're just trying to do as much as you can, knowing that you are in Imperial. You've got this insane income from gold, and I want to see only 2 villages on gold, and she's still getting 600 gold per minute. These are from the relics, it's from the farms, and Peppino Pigg is about to lose a lot of these. So Peppino definitely showing us the mid game. She was okay, she was doing well, she was cooking up a comeback for herself, but Nostromia just having a lot better control with her units. The sacred site dinging, maybe making Peppino realize, hey, I should have probably done something about that a little bit earlier, but she calls it. She realizes, I am not going to be able to break this woman, and we will be going into game 2 with Nostromia taking the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, GG to both our players. Nostromia looking like she just had better command of that map. You know, we had some small criticism here and there about the fishing ships, but, you know, she was able to utilize that. Peppino Pigg did a really good job at stabilizing for herself at a few moments in this game and using those Chinese unique units to try to hold off Nostromia for as long as possible. But even though you mentioned these are both players who, you know, picked good late game sibs and who are both comfortable going into the late game, that is not exactly what we saw. We did see it go into Imperial, but you know, we wrapped up in about 25 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I honestly thought that this was going to be a very, very long one, but at this point it just felt like she was able to, you know, close this out in a very commanding fashion. Nostromia took that advantage and she didn't wait too much at all. So yeah, both of these guys are doing so well. But actually, guys, now that Nostromia is 1-0 up, we will be going into Deepshine and Rabbitsweet's game. As we said, that is exactly what we wanted to cover a little bit earlier, while we were waiting for them to go in. We just wanted to give you another game. So the reason is because both of these are very, very highly talked about players, and we want to make sure that we cover those that we think it's going to be a very big decider match here. Now, from the last series, we know Nostromia is the favorite to go through, but Deepshine and Rabbitsweet, let's go check what a hill and dale looks like between these players. Now, Deepshine, definitely not someone who's scared of booming if she's given the chance. So let's go see if she takes down her fellow AoE champion on that side. So, yeah, I see Kirk saying Nostromia is scary. Oh, yes, she is. Now, let's get into a Hill and Dale, English versus HRE. Now, Artemis, I don't know if you've seen Deepshine's... Oh, wrong button. Wrong button, guys. We're on the wrong scene. Give me a second. Budget production. We're going in now. So, I don't know if you've seen Deepshine's HRE. Have you? Do you know the tales?
I do not know the tales of Deepshine's HRE. She is playing English.
Yes.
But tell me the tales.
So the tales, Deepshine is probably one. I think she's the best female HRE player we have. So Rabbitsweet picking this away from her is actually so crucial because a lot of the times, whenever we don't allow mirror matches, a lot of the games are about, can I pick this away from my opponents? And I think that's exactly what Rabbitsweet did here. And the question we now have to ask ourselves, is Rabbitsweet going to be able to put as much out as Deepshine would with HRE? So Deepshine's HRE, I've not seen anyone who has taken it down as of yet, but it's very, very scary. So I think Rabbitsweet taking this away from her was so important. But Deepshine is a new English player. She hasn't been playing a lot of English she's only learned it recently. And she actually just won a game a little bit earlier against English. So she knows how to play against English as HRE, but I don't know if she knows how to do it the other way around.
Well, that is a really interesting point that you bring up about counterpicking. And, you know, that could be a serious challenge both for Deepshine, who's actually has her, you know, her favorites have picked away from her, and also, again, like we said for Rabbit, because she is gonna have to do her best with HRE, and that makes me think maybe we will see something outside of the ordinary. I wonder if maybe she won't just go for that kind of you know, fast castle that we typically associate with this matchup, and at the same time, in the same token, you know, maybe we'll see something different from Deepshine. Although I suspect that Deepshine will have a solid English build here. It looks like she's going for an early second town center, and is going to be able to get that down, I bet, at the 5-minute mark for sure. So that's a build that is very easy to execute. It's a divine build, if you will, and I think Deep is going to be able to adapt to the English quite easily.
Now, while we're looking at Deepshine's ability to get that second TC on time, I want you guys to notice the exact timing here. So Deepshine, someone who didn't play English much before, she is now able to almost execute the second TC before 5 minutes. Let's go see if she hits that, because this has been something that the pro players are able to do. But most of us are really struggling with that, and she is about to plop that thing down just past the 5-minute mark, but really, really good timing on that second TC from Deepshine here. Rabbitsweet, on the other hand, she did look like she wanted to do a fast castle, but the prelate has been put here at the front to inspire the wood villagers. Now, Twitch chat, I do have a question for you guys. How do we rate this chapel? Twitch chat, this is on you. Artemis, what do you rate this chapel? I don't feel like this is a second.
This is a second town center chapel. This is do I see it attaching itself to that stone? I potentially do. I like it for the wood, but it's also playing it very, very safe. I think this is a potentially a very turtley chapel, because it allows you to you know, execute your farm transition if you would like to. It also you know, you could skip your lumber camp that way. She didn't have great options. I guess she could have gone for the deer and the gold, but deer can be pushed, and so you almost would rather see have seen it gone for the berries and then the sheep, and then you could have pushed the deer. As far as her options went, I think it's okay.
Yeah, I agree. The arcane placement is usually very finicky against English, especially. Now, with English going fast castle behind this, I was saying fast castle behind this, but I just see 4 on gold. I'm not sure if this is going to be a fast castle at all. Now, we don't usually see HRE not go for fast castle against English, so I'm actually quite surprised that she didn't do it. She did a responsible castle, as I like to call them. So a responsible castle is where you make a few units to deal with the king, and then you go for castle. So definitely Rabbit now. Oh, I thought that was the burger for a second. The Regnus Cathedral being dropped here at the back, just so it doesn't obstruct any more farms. She's going to be able to get this thing up pretty quickly, but my question is just, is Deepshine going to be able to deny these relics? We saw in a game earlier, Deepshine was able, as HRE, to get 3 relics against an English player. So now, is Deepshine, as the English, going to be able to also stop her opponent from getting all the free relics? And I see the stable being dropped down here at the front, which tells me already this is not going to be a long game. Because when you drop your stable in your farm's range, you are planning to end this game pretty quickly. Just so that you can scale. You don't need to scale in the late game. You're just going to get your horses there and they're going to go fight. So the horse is there just to support your prelates to pick up those relics as well.
Yes, and on the other hand, without any scouting information, we have Deepshine, going for that 2 town centers, potentially feudal play as English, and that is much more difficult to play against an HRE who goes into the Burgrave and starts spamming Men-at-Arms, right? An HRE player who's looking to build cavalry and get out onto the map, all of a sudden your feudal spears are viable a little bit longer. You have more time for your second town center to get up and online. It can be very easy as English to just move a lot of wood villagers onto gold and get that. And also join Castle Age. So I actually think this could work out well for Deepshine just because of, the Holy Roman Empire player not choosing to kind of go for that all in at this moment, right?
Now, Deepshine...
And we do see Deep actually walling relics. Is that what I see? Or do we see... Yes, we do.
She realizes, I gotta stop these.
That's right. So... Gonna try to deny at least, hopefully 3. Gonna try to deny 3. I doubt she will successfully deny all 3, but she will delay them, and that can be crucial.
Now, what I'm actually quite surprised about is that Rabbitsweet did not take this prelate out of the chapel to go and get a relic yourself, because usually when you do this, it's so important to get it done. It's so important to get those relics that early on and get your village or your prelates into position. But her choosing to do so, she's getting the food and she's getting a lot of knights out, which is really valuable. And both of these plays can be very extraordinary. So I'm really glad to see her doing something like this, which you don't usually see. I don't think it's going to pay off necessarily, but it's definitely something to consider if you're going to be doing those prelate plays. But with Deepshine being so fast to react, she's walled off 2 relics, and it doesn't look like Rabbitsweet is going to get more than 2 here.
She could get a 3rd one, especially because, she is investing in those knights. And again, it will certainly be delayed. I just wonder if Deep will actually have the military out in time to counter that. She is going for the White Tower now, setting it up at home to protect the farms, which I like, and then adjacent to that King's Palace. So setting up that hyper nuclear English base, that's going to be really defensible. But, we need to see some production buildings come down, and I wonder if I think that Deep is probably going to drop a few barracks and look to make those English chat-at-arms.
Now, you would think so, actually. And this is something that I think a lot of players forget about. With HRE, if they go for barracks, which luckily there is one here, they do have heavy maces. So this makes that when you are playing against HRE, your Men-at-Arms are not viable at all. Because if you make them, they die. It's like having Musaphadis, but very tanky Musaphadis. So that's basically what the Men-at-Arms turn into. They're just, it's a very expensive upgrade, so it comes into play a little bit later. So usually in feudal fights, it doesn't matter too much. But it's something that I think Deepshine is aware of. She's more of a crossbow knight kind of girl. When I learned to fear her, it was because of her night raids. So it does look like the third relic will be picked up, though. This villager did fight back, though. He tried.
The villager really tried. Oh, and the king is going to be able to snipe the prelate, delaying the relic significantly. So, like we said, it will be that delay. Now, actually, Rabbit able to go and grab the relic that was all the way on Deepshine's side of the base. You mentioned that the English Men-at-Arms don't stack up. I wonder if she's just gonna skip the barracks entirely in that case, and not opt for those spears, but really just hope that she has the requisite number of crossbows. But it's also hard to keep up with in night production when you know that the Holy Roman Empire player has kind of started before you and really has that. She knows that she's got 5 knights, and even with the White Tower, I don't think you can catch up so easily.
Yeah, the White Tower does give you a little bit of that boost. Oh, we see the crossbows being queued up from the White Tower as well. And as I was preaching how Men-at-Arms aren't necessarily the way, look at these barracks coming out. But I do suspect those to be for spearmen. I hope I'm wrong. Or I hope I'm right this time, because I really would like to be right sometimes. Deepshine, though, losing very expensive units to this. And this was a little bit of a mess step here from Deepshine, but she is doubling down and she's getting more and more crossbowmen. She says, I'm gonna go for these, doesn't matter what. And Palace of Swabia coming down behind this. This exactly.
Wow, so okay. So I wonder if that's going to, force Deep to consider an Age 4, or if she's going to be looking to just continue to make units. She's not using her wood to drop more production. The
crazy thing for English is usually you don't really know, okay, what do I do when the HRE goes imp? Because this is exactly what happened when Deepshine was playing earlier. She got imp and the English was like, okay, what now? Do I go imp? But you get nothing from imp. So you get that little bit of gold that you get from your farms, sure. But there's nothing else you get. So you want to punish the HRE for going imp. You need to find damage for them going imp. Because they're just going to start printing villagers, and you need to stop these units while they've invested 3,600 resources into their age up.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see Deepshine hitting the production buttons right now. We see more and more crossbows coming out, and we actually do see those English Men-at-Arms. I think really just to act as a front line. And I had a funny exchange with Deep when I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make those English Chat-at-Arms, and she was like, Chat-at-Arms. I like that. So perhaps I'm a little biased towards that moment of imagining that's where we get a little bit of English gameplay from, but we are going to see some of these crossbows and Men-at-Arms come across. The king maybe going to get trapped. Ram actually going to go down. That's a confident Ram.
The Ram...
When I'm English, I like to bring a tower forward instead. Sorry, go ahead.
No. The Ram that you drop down here is so crucial because you need to find a way to kill these towers before the bombard emplacements come up. Now, the Men-at-Arms being chosen is so viable right now because that switch hasn't happened from Rabbit. She's tripled down on stables, which means that she's getting a lot of horses out, but she has nothing now to deal with the Men-at-Arms. To get her Men-at-Arms here, she has to get the upgrade, as we see she does, and then she's going to need heavy maces, and then she's going to need the Imperial Age upgrade, just because she put it off for so long. And you can see, she's trying to counter them, she's trying to get more barracks, But at the same time, English has a lot of crossbows here. And I think Rabbitsweet, she is not producing from the Palace of Swabia here. I don't know. She's not producing villages at all. Oh, there we go. It was just a misclick, guys. We're back. We're back. We're back online.
So more rams coming up. I would love to see a safe tower come forward from Deepshine, just to increase the ability to siege down the base, or to have a small point to retreat to, where you get that bonus. But Deep is going to take one relic. She may be even able to steal the one that was in that tower. Not looking to decap that last site, but we've got 6 rams coming down, and I think she may be looking to end the game right here if she can. No more units in queue for Deep. That could just be because she's focused on the fight. But we do see our archer upgrade, our second archer upgrade, about to come in, and so that is to come in right as the fight begins. Crossbows are going to be doing a little bit more damage against the knights, and there are not enough HRE men-at-arms to counter this. We are going to see the Palace of Swabia go down. The Mangonel is going to get taken down by the men-at-arms before it can do that much damage at all. Second Mangonel firing on the men-at-arms, not firing on the crossbows. It will be kept alive, but the crossbows are not getting attacked by the crossbows are still not getting attacked by the Mangonel, and now they're able to get even closer. Mangonel still not taking effective shots, and GG is going to be called. Well played.
That was disgusting. I feel like Deepshine knew what the matchup looks like, and she might know exactly where HRE is weak. And the place where HRE was weak is hitting Imperial without having your bombard towers already set up. And that might be exactly what we had seen there. So her not getting those bombard, or the stone that she needed, the moment she hit Imperial, but actually go and be like, hey, okay, bombard upgrades, I'm going to be fine. That makes a huge, huge difference, because now that army is going to melt to bombard attacks. So yeah, Deepshine taking the first game. But we're already ready for the next one. So Deepshine and Rabbitsweet on Mongolian Heights, where it's Rus versus Mongols. Now, I am a very, very scared player when it comes to both of these civilizations, and I do not know which way this goes. So I'm going to let the game do the talking and show us where it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get in, and hopefully Deepshine and Rabbitsweet can teach us how to play. We do have Rabbitsweet in the north, in the blue, taking control of the Mongols, with the Khan crossing the map. And then, of course, we have Deepshine in the south, in the pink, playing as the Rus, a civ that was recently reworked a little bit to have a superior bounty system. So we're gonna see what these players bring. The Rus are very have historically been a very dynamic civ. In the past, they've been very powerful, less picked nowadays. I think that they like to scale economically with the second town center. They have very good defensive landmarks, so we could see that out of Deepshine. But they also have great options in Age 2 for aggression. Khan gonna go down, actually. Wow, that is that's a mistake out of Rabbitsweet. 3 sheep going to be potentially up for the taking if Deep can get there first.
Yeah, Deep definitely gonna go and send her scout to go pick up the loot, because this is such an important pickup. It might seem like, oh, you lost it, but it's a water map. The thing is, Mongols is a very hungry civilization. They run out of sheep so quickly. Oh, look at that revenge sheep right there next to the dock. And luckily, with the dock play, you are going to get some food. And Deepshine opting to not go for the dock is actually a very interesting choice here. The thing is, you can get your Kremlin, right? And you can go and get those gremlins to burn it down, or she could just rush castle. So hungry, hungry Mongols not gonna be having food for too long, and it doesn't look like we're gonna get a scout remade. We're gonna wait for the Khan to spawn all by itself, and by then the whole map is cleaned up from sheep.
Yeah,
See what she
that's
drops.
2 whole minutes of no scouting intel. So that means that Deep is going to have a huge sheep advantage, which is, I think, going to potentially negate the water advantage here. She's going to make a comfortable Kremlin and right on the stone over here. So potentially making that second town center as predicted. And I think that she'll have an easy time denying the Mongol fishing.
Yeah, because you get to a situation where you're going for wood, right? And the crazy thing about Rus is they don't need docks after a while. Their fishing ships just deliver to the gods, to the sky. So you have air delivery, which is pretty great, especially considering that this is a very medieval game. But those fishing ships are not necessarily necessary for Rus when they have this amount of food already. Now, we do hear a lot more sheep being picked up. This map is known for having great sheep spawns. And the Khan finally out, going to look for a few leftovers on the rest of the map. So, Rabbitsweet now on food, in the middle. But I think Deepshine now dictates the pace of the game. If she tries to go for a 2 TC play, it's going to be a little bit more passive, a longer game. But this is up to her. She gets to tell us what she wants to do in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We are gonna see the the Mongols are gonna go for the deer stones. I think that's probably just a safer choice in this situation. Khan gonna pick up a decent number of sheep, but still, we are talking about the hungry, hungry Mongol civilization. Deepshine is going to be on stone right now. Looking like she's going to grab another town center and already going to make a knight to send out and start doing some harassment as well. So what we're going to see is something that I think a lot of pro players would agree with, which is, make a limited number of army, do make some pressure, but, boom behind it, right? And you know, Whamen.
Oh yeah, I am the dumbest person when it comes to doing counterplays against Mongols. I feel like Mongols, whenever you're in a game with the Mongols, they just decide exactly how the game is going to go. So the game today, apparently, we're going to be going with Keshiks. Now, Keshiks, they do okay against knights. What makes them a little bit... I would say that what makes them okay is considering they're French knights. French knights cannot heal up. Well, Keshiks, they heal up as they're attacking, buildings. So the double Keshiks getting produced. So when you're playing against knights, this is definitely something you want to take trades against. Because you can go and attack something and heal back up. Now, that very juicy villager kill is going to be good, but keep in mind, we have a dog. So it's not all for free. The Khan going down with all of his loot. A gift to Deepshine.
Again.
No, not like this,
Wow.
Rabbit.
That's a lot of sheep, and regardless of how many fish may be available, Deepshine is going to be very comfortable in her base for a while, and that permits the creation of more of these knights, and I don't know how the new bounty system works. I'm not going to make any commentary on how the sheep impacts that. But regardless, we're going to see another town center coming down, or being completed rather, another stable, and then an archery range. So you said Deep likes her knight archer play, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
I'm so glad to see Deepshine being in the zone right here for herself. She's like, hey, I don't need all of you in wood. I have my production buildings. Let's get some berries. And she's getting them berries even while getting that second town center, like you mentioned. Because as you can see now, this is a limited edition dock. It only has 5 fishing ships because after that, they need to start traveling over here. And that doesn't become as optimal now. So my question is now, Rabbitsweet, how are you going to make it back from giving all that free food to Deepshine? She needs to run around, she needs to find damage, but Rus is very famous for being able to just wall up and wait for the game to boom in their way. A knight might go down
And-
here.
Oh, Knight could go down. Villager does not go down. Keshiks are actually look like they may be able to take down another knight. Regardless, Deepshine is still just kind of, keeping those Keshiks back and, booming on 2 TCs behind this, right? Just like we talked about. So walls have come up and she's taking no upgrades coming in yet. We are going to see, is that a market moving to the corner of the map?
Yes, that is a market in the corner of the map. The market is currently very safely tucked away in the corner of the map, which means she's going to try to trade. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to trade against the Knight Civilization, but it is tough. Because when you have an opponent that can micro and you split their army, this becomes a very, very different game. And that is exactly what I'm expecting here. Rabbitsweet might try to trade here, but these knights are going to be on top of her the moment Deepshine scouts this. The thing is, Deepshine might not scout this if Rabbitsweet can be aggressive enough.
We're not just talking about trade. I mean, look at the position of that market. You would have to do some really clever walling in order to get your traders to path in a way that Deep would not notice crossing with knights, just because that market is going to send traders right across the center of the map. She does have another market right across the river that she could trade with as well, which maybe Deep wouldn't notice, but that's not going to be that's not going to be very high efficiency trade. And I get the sense from Rabbitsweet that this is going to be a high risk, high reward kind of play. But right now, actually, it looks like she does have the numbers to push Deep back. Trader is going to be created, and if she can make a few trades and get the military numbers out behind this, that could be the effective counter towards the Roost Boom.
Now, they always say that a good offense is the best defense. So when you are in a position like this, the only way for your opponent not to realize you're trading is by keeping them in their base. So all their units are constantly occupied and cannot move out. Now, I don't know what Deepshine is cooking here except for more knights, but in her brain, she's getting that blacksmith. She's gonna try to get a few upgrades, I assume, to start TC diving. So let's see if that +1 ranged comes in out. Deepshine? Deepshine? No, she makes more knights instead. She says, I will just get more knights. And just again, the moment she gets attacked, she's not going to think about, oh, what's happening over here? I say that, and she's in the base already. She just doesn't go for one angle at a time.
She is attacking those Keshiks, and she may be able to take out one of them, but actually is going to find nope. Vills are going to escape instead, but the Keshiks will go down, and Deep does have the more expensive army right now, but Rabbitsweet is knocking on her door in the back. Deep is going to find this trader. Not going to allow that to happen. Almost as we predicted, that's a challenging trade route to take.
Now, the trader, unfortunately, no match for Deep's aggressive playstyle. The scout just doing its work, but lying flat face on the floor. And now Deepshine knows that trade is coming, and she's just going to constantly be on top of that. Now, there's no second trader yet. So this trader could be the fake trader, the fader, I guess? Faker. Now, the faker, it called out a little bit of a response. But it doesn't feel like this archer composition that Rabbitsweet is going with might be able to face this. And now, we've seen what those Roost Knights can do when they charge onto these Keshiks. These Keshiks are melting. And soon enough, Deepshine will start to tower dive. Because you can see, she's getting Iron Unmesh, and she's gonna look for a lot of blood.
And I don't know what the fake trader really gets you as Deep cleans up these a lot of these Keshiks that are forced to retreat. I don't really know what the fake trader gets you, right? Because Deep is the kind of player who could just park one unit in front of the trading post and know if you're gonna continue to trade. We haven't seen her shut down the dock yet or try to burn it down. So, that does mean that our Mongol player has gotten a little bit of value out of that over time. So that's, I think, what's been able to kind of help them keep the Keshik production up. They do have the army numbers right now, if not the value, right? Because Deep has all those knights. And they're going to be moving into the back of Rabbitsweet's base, but at the very same time, Rabbitsweet is knocking on Deepshine's door.
Yeah, at the same time, she's trying to attack because she realizes I need to find damage. And finding damage is going to be hard when you have Rus walls made of steel. So I don't know how she's going to try to break through these, but the archers are set on their ways. Until they realize, hey, something's coming for my face, something's coming for my base, and I need to be very careful. The army gets pulled back. The archers are rotating, but this does put them in a very vulnerable spot, because if these knights find them, they can kill them. Oof.
Yeah, absolutely. So those, we are going to see a huge engagement. Okay, knights are coming in. Knights just going to be surrounded potentially by the Keshiks. Actually, not looking like a good engagement for Deep, who is going to be forced to retreat now.
Now these knights getting out alive, but it's just, it's just a bit of pressure that Deepshine is putting on her opponent, and now doing a little bit of a counterattack here on the water eco. Very nicely decided here just to get that idle time, because these archers she could not find. The thing is, they're still in a very vulnerable position. So it's not like you're going to get them for free. But you need to find them. You need to go scout. And with these Rus towers and the walls slowly expanding, they might be in danger. Imminent danger, definitely.
Yeah, you're right. They may be in danger very, very soon. On the other hand, right, those that high risk, high reward play that we've been talking about that potentially Rabbitsweet does need to execute on is what's happening here. These knights are going to be forced to hide behind their walls again. They are very heavily damaged. Deep's control though, gonna try to potentially keep the damaged knights alive.
Oh, and they are being kept alive. These Keshiks are not healing up enough.
But the speed arrow's been popped. And we are gonna see more Keshiks coming in. Okay, Deep is gonna have to be forced to retreat here.
Now
to her very safe roof space. High Trade House about to come down. She's about to be in Age 3, and our Mongol player has the gold, but you mentioned it. Mongols are very hungry, and armies need food, and aging up needs food, and the food is not there.
And this is now a very vulnerable point where you could possibly attack. We see some military ships trying to get control of the water so the knights can stop crossing so easily. But we can see here the archers as well from Deepshine now getting the upgrades, even though they aren't that many. Does prioritize them over these, but the early knights not getting their love just yet. They might be next. Now, we do see a knight here trying to check whether the trade is happening, and there's a single trader on this map. Is he going to complete his trade? Deepshine doesn't think so.
Deepshine patrolling with the two knights, almost just as I had expected. That's one more unit than I had anticipated, but I think that's enough to make sure that it actually just dies and just does not deliver its 83 gold at all. Deep running in with those unupgraded knights, but still going to be able to nab a few kills. Potentially getting herself in a precarious situation, though, in the back of the base here. She does not want to lose her army supply. This is an expensive group of knights that she really would like to keep an upgrade.
Now, they've upgrade just popped in out, but they're not going to be able to tank Spearmen. She pulls them back. She realizes, hey, I gotta be a little bit careful here and just let my 2 TC do the talking. You might have the fish, but they do not last forever. So Deepshine now, I don't think she knows what she wants just yet. We can see she has some resources she hasn't decided on what she's doing with yet. But relics are on the table, and that is what's next for her. We see...
I was gonna ask you what landmark you thought Rabbitsweet was gonna go through, but it's the Cruelty that's gonna be plopped down.
Now, the Cruelty from Rabbitsweet being put down is definitely... It's definitely a move that you use when you're ahead, when you're about to say, like, hey, I'm gonna fight you and I'm gonna beat you. And maybe that is gonna be the only way she wins a fight against these Rus Knights. But she needs it quickly, and she cannot lose any units before she gets those upgrades. And it does look like these archers are a little bit out of position. A Spearmen are ready to follow up.
Oh, okay. Knights doing a little bit of having to dance around the Spearmen, but the archers are gonna be there to pull them away. Both players respecting each other, not ready to take an engagement here.
Now, the Cruelty not really healing any units, though. Like, the Cruelty is supposed to be here to heal all your Keshiks, milady.
Deep's upgrade, Deep's range defense upgrade just came in right before the fight. So gonna be trying to pick off some of those spears and then use her Lancer charges to get damage in. Army count is similar, but it looks like Deep may be getting the best in this fight just because she does have those upgrades compared to our Mongol player who does not. At the same time, though, it looks like maybe the Keshiks are going to get onto the ranged units, and in fact, Deep is retreating. We are going to see our Mongol player stabilize, and I wonder if we'll see the Cruelty getting pulled forward. Yes, I think we do, showing a little bit of confidence.
She realizes, hey, I did win a fight-ish. It's not a complete win. Keshiks do have their upgrades. Now the Mongol army is okay. They should be able to take this with the support of the Cruelty. Now the Cruelty moving forward a little bit late, and these guys are getting backed up, which is probably the best situation for Deepshine. She has her reinforcements coming in as much as she can, but now we just need to see if Rabbitsweet can match these reinforcements, because if Deepshine just produces more than you, you're really going to struggle. And with the amount of food income from Deepshine, also a very hungry civilization she's playing, it's going to be hard to restock those bad boys.
Yeah, Deepshine needs to plop down some farms, needs to make that transition because she is starving. Her army is hurting for food. Archers are able to pick off those spearmen, but they are getting picked off by the Keshiks. Knight's gonna come in, more archers gonna come in a concave, and both of these players have done a really good job respecting each other and have kept their army values really similar. So I mean the game awareness, the brinksmanship, it's really on full display here in this game. Okay, is Deep gonna dive too far? All right, there we go. We have the Cruelty getting set up. Bonus is gonna get popped in, and now we're gonna see Deep retreat.
Yeah, we see the Spearmen also finally getting their upgrade, though, but these archers are a little bit susceptible. The thing is, again, it feels like Rabbitsweet is just pushing a little bit too far, and then quickly the reinforcements arrive and make this an uneven fight. So the Cruelty needs to move forward, or you need to move back, girl.
Yeah, the Cruelty definitely needs to come up, and even potentially some towers. You want to establish yourself. She's been able to protect those fish. She does actually have that that archer ship, and that actually could give her a great place to use to establish the. Yep. So Cruelty gonna come down right there. I mean, longbows will actually take out the archer ship and probably most of the fishing ships eventually, but those have, she's gotten value out of those by now. Deepshine still floating just a ton of wood, has had to focus on the fight so much and has not really been able to move her economy onto wood. This is where you see both players tunnel visioned on the fight, and we don't see like someone doing something a little bit different, right? You could imagine like if there was some sneaky trade, or if there was some sneaky boom, or she had villagers somewhere else on gold. That could be very powerful right now. But instead we just see a head-to-head battle. We actually do now see our Mongol player running into the Rus base.
And with the idle time from all these villagers, they're definitely getting their value. We can see now desperately trying to put something down, but it doesn't look like she is noticing that wood that she has. She has so much wood. She could transition to so many farms and just pump out a lot of units that Mongols is nowhere near matching. So I think Deepshine just now a little bit overwhelmed by these knights and not noticing the attack because she is busy attacking herself.
Yeah, you're right. She did not make that transition. She's not noticing this attack. This is a ton of villagers that could possibly be going down. And Deep, who looked in a commanding position earlier, not looking so great right now. She needed to make that farm transition. Honestly, girl, you could just sell resources if you need to rebalance right now and just make a ton of units, which it looks like is what she may have done, because her queue is filling up again. She's got horsemen, she's got spearmen in the queue. She's got men-at-arms now coming in. It's our Mongol player with more horsemen and spears. But Deep not looking good. Her wood line is, been pressured. That second town center is being pressured, and now her wall is going to go down here.
So now with this commanding army at the front line, we know the Mongols is actually going to break through this, and these towers are trying to fire. Deepshine getting that +2 finally, and that's going to be quite a good upgrade considering most of her units are hiding in towers, and they need to start doing some damage. The knights desperately coming out, trying to do something, but I don't think it's completely lost for Deepshine, but she is a little bit behind, because now the only income that the difference is here, she's still on 2 TC, right? So she can still catch up, but this is tough. This is really tough, and unless Rabbitsweet throws away her whole army now, I don't think Deepshine is coming back from this. We can see she's pulled the gremlins. The gremlins are trying to fight this as well, and the Kremlin getting a little upgrade as she realizes, hey, this is a little bit close for comfort. But the Mongol army seems to have been cleaned up. I don't think Rabbitsweet was able to keep producing the units that she was losing.
Yeah, Crueltie does have to get full. You know what would be incredible is to trap the Crueltie. That would really be, with the gremlins, even if it only does it for a few seconds. That could be huge. We do see the fishing ships getting burned. We see Deepshine finally dropping down a ton of farms. I was worried it was going to be too little, too late as the knights were going through her base, but it looks like the farms have gone down, and now she has the food income to really build up her army. Crueltie going to go down in an ambitious position, but it may be enough to allow the Mongol player back into this fight. But Deepshine does have the upgrade advantage as she comes in with the superior numbers, the far superior numbers. Ranged units are going to be attacking. The archer ship just is not enough. We are going to see our Mongol player get cleaned up here, and now the Crueltie is in a dangerous position, and this is what you don't want, is to have used your third age landmark and to put it someplace where it is not getting value.
Now, I think the tech switch here changed the game for Deepshine. Being able to plop down all those barracks and just produce a ton of men-at-arms from there. This was just not something that Rabbitsweet was determined to fight against, and she calls it. Just like that, Deepshine 2 zeros.
Wow.
Oh, what we thought was going to be the highest ranked female player in the tournament. My goodness. GG.
Absolutely well played by Deepshine, who just showed dynamicism, right? Being able to switch to those men-at-arms and really use civilizations that she's not known for being very dominant on. So extremely well played to her. Great job to Rabbitsweet as well, who made it to our final match here. It has been incredible to see these ladies play, and our scoreline did not tell the whole story. There was a lot of back and forth in these games.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is actually going to lead us to the most insane finals we're all waiting for. And that is Nostromia against Deepshine. So on the other side of the bracket, guys, Nostromia did take that big fat W out of this. And here we are with Deepshine against Nostromia. So I think this is going to be a very tight game because we know Nostromia definitely a commanding force in all of this. But now Deepshine has her games cut out for her. And I don't think she's going to make this easy at all. We should be getting the bracket up in a moment at the top. So let's quickly look at these two players that will be facing off against one another. So let me just quickly put these girls on our screen. I just need to find my button. So, Deepshine in front of us, the Taiwanese tyrant, I don't know, and our Russian, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with an alliteration, but I can't. I wanted to say Russian reindeer, but it didn't work out. Never mind. Russian Nostromia. Both of these girls just shining at the top. And who do you think will take this W?
This is a very, very, very challenging call. I know that there is Nostromia is probably the favorite today by a small amount. However, I have seen Deep play today in a way that I don't know if she even expected. I don't know if she'll appreciate me saying this, but I did talk to Deep before the tournament, and I said, "Hey, how are you feeling?" And she was a little bit worried about the amount of time that she had to prepare. But obviously, she has done really well and gotten herself into the final here, and I think that. Based on the format and based on the way that we may see picks done, basically because of the drafting format and because Deepshine has just the ability to play with so many different civilizations, I think that she could take this today.
Yeah, definitely. She's definitely shown herself
I know
to
it's a
be...
bold prediction.
Yeah.
But
also, we do have the first picks being up on the screen here. Malians versus HRE. Now, back in the day, or I still think most people say that Malians directly count as HRE because of the fact that they have Musafadis that have those bonus damage against the Men-at-Arms, but I don't think it's that simple anymore. So, Nostromia definitely knows how to boom and how to get there quickly, while Deepshine, I feel like she knows how to exploit weaknesses. So, on Gorge, I'm gonna go for HRE on this one.
You make a good point about Deepshine's ability to kind of find those weaknesses. You know, we saw her use the Roost Knights in the last game, and so I think that she's going to be, looking out for any kind of greed, any kind of extra pit mines from Nostromia. We're going to be looking to deny those very, very heavily, and she's not going to want to let Nostromia do what she wants to do. Is going to be her gameplay. On the other hand, the Malians are very strong and can build that, kind of have that nuclear cow boom right inside of their base, which can give them opportunities to cross the map and potentially give Deep some trouble because, on Gorge you do have to go, pretty far and outside of your base for those larger resources. So we will see.
We'll see if these girls can keep the action going and hopefully not make this a 2-0 at the end, because honestly, I would be very, very surprised to see that happening. Both of these girls putting up a very huge fight. So let's see how this game will play out as we're ready to hop into game 1. Malians versus HRE. Oh, Let's turn that screen right. And now the question is, does Deepshine go for the second scout like she's been going for every single time? No, she decides to go for villagers. This woman... Oh, no, it was Nostromia. Nostromia going for 2 scouts.
Interesting.
Cheeky.
Have you seen Malians go for 2 scouts lately?
Oh,
Women?
only when Nostromia plays them. Only when Nostromia plays them. She goes, especially on this map, she likes to get as much sheep as possible, and she finds it to be worth it. Nostromia was also the player who went for a little bit more of a cheeky play in terms of getting extra wood to get a mining camp as well. So she went for a 2 TC before. But we also see a little bit of idle time on the TC early game because of that second scout that she goes for. So we see now, tick, tick, tock, 1 villager behind, and soon it's going to be 2 villagers behind, just because she decided to go for that second scout, and Malians just can't afford that.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. You mentioned it's because she wants the sheep, which makes me think, okay, I want to have, lots of food under my town center, but that's not the problem that I generally associate with Malians having. But we will see if that works out for her. I saw what you meant, how she, kind of just continued to chop those straggler trees, going for... got 6, 7 houses here on the pit mine.
Yeah,
So we'll see if Deep goes to contest that.
She also gets a mining camp usually here. So now with that villager going back a little bit, she'll plop down the mining camp, and that is just her 2 TC build. Now I think with the second scout, it's not just about her having enough food, it's more about denying the HRE from going fast castle. So that's going to be quite important here, especially considering HRE just has that insane booming ability. Now this Arcane Chapel is not on gold, and I mean there was no space for it to be on gold, and recently people do prioritize this wood line. Or most HREs will prioritize their wood line no matter what, because of their strong feudal age and strong ability to transition with farms. But now, what we're going to be seeing here is, depending on her choice, she could still go for fast castle and go and get the relics to try and outboom the Malians in this whole situation.
Yeah, I like the wood line, and it also makes the berries just a much more viable food source for a little while longer. Even though you deplete them faster, they just kind of feel better underneath the Yakin. So I think that's a fine choice there, and is going to give Deep the ability to, fast castle if she wants to.
Now, what we're seeing here on the wood line, she doesn't fast castle. Apparently, she responsible castles. So this is now getting a little bit of wood to make sure she could possibly get another production building. So we'll see what the plan is here. But getting that bit of wood allows you to get at least 1 production building. Ooh, a little bit Miss Riley with a villager there. Deepshine, not perfect apparently. Who would have thought? I always get so scared whenever she does anything, and now she just seems more human to me. Now, depending on whether she's going to click wheelbarrow, we'll know if she's going to go for that fast castle or not. Seems not.
Mansa Quarry coming down, pretty standard at this point for the Malians. I bet that's right next to the town center. Yep, right there. So going to you just said this is her 2 town center build. How early is she gonna be pulling for the stone here?
Malians don't need stone since the latest update. So Malians don't get extra stone, they only need wood and gold to get that second TC. So this is now a Malian feature. Very nice, yeah. But Deepshine seems to be, she got the wheelbarrow, and now that means we are going to see some feudal age Deepshine, which I'm very excited about, because when you're playing against Malians, you know that they're slightly weak in feudal and really strong in the castle because of that booming ability they have.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to be able to go crazy once they hit castle, and so I wonder if we're going to. I wonder if 2 town center Malians is going to be able to, kind of keep up with that, right? That's going to slow down their castle. That's going to slow down their Mosafati. But you were mentioning that that's kind of going to be the main fight here, so it'll be interesting to see how this matchup plays out. We do have the stable for the responsible castle, as you call it. Yes, right.
Now, I don't even think it's responsible castle anymore. A castle anymore. I think this is just feudal fight Deepshine. So now with her having that 2-villager lead especially, and that is just not something she's aware of, right? But this is something we're aware of. There's no cow boom yet. There's nothing like that that is gonna let her know that she is already in the lead. But she's really good at denying you from going for a second EC. And that's what I'm a little bit worried about here for Nostromia. Nostromia has prioritized getting all these houses as well, which is delaying that second TC even more. And she might just change her mind, stay on one TC and stop producing, which honestly I think might be the best choice. Because that's the nice thing about Malians. You now get that gold, you get the wood, and you can either drop production and start making cows, or you can just go for the second TC. And it looks like she might be going for the production instead. She cancels a few houses, but let's see if she's still going to double down and get that second TC. It looks to not be the case, so we'll just get a few more cows being built from here.
All right, so we are going to see the production buildings come down because she doesn't just want to see those pit mines burn down, which is exactly what we were worried about and what we knew Deepshine would be aware of is, the chance for those to just get burned. Now, sorry, stream's kind of buffering here. Okay, and we are going to see the knights the horsemen kind of can just continue to burn that down. But Deepshine not attacking that other pit mine. I'm not sure if she's aware of its location yet, or not.
This is something that I don't even think she would have expected, because at this point you're like, oh, this person is actually just trying to protect this. They're trying to put down a few buildings. It seems too greedy for her to be true. So she might go and check later when she realizes, hey, you're not on any gold. So she already goes to check that gold. So next up is probably going to be rallied all the way here.
Yeah, I would say the Deepshine I know is definitely going to check, and as soon as she finds out, I think that's going to get shut down. Now, we do see some archers from Deep, and were you thinking there was something sneaky happening with that villager?
No. I was just saying that if you see that villager running by, that's when you know, oh, you were building something sneaky, and she has now found that something sneaky here at the back. Now, the question is just, does she keep pressuring over here, where the villagers are, where you can keep denying things? And we can see now, she's trying to get as many cows as possible. But this also does something bad, because now you don't have the ability to make those javelin throwers for too much longer. And we see the villager going again for another sneaky pit mine. But there's a horseman in the vicinity who might go and check. And as I say that, the horseman is going to check.
Yep, the horseman's there. I think it's set to patrol. Oh no, it's just set to attack move there to check on the villager. Now, Deep is going to continue to pressure here until continue to pressure in front of her opponent's town center until that kind of stalls out, and then I bet she'll go for that other pit mine. Which it looks like she's doing that right now.
And the pit mine going
at the
down.
Same time, yep.
It's going to be so important right now, because if you can stop the Malians from getting the passive gold, they don't have that thing that they have about them, right? The free gold, the free food. They're actually going to struggle. So she pulls so many villagers just to the side because she's already hungry. She doesn't have that extra ability to make the cows. So even though she got all those extra sheep at the start, it's not going to last forever. She has to keep producing things.
Yeah, you hate to see the cows just taken out of the ranches and eaten, but you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Deepshine gonna continue to just burn down the houses there with one or two horsemen, which I think is just exactly the right idea. You know, stay there, stay and continue to deny those. Well, she's actually not everywhere. I want to see one horseman on each of those mines, but she's gonna go and find that. I believe.
The fact that Deepshine is actually putting a horseman in her base shows that she knows that Nostromia can be a little bit sneaky. So, ensuring that there's no sneaky pit mine coming out that way, the villager has to pull off. And the problem is now, it's not just about denying the pit mines, it's also about denying these houses. Because for Malians, it just feels like such a waste to build houses next to your TC where, you know, they'll be safe, but they don't give you anything. Now, she could go take control back of this pit mine because it's already set up, but this is such a big loss for her already. I don't even think this paid off yet because it hasn't been up for 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it. It feels just, it does not feel good when you're having to make houses in your base, and you know, the housing will get to you. It'll pop block you. It'll become an issue. It'll get in the way of where you want to place your cows if you're having to worry about a messy game. And so I wonder what we're going to see from Nostromia. If she can pull something out right here, that would really be quite something. But we are going to see an engagement. Okay, an unideal place for the horsemen to run is through those berries. So actually going to favor Nostromia for just a moment here. Javelins get their get their missiles off. Horseman gonna come in and flank, but Deep going to retreat. Horseman gonna come in and protect the archers. Who has the archer numbers here? It looks like with Deep's reinforcements coming in and with the horseman breaking through onto the ranged units, it looks like she is going to get the best of this fight.
Yeah, when you're playing against an army that has a majority of these beautiful javelin throwers, they do hit hard, but you have to micro them so perfectly. And I just think with the amount of units that Deepshine's putting on top of you, it's similar to what Delhi does, right? Delhi overwhelms you, so your javelin throwers cannot trade effectively. And effectively means, not trading effectively means they're just going to get run over. We now see the play back onto the pit mine here, which is honestly probably the best case scenario for Nostromia to try keep alive. And we do see that food eco from the cows starting to make a difference here. We see 720 food per minute from these cows, specifically adding to that, where Deepshine is just getting a lot more wood. And I'm expecting this to change soon because now the farm transition begins. But it does mean that our push will slow down just a little bit.
And it will slow down as Nostromia not only starts to even up the army numbers, but dropping more production and continuing to produce herself with that extra food income. So the tide of this fight could turn, especially as Nostromia is reinforcing much more quickly. The Javelin Micro is on point here. Villagers idle because obviously, you know, Deepshine is distracted. One might go down to a wolf. Should we name kill villagers? No, the wolf will not kill a villager. Okay, so actually, you know, we have a very even match right now. Nostromia doing an excellent job holding.
So what happened?
Deepshine getting that.
The problem here I see is I now see the villager count is quite even. Now, I wanted to point out early in the game, we had that 2 villager lead for Nostromia, for Deepshine, because Nostromia had an idle TC and she was making an extra scout from there. But now, it's already changing because Deepshine, being the aggressor, she is getting a little bit overwhelmed. And now Malians, the food eco, slowly kicking in with these cows. Their army is starting to get a little bit scary. Now, here we see the boys are going to be able to shut down this gold. Now Deepshine's gold getting shut down. And
a couple more mills getting killed.
That's going to be a really tough one for Deepshine to come back from already. Even
that
though...
hurts.
I don't know...
6 villager lead now.
I don't know what Deepshine did to change the pace of the game. I feel like the moment she stopped being on wood and her sheep ran out, she just kind of got into a point where the farm transition took too much time. And now with her stopping producing units, she is starting up again, but this slowed her down so much. More villages going down now too, so I think this is now a really scary moment for Deepshine.
Yeah, this is terrifying. The lack of continuous production. She now has a serious army deficit. She's going to try to go to her opponent's base, going to do a smart move, go where your enemy is not, and she's going to try to see if she can bait back some of those forces, but I don't think that Nostromia is going to fall for that. Nostromia knows that she's going to be idling out that Aachen, and that is a significant number of farms that were invested in, that if they are not being worked, they are not getting any value at all for Deepshine. And so Nostromia looking commanding right now, really, with the villager lead, with the cows now producing, with the chapel idled out, diving underneath the town center now, continuing to just kill these horsemen. Great micro. I mean, on the other side, Deepshine is still, doing minor damage, but it's not comparable to the amount of idle time on the investment here with the farms. This is a swing that we could not have predicted. More army coming in from Nostromia. Wow, Deep is out on pocket resources that Nostromia doesn't know about, but these bills could go down even more. Wow, Whamen. What are we seeing?
I think this was probably one of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen. I can't believe that Nostromia somehow managed to turn the game on its head. And she's back. She's back. But I don't feel like Deepshine's giving up. Deepshine's like, it's fine. I will manage. She gets the tower up. But this is something that's not going to be easy to manage. I don't think there's anything she can do to actually take this. The thing is, Nostromia doesn't even have blacksmith upgrades, and that was probably one of the roughest fights I've seen in a long time. Deepshine, with her upgrades, still struggling, and now she's trying to produce units. She's getting men-at-arms because she knows there's no Musafadi on this side, but knowing that there's 18 Donzos, you know that those Musafadis can just follow. And the Fulani Corral gets dropped too now, so this is going to be even a higher, stronger, better, longer push coming out from Malians.
Yeah, the consistent push is really what's key here for Nostromia, to make sure that she can press the advantage and look and deny Deep those pocket resources, try to continue to stall out her gold. Now she's going to be attacking the production here. It looks like Nostromia actually has the slight army advantage if she can micro this well, but the Holy Roman Empire's men-at-arms will be respected, and Nostromia is going to pull back a little bit. I don't know if I agree with this decision. I think consistent pressure is necessary, even if she needs to kind of just split up her forces and be running around. But at the same time, she does have a superior economy at home. She has just gone castle. Deepshine building her regnants now. And an interesting choice. If I was scared, I may not choose the regnants, but Deep is a different kind of player, and she is gonna go for the regnants right now.
Yeah, the Regnus Cathedral is probably a choice now that might actually still keep her in this game. Because going for a burger would just not allow you to make units that can overpower Malians. Burger does give you men-at-arms, but yeah, they can just make Musafadis, and that's exactly what Nostromia is doing now. The men-at-arms have been cleaned up, and I think this is maybe what Nostromia was actually planning. She's like, hey, oh no, you're attacking me. You have men-at-arms. I'm going back to my base. Don't follow me. And you follow, but then the rest of the army is there to follow up. But Deepshine a little bit too deep at that point, and it's in the name, baby. That's exactly why she probably chose this. She knows. She goes deep and she goes hard, but then it doesn't always work out. And the prelate, is the prelate on a relic yet, or the prelate's plan here? Good sir,
Prelate
prelate
moved from the chapel.
Yeah.
He left the chapel. He's somewhere.
Not anywhere close to a relic, and it might just be because he was picked off somewhere and we might have just missed it.
Perhaps so, because we do actually. Well, we do have 2 prelates somewhere from deep. Oh, okay. Emergency repairs being popped on the tower, but it won't be enough. Those bills could go down. Well, emergency repairs is very, very strong, and actually, the tower will be saved. More bills coming in, but they're actually just going to find their way to their deaths. The relic coming in.
There's so much happening. I can hear you're struggling.
I am. I'm struggling to keep up. Those villagers are probably going to hop into the tower. I'm also limited on my sight, Whamen. I'm going to be totally honest with you. It's a little choppy for me, but Men-at-Arms and Spearmen, along with archers, are going to be able to push Nostromia out a little bit. Are we going to see emergency repairs popped on this tower? We are not. Those vills are likely to go down.
And luckily, the
We
Men-at-Arms
still
are here to support. That is a good sign, though, because now with the Donzos being cleaned up, Deepshine holds out for a little bit longer. But I feel like this is just the calm before the storm. Nostromia is
She
about
holds
to
her
cook.
gold. She holds that portion of the map that she was looking to wall off. But you're exactly right. Nostromia nearly double the villager numbers.
Now, Nostromia having double the villager numbers and not having double the army is quite misleading, because as we know, that economy is starting to kick in. As we see now, 1,600 food per minute, Deepshine idling, so even though it's double, it might even be more soon enough with all this idle time from the TC. The Sofas now getting their extra armor as well. These Sofas are going to be able to get inside Deepshine's base, and this is probably the first game where I watch Deepshine lose on HRE. I'm very scared for Deepshine from here on out.
Resource-wise, we didn't even talk about the pit mines or the cows. This is a scary moment for Deepshine. She has held on to her gold. She has generally, kept Nostromia out of her base, but this is not a favorable situation for her anymore at all. She is going to have to come up with something, some kind of tech switch that Nostromia does not expect, or take a really good engagement. I'm not sure how she could really even up the game at this point, because Nostromia can really just kick in that production with the amount of resources that she's generating.
And you can see the power of that armor from the Sofas. They're just running right through the army. The heavy maces haven't kicked in just yet. But look at these Sofas that are ready to join the party. Everyone's ready for the party. Everyone's invited. Guys, welcome. We are here for the sofa party. Everybody take a sofa, sit down, and watch Deepshine, unfortunately, not take down the Russian queen of AoE.
We heard you had a nice chapel here, and we are here to stay. That is what our Malian player is saying today. As they cap all 3 sacred sites, Nostromia says, hey, come and get me. You've got 10 minutes. I'm gonna stay and hang out in front of your base while we wait for that to happen. I mean, Deepshine has those... I mean, but what is that? That's just not even a Springald tower. It's just for vision. She has army. She is producing in her base, but she can't leave her base. The Sofa keep running in, and even though Nostromia is just trickling in those units, it's distracting. Those slow Men-at-Arms can't really deal with them very effectively. She's not fully walled, and now Nostromia is free to do whatever she would like. Move in, attack from different places on the map, be annoying.
Yeah, the problem is now she also, even while Deepshine now has the army advantage, we can see the resources are telling a different story. Again, 4,000 gold being floated, and this is just going to mean that Nostromia can remax. The thing is, does she have enough production building? It looks like she's got some production. They're just not producing right now. But also, I just want to point out that Nostromia is on 3 TC. And I feel like that's quite greedy, but it might just...
Nostromia.
Hmm?
She needs to make units. She needs to make units now. This is a window of opportunity. And I mean, I know that the keep is going up here, but I mean, Deep has the army numbers, and we do not see her production queue, Nostromia's production queue, going.
Oh, at this point,
Deep,
might not need it. Look at the sofas. The sofas are going straight for the eco. They might bring this down to 30 villagers after this. To keep firing away. Doesn't have boiling oil just yet, but sofas have arrived. Everyone, sit down. Sit down, calm down. We're hitting the floor. Oh no. Yes. 36 villagers.
Oh. That is disastrous. The sofa really enjoying their time here at the chapel, idling it out. We are seeing Nostromia looking commanding with the Malians. She has really done an excellent job. It looked perilous for her in this game, and now it looks like she could not possibly lose as units continue to flow in. We see villagers fighting. We see Sofa continuing to attack Men-at-Arms. This is over.
Such a tough position for Deepshine, and she doesn't want to give up because she knows that this is her passive, and Nostromia picking Malians against it, very well picked in this way, but I don't think she expected it to go this way. I don't think she expected to be put in her base like this, and she doesn't have any option of where to go from here. Yes, you can go Imperial. Yes, you can hope that a bomb like explodes in your opponent's base, but this is not StarCraft. This is gonna be the next game.
There are no nukes, and GG is called as Deepshine says, "I will take this one to the next game."
Yes, and she will with a smile. That is one of the best comebacks here from Nostromia. Being shut down again and again and again on every single pit mine. But Deepshine, just not shutting down hard enough. The farm transition just changed the pace of the game. And I think at that point, thinking that she could hit Castle, she thought, hey, now is my time. But, and as I was talking, guys, I almost went and queued up for a rank game because I'm so used to that on stream. So, English versus Rus, though. One of my favorite matchups. I love English versus Rus as the English player, because whatever Rus does, I will copy and I will do better. You are going to TC? Well, so am I. You are going 3 TC? Well, so are we.
Yeah. You are exactly right. It feels very good as the English. However, the both civilizations don't mind going late, and Rus have some very specific bonuses that can benefit them in the late game. So let's see what our players have in store, and if they can teach us something about both of these civs. Of course, we have Nostromia as the Rus and Deepshine as the English, and I'm excited to see them get into this.
The scouting from Deepshine is also super aggressive, which I'm really surprised about, because going this aggressively into your opponent's base is very risky if you're going to, you know, find sheep, especially playing against Rus, because there's going to be a scout close to their base too. Now, Nostromia with a classic two scout Rus opening, but not from the hunting cabin, from the TC. She says, it worked for me last game, it will work again. So she gets that second scout and just puts the hunting cabin down, not producing a third, making sure that she can now go for the age up slowly. Now, how the bounty has changed is basically you get a little bit of gold every single time you drop off some food from meat. So now usually you're able to just get this from getting your gold from the food around your TC, but sometimes you do need a little bit more over here, so they do build a mining camp. There are a few pro players that do it without the mining camp, but you do overcommit a little bit onto the food. So I guess it depends on what your plans are a little bit later.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I wonder what Deep will do in terms of her opening here. I suspect we're going to see 2 town centers out of both of these players, to be totally honest with you.
This has been such a civilization that can boom on 2 TC easily. So I would love to see that as well. The problem is, if you're a Rus player, you are used to having a little bit of a wood, right? Especially at the start, so you can put down that mining camp. But when you go for the gold mine yourself, and we can see here, the gold mine may have not been necessary, just overmining a little bit. But we see the Golden Gate, and we haven't seen the Golden Gate today. It has only been gremlins every time. The Golden Gate is only used when we see Fast Castle. So Deepshine going 2 TC might struggle a little bit against the Fast Castle Rus coming out.
That is an interesting observation. Yeah, that's definitely right. So if she's going Fast Castle, what kind of units are we expecting her to go? Men-at-Arms then, and then just have Castle Age Men-at-Arms immediately, or would she go to upgrade her knights?
I actually think the focus is more on getting the relics. So, and from there on, you usually go for horse archers and knights. But this is not a meta that has been solidified just yet. I think people are still experimenting with it too. So hopefully that's not what we see. But in theory, I think if you just upgrade your knights, you're in a pretty good position either way. So Deepshine now going back onto the gold here, as we see. She's going to plop down that second TC pretty soon. And she's going to need to go for a very fast castle herself, because this Golden Gate with the favorable trades, it's just going to allow you to get units out so quickly. But we see a lot on wood here. And I'm actually a little bit concerned about that. Are we going to stay in feudal for a little while, or are we just getting it so we can get one production building? Seems to be a production building. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind, they just dropped off differently. That second TC on the gold, a very good position because it does protect the gold and the wood line. Now, if you're a player, oh, Deepshine, girl, you gotta use that king of yours a little bit. This is the second game we see her forget about the king, because she's not used to getting free units. She's a hardworking woman who knows that you need to pay for your units and not just get them for free like dirty English players. So that one is for Shukiii, because I know he's in the chat hoping for a little bit of English banter. Now, Nostromia, she does have quite a bit of villages over here. And, oh, just putting down a wall to make sure that she does not get raided by that king.
Yeah, she is. That is going to be a challenging Rus wall, but that's still a heavy investment for just the English king. We are going to see professional scouts being taken advantage of by Nostromia here, at the same time as Deepshine goes to wall in the relics past the wolves and look to deny. Yep, not one but 2 relics. So Deepshine potentially reading this really well, reading this Golden Gate and Fast Castle, and then looking to counter exactly what you mentioned.
Now, the professional scouts is a very powerful play, though. Nostromia doing this is going to allow her to just almost feel like she has unlimited food here. And with a few here on gold, the Fast Castle is going to be quite spicy too. Now, I think Deepshine's going to follow this up with her own Fast Castle and try to deny as many relics as possible. With the walls, already a really good move. But you know, scouts, they don't care that much about walls. They can burn them down just as happily.
Yeah, Deep definitely going to be going for that Fast Castle based off of the number on gold, and I maybe we could even see her take advantage of that quote-unquote free resources for English, the deer. But no, she's gonna drop farms and just look to continue to deny relics. She did not wall in her villagers this time. She was careful. She was not as distracted, and her villagers are outside of the walls so that they can, in theory, make it home and be used again later. King gonna keep scouting out the situation for her, but Nostromia bringing in a good number of deer carcasses. And again, with the roost bounty system, that just complements it so well, and she is gonna feel really comfortable on food under her town center for quite a while.
Now, with the double stable drop, I feel like the commitment to Fast Castle wasn't all here, and it looks like it's not going to be a commitment at all. Because right now, she instantly queued up her upgrades, a little bit delayed, I say instantly, but she had the gold for a while. I think she just changed her mind now, knowing that her English opponent is going for a Fast Castle herself. Now, getting the double stable means we're going to have top-notch production. However, we can still not fight under English TCs. So Deepshine definitely not rushing to castle, but she might need to, because once those knights arrive, it's going to be a little bit harder. She does wall up a little bit, which is a really good idea considering you're playing against Rus, and they're going to have chunky knights in your base pretty soon. And she does scout that first knight, going out to probably try and contest these wolves on the relics.
Yeah, when are we gonna get the wall in the deer meta? That's what we're that's what's coming next.
Oh,
but
God,
the king
please.
doing a decent job of finding the knight to keep track of it. This villager in the center gonna quick wall itself in. I love quick walls. I love relics. I approve of this. Don't get hit by the charge. Okay, nope. Good king. King gonna be here. Second knight gonna come in and actually, be able to contest that. Oh, don't lose the Vil. Oh, she lost the Vil. Okay. Well, King and the Scout are going to run away. 4 relics have been walled in, and at least will, at the very, very least, be significantly delayed from Nostromia. I expect Deep may even try to pick those up herself if she finds the breathing room wood-wise, which is very challenging as English, admittedly. But not a lot of units on the field for her. Nostromia running around with her 4 knights, just I think looking to just burn this down, which really just gives Deepshine information about where the knights are, and saying, hey, this is not too much of a threat to me at the moment. I'm just gonna farm. But now the knights might come and see the wood lion.
Yeah, the
Oh,
knights
there they
just...
are. Yep.
Yeah, the knights just cleaned up quite a bit of villages over there. The thing is, you're still playing against 2 TC, right? And yes, it is 2 versus 2. But English 2 just feels a little bit stronger considering your food is so much cheaper. And yes, she has transitioned to a few farms herself. But now this knight presence is commanding, but not strong enough. A few more villages might go down here. We can see her not noticing that these knights have just snuck in. And even though they might be walled in a little bit, they're gonna get some good kills on here.
Yeah, that's what, 5 villager kills. That definitely that hurts quite a bit, and then it may even be more as the White Tower is delayed. Deep is gonna have to do the hop in and out of the town center to finish the White Tower, which is doable. 2 knights might go down, 3 knights might go down, but nevertheless, King also goes down, and that's significantly, that hurts the English economy quite a bit.
Definitely, especially with this idle time that we see around this too. We don't really have the usual English economy that we see from them. The other question that a lot of people have is, when do I go for the King's Palace? When do I go for, the White Tower? So usually when you see your opponent has gone for 2 TC and you have gone for 2 TC, you want to get ahead again. You want to get into the lead, especially when you have a few production buildings yourself. Now, there are none here, so this is probably just an idea of like, hey, I realize I'm playing against a very aggressive player, I might just need to protect myself. So, usually, when you know your opponent has gone for 2 TC, you want to go for 1 yourself as well, that extra 1. But with all these villages popping out and being idle, this is going to be so tough to deal with.
Yeah, we are going to see her correct that in just a moment, but right now, okay, King able to at least take out a knight here that was trying to challenge the wall. So actually, some small amount of value coming out of the walls here. 2 knights will finally get to take down the one in the center. English Knight's gonna be brought into the fight here, and actually the Roost Knights are unupgraded, which means that the English Knights right now have the significant advantage.
Oh, and not just a significant advantage, they also have healing, remember. They've got that chunky king supporting them along the way, making sure that when they do take damage, they're gonna be able to respond well afterwards too. Now, with the first warrior monk coming out, we're going to be seeing straight onto the relic, and hopefully Nostromia does get a little bit back there too. Now, the king and his followers are taking down these Roost Knights like they are made of paper.
Yeah, I think we are going to see Nostromia finally get one of the warrior monks out to the center in order to pick up the relic there. She's focused on the relics and burning down those walls, and I think that's just taking her knight focus away from where it could be, which is, you know, inside the English base. She did a good job with raids earlier, but now, you know, Deepshine's kind of been able to stabilize inside of her base. Although, as I say that, group of Roost Knights are going to get together in the north.
They don't want to give this all for free, and Deepshine trying to contest these relics, really important to just not let Nostromia get too confident. Because even though you might not be able to stop this, you're keeping them busy, and that's exactly what you want to do. You want to keep Nostromia busy so she doesn't have that extra APM to go into your farms and shut down everything you've built and worked for. So the archery range is being put down now, and that's just going to mean that we're going to see some crossbows to be dealing with these knights running around the map too.
Yeah, absolutely. When we are out to see, we are seeing Nostromia with the dominant knight numbers, and actually a really favorable engagement for her. She's even going to come in from multiple sides and then start to knock on her opponent's door. Deepshine bringing the king in and rallying it forward, but trying to intercept the rallying knights, but it's not effective. At the same time, you know, Nostromia looks like she's about to break through that gate. More knights are going to come in to trail them away.
And the problem is, when you're facing an English base, the TC, really scary, but these knights have been able to just take down a few vills here and there, and every single vill they get just gets her a little bit more in the lead. Now, of course, the later the game gets, the more vills you gotta kill. So the gold, though, being depleted means that we're gonna need to move out of our base and into our opponent's face, which is not something we want to do right now because there's a lot of knights here. The gold options we have are here, and this one is nowhere close for the taking. And Deepshine cannot keep making knights if she doesn't have the gold.
Yeah, Deepshine gonna need to, gonna probably want to transition to adding crossbows into the mix here. We actually see horse archers joining the fray from our Roost player. English looking to expand the walls, but we actually see the knights getting on top of the ranged units. Actually, the knights getting on top of the ranged units for both players. Now, English walls may go up, but Nostromia has the greater knight numbers. You're trapped in here with me, and the king may go down here as Nostromia takes this engagement.
Now, this is a pretty good engagement here from Nostromia. It seems like she is getting her value and not leaving these knights alive, which is the most important when you're playing against English with the king. Because when you're doing that, you're just allowing them to heal back up and take you down later. The king now finally in a little bit of danger, but he does back off a little bit. He needs to go back and take his knight to safety, but at the same time, the pressure here is just not comparable. We see the knight shutting down the poor little English prelate who just wants to bring something home.
Yeah, crossbows coming out from deep, but they will not be enough. They could have been behind walls, but they were not. Instead, they're trickling through. Knights are actually going to be able, there may be an overchop. Bill's going to make sure that there isn't, but it could happen at any time. Knights knocking on the door of Deepshine's base.
They are going to go down, though. Those crossbows finally realized, hey, we don't need to stand right under you to penetrate your very thick armor. But they do clean them up, but now we can see there's a difference between these two. We have a player on 82 vills, 69, and getting a 4th relic at the moment. Deepshine is in a lot of danger, and not even English's superiority in the late game will be able to carry this if she's not careful. She's trying to get a few more walls, but even this monk is ready to be in the base and just cause a lot of havoc. And where is that last relic? Feels like it just...
All the way in the west?
Oh, it's this one, yeah. Oh, so she actually misrallied this one. I was wondering, because it looked like she was rallying it here to pick it up, but oh, no, no, no. The last relic, number 5, waiting to be picked up by Nostromia.
And it will be picked up momentarily, but, you know, they were delayed significantly, but nevertheless, Nostromia is still able to get all 5. I see these groups of crossbowmen crossing the map, and I just don't think this is a good idea for Deepshine. There are horsemen, there are a lot of cavalry units out, and, you know, you do not want just 6 crossbowmen getting caught out in the open like that.
Especially not when your gold is on a timer. Now, this is being the last gold vein that she has access to. It looks like she is actually planning to go for Imperial when we look at the macro. 3,600 wood as well, so this could mean a very smooth farm transition, but we do need to get a Berkshire in a very optimal place to be able to get more gold. Deepshine's gold is all the way at the back here, and there's no way for her to get to this front gold, especially not with these bad boys standing right in front of her base.
And actually, it's as you say that it's Nostromia who's sending villagers all the way up to the north to the board to try to get into those resources. At the same time, we do see those crossbowmen getting caught out in the open. Lots and lots of cavalry units from Nostromia taking them out, taking out the crossbows, potentially taking out the king. This is not what you want. They're going to retreat underneath the White Tower. That is a powerful defensive building, but the wall will not get completed on time. The villagers are going to have to pull off of the stone. They are going to have to retreat. Hopefully they can get underneath the White Tower. Crossbow is going to position themselves to allow that to happen. And then now we see the battle the tide will turn as the White Tower is firing away. English defense is quite strong, but it won't last forever. Behind this, Nostromia did successfully get those villagers up to the boar and is now going to be able to take that as well.
Yeah, she is just able to get all of the map control in the world. There's no more space.
Nostromia sitting on 1,363 bounty.
Yeah, bounty and not giving the same as it used to, but definitely helping with that passive gold income that you see over here. So now with a high armory, the siege is going to be better, stronger and longer, and that's going to be so difficult for Deepshine to deal with because she cannot afford any siege herself. The mangonel shot, getting the juiciest shot off in all of the land. And honestly, this could be where Deepshine loses it all.
Wow. This is a challenging moment. Deepshine does not want to tap out here. This is her tournament life. Mangonel shot will not accomplish much. Melee unit's gonna try to swarm onto the Mangonel. Mangonel firing off onto the crossbows. It's a big shot. But the Mangonel will be able to fire again.
Deepshine.
It's being repaired. Deepshine is losing her units right now. She will take down the Mangonel, but she is getting walled in. She knows it's over, and she taps herself out. Nostromia looking incredibly strong. well played, and just well played to her to take that game against the English, a challenging civilization, and especially most especially in the previous game to turn that around. I mean, that was incredible.
The fact that Nostromia could take down Deepshine, who went 4-0 in the group stages, that is the ultimate, I don't know, the ultimate pump. How could we say presentation from our favorite player from Russia. Honestly, she has been commanding in every single one of our tournaments, and it is absolutely disgusting. I don't know where these people come from, but damn, they're good at Age of Empires.
Yeah, absolutely. From all over the world, it seems. Not so many from North America, fewer, some, but incredible players. I love that we had so many different nationalities represented here in the tournament today. That was really awesome to see.
Well, we can only thank our wonderful sponsor of this event, Artemis. I just need to make sure I point to the right side because sometimes I point to the wrong side. So Artemis here, thank you very much. And what I want to do is I quickly want to, Artemis, while we have our people here, please tell us about why you are supporting women in gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Wham, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to do this and to support women in gaming. Because what I do is I run a few companies, and I have the privilege of working with individuals who are interested in raising their profile. I work with politicians and policyholders who want to raise their American political profile. I work with organizations who want to connect with companies who help them localize and to the American market. I help high net worth individuals identify target markets. I help businesses connect with lobbying firms. I assist with self-promotion. I assist with opposition research. I also am the pioneer firm, the absolute leader in in counter opposition research, which is completely necessary in the digital age, where we not only, go out and, eliminate misinformation from the internet, we also, do things that, are only moderately above board to make it so that any would-be someone who wants to slander you or something, it would have a very, very difficult time doing so. And so I do a lot of different things. I have the privilege of working with many, many, many incredible female leaders who are leaders of their industry, mostly political leaders. And, Age of Empires is a strategy game. It is an estuary for creative thinking, for brinksmanship, for, aspiring female leaders all around the world. And that is why I'm so pleased to support women in gaming. And that's why I'm so thankful to you, Wham, and thank you so much for having me. It has been an absolute honor to cast this game with you.
It was lovely to be able to cast it with you and to have an opportunity to host another event here to promote female gaming, especially when we know all the boys get all the fun. But yes, I'm really thankful to have you here, and thank you for casting and for participating. It's great to see that someone who's giving to the community is also able to compete with the community. Always fun.
Well, it is fun to do my best to keep up, but this is a community that I love supporting. So thank you, and I look forward to who knows what might come next.
Oh, definitely, and thank you again, everyone who tuned in to join us today for a fun little event that I hope that everyone will be looking forward to in the future. We will be doing more events like these in the future, and yes, until the Outback Octagon, then we will see you guys there on the regular Whamen stream. But in the meantime, enjoy Red Bull. I know that they're happening, but from our side in Age of Empires, go enjoy Corvinus, because we want to support AoE 4, and yeah, go follow Artemis as well.
And guys, show some love to Wham, and seriously, go follow her on all her platforms. She is amazing, and obviously we'll go and show Corvinus some love as well too. Thank you so much.
Have
Thank you
fun,
so much to
guys.
everyone who tuned in.
Bye.